Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. Call 800-894-3737. That's 800-894-3737.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, scattered rain showers with mostly cloudy skies and a high near 47. Temperatures falling to around 45 in the afternoon. Tonight, a slight chance of rain showers before 7 p.m., mostly cloudy with a low around 33. Looking ahead to tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 53. Currently, it is 40 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We've got a little bit, I think that this is a nice little lunch break segment. It's going to be about 30 minutes or so. Thank you, everyone, for being so patient. We did have a little bit of technical difficulties, but we are back up and running again because that's how we do it here on WRMN, Voice of the Valley. Talk of the Town, always on top of it, making sure everything comes in nice and smoothly. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in today and being a part of the conversation. I know that, again, we did have a little bit of the technical difficulties, but we are back up and running on a beautiful sunny Friday. Happy Friday, everybody. We hope that you are enjoying the morning. We're getting closer into the afternoon. We've got lots of good things that are happening today, too. So I will try to comprise it all together within this segment here. We've got here, of course, Out to Lunch, which is going on until 12 o'clock. And then we also do have the Life Experiences with William Pellerinos. That will be happening from 12 until 1 o'clock. We also do have from 1 until 2, What's Cooking Today with Michael Horn. So that is another one that you can tune into. So that'll be from 1 to 2. From 2 until 4 o'clock, it's Dino's Night Out. I'm also going to be helping out with that, too, during the second half of the show, talking a little bit about a cool event that I'm going to be a part of at Newman's Corner Pub this weekend. In fact, it's going to be tomorrow, so I'm excited for it. Working with Sue, it's going to be great. And then we also do have a political talk show. It is Free Speech Friday, so you know it. The panel's going to be here in the hot seats, of course, and talking about some interesting things. Now, the thing I like about a political talk show on the Free Speech Friday is he also has some, we have some fun with it, too. So, of course, we do talk about serious matters, things that are happening in the world, in the U.S., political-wise, but we also do talk about, kind of fun little debates on should ketchup be on pizza or pineapples on pizza, or should you drink coffee hot or cold? Those types of fun little things, too. So that always definitely makes for the show as well. So tune into that. That's going to be coming up tonight from 4 until 6 o'clock. And actually, from 1 until 2, I just remembered this in my brain just now because just got everything situated. We are going to be broadcasting from here in the studio, the Kane County State's Attorney's Office on their Facebook. They are going to be doing a live event, so that is going to be in regards to the canine that was shot back in 2023. So there is going to be a press conference on that. So if you do want to tune in, you can. In fact, I actually personally know the officer that did have the canine, that was Officer Weston. I went to school with him. He was a grade above me, very nice guy. And so I know that that was a difficult situation with the canine being shot. That was back in 2023. It's been almost 2 years, if not, it has been 2 years since that's happened. So again, with that being said, thank you so much for tuning in. Terry in the comments, yay, you're back. Happy Friday, Matt, and a happy Friday to you too, Terry. We are on the YouTube side of things, youtube.com/WRMN Radio. You can also find us on, of course, the app. Let me just double check and make sure that the app is running. I know our AM 1410 dial is also running, so that is very good. The phone lines are back up and working, and we are set and ready to go to continue on. So yes, the app is also working there too. You can also find us on Facebook, facebook.com/WRMN 1410 Radio. So stay tuned. We got a lot of great content coming up your way. And don't forget, you can also text us to 505-926-1410. That's 505-926-1410. So there you go. We are in our Tradio segment, so if you do want to call in for Tradio, you can. It's 847-931-1410. We usually do Tradio at 11:30. Once it's on Fridays, I'm like trying to think of the right word. It's on Fridays here that we have Tradio at 11:30. So it's an hour extra early just because we do have the life experiences with William Pellerinos coming up from 12 until 1 o'clock. So Monday through Thursday on Out to Lunch, we do have the Tradio segment at 12:30. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in today. We do have a high of 53 degrees for today. It is pretty much mostly sunny, so get outside and enjoy this beautiful weather. It's going to drop down to 32 as our low for tonight. Tomorrow on Saturday is going to be very nice. We are going to be seeing a few afternoon clouds, but mainly sunny in the morning and early part of the afternoon. High of 62 degrees is predicted. Overcast with a low of 47. That's coming up for Saturday night. Sunday is predicted to be cloudy skies all around, but a high of 67 and a low of 51. Next Monday, next week, we are seeing those temperatures start to rise a little bit more here. AM clouds here in the morning and then eventually clearing. We see a high of 60 and a low of 40. Tuesday, the 15th, we see mostly cloudy with a high of 53 and a low of 32. Wednesday's a high of 59, low of 43. Mostly sunny. We do see about a 50% chance of rain for next Thursday. Overcast, high of 64 and a low of 44. And then we do see, again, some showers in the morning, but eventually clearing up with a high of 53 and a low of 36. That is for next Friday. So that's the weather and the temperatures for the rest of this week and also into next week. Again, you are listening to WRMN AM 1410. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in today. We have a lot of good announcements here that we do want to talk about with you, so we'll definitely go through that. We've got here the Elgin itself has actually extended housing for tent city residents. So this is in recent news here that I did see that was posted onto patch.com. So it does look like the Elgin is extending housing for tent city residents. This is recent news that I just did receive on patch.com. You might have already heard it, though, too. Of course, it was posted on to the Chicago Tribune. That was 23 hours ago. So Elgin homeless people currently being housed at the Lexington Inn and Suites will be allowed to stay through till September thanks to a state grant. So that has been posted there. And if you want to find information, you can find it on the Chicago Tribune. I do believe you're allowed only a certain number of free articles that you can read before you do have to subscribe to that. But that is currently in effect right now. It is a $418,000 grant that is earmarked for the Association of Individual Development to fund the Elgin Unsheltered Pilot Program. So that is currently going to be in operation. You can find more information posted. That is chicagotribune.com. And of course, here on WRMN, we will keep you up to date on all of that information. Lots of other good things that are coming up around the corner here, too. In a couple days on Sunday, you can enjoy the Elgin Master Chorale presenting J.S. Bach's St. John Passion. You'll be able to find that at the ECC Arts Center. That's going to be at the Blizzard Theater at 3:30 p.m. So definitely a good opportunity to enjoy some great voices and also all of the symphonies playing together. That is Elgin Master Chorale with the Symphony Orchestra. Very cool. And you can find information posted at eccartscenter.org for tickets, or you can also call the box office during hours of operation. So that is at the Building H Arts Center. Definitely want to check that out. Find more information on the Arts Center's website. Lots of other great things coming up here, too. On the weekend, we've got here at the Lake County Fairgrounds, it's the Grays Lake Antique Market. How fun is that? I'm going to try to make it out maybe on Sunday. We shall see. After that, then it is over until October, November, and December. So they did have it March 8th and 9th. And then also they're going to be having it coming up tomorrow and also April 13th. I will try to make it out as best as I can. We shall see. But I know that I'm definitely, I've got a busy day coming up tomorrow on Saturday. And then Sunday, we'll see. Maybe Sunday if I can make it. It is definitely a fun one to go to, the Grays Lake Antique Market. So if you do want to check out more information, you can find the list and the schedule posted onto zircopromotions.com. They offer a whole wide range of some really, really cool stuff to go through. So you definitely don't want to miss out on that opportunity too. There's also another auction that's coming up here, a 2-day auction, including toys, general antiques, and more. You can find this in Union, Illinois. It's coming up tomorrow at 10 a.m. This is under DonleyAuctions.com. April All Must Go auction will be included Saturday and Sunday. Definitely want to check it out. You'll be able to find toys, trains, antiques, and so much more. Live in Union and online at DonleyAuctions.com. It is an all-must-go auction that will be coming up. Now, the first day, it's going to feature a variety of items that you can check out. They're also going to be having model trains and accessories, dolls and bears, musical instruments, toy steam engines, phonographs, metal toys, and so much more. Now, this is going to be located here in Union, Illinois at 8512 South Union Road. So if you do want to do this, you can. They're going to be having both live and in-person bidding, and online bidding options will be available. You can check out more information posted on their website, DonleyAuctions.com. Shipping is available for small to medium-sized items, and they can also assist with larger item transports. So sounds pretty cool. You can even preview it coming up here in about 20 minutes or so on their website. So there is a preview that is today, coming up now, almost now at noon until 7 o'clock. And the doors open at 8 a.m. each day for the auction. So that is in Union, Illinois, if you do want to view that. Coming up next Saturday, April 19th, spring is on, and you can hop into the season of course, Easter with Meeting the Spring Bunny and Snow Princess, and you can win that gift. You can win a couple of different gift cards also. So this is going to be located at the Algonquin Commons, where you'll find something for everyone. Shop at algonquincommons.com is the website to go to. They have their gift card prizes and character meet and greet that you'll be able to enjoy. They do have them at particular locations. So, for example, Gordon's Salon in Algonquin Commons is at 11 o'clock, Lens Crafters at 12, Barnes & Noble at 1, Old Navy at 2, and a lot of other ones as well, too. Half Price Books, good place to go to at 3:30. So you can find all that great opportunities and more. Find it on their website. Again, I also get a lot of this good information from Patch.com. Patch.com is another good one to use if you want to look for particular information on certain things that are happening locally within the Fox River Valley area. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in today. We hope that you are enjoying the morning so far. What I am going to do is I'm going to take a quick timeout, and we'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN, only going on until 12 o'clock today. And then we do have the life experiences with William Pellerinos. Stay tuned for that. You are listening to WRMN AM 1410, home of the Chicago White Sox, voice of the Valley, talk of the town. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has two convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
When I never graduated from high school, I realized I wanted to go back to school because I didn't want to work these back-breaking jobs the rest of my life. With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed to come back to school. I felt accomplished, made me feel that I could take on whatever challenges life throws at you.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
Youth football season is almost here. Elgin Steelers Youth Football and Cheer is now part of the prestigious Pop Warner League in Chicagoland. We're serving youth athletes of all ages, building character and fostering teamwork. Registration is now open, so don't miss out on the chance to be a part of a winning tradition. Multi-athletic registration discounts are available, and we're looking for dedicated volunteers to join our coaching staff. Shape the future of our youth. Plus, on April 14th, the Elgin Steelers Youth Football and Cheer start spring conditioning. Get all the details and register at elginsteelers.com. That's elginsteelers.com. Go Steelers!
Now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety tests as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, broadcasting live here from Studio 14 as we serve you, the Fox River Valley area. We still have about 10 minutes left here. I know it was a quick segment here. Thanks so much for tuning in today. Coming up next after Out to Lunch, it's going to be Life Experiences with William Pellerinos. So definitely tune in for that. Within the meantime here, what we'll do is we'll just continue on. I've got some things I wanted to mention here. I do get regularly different news articles and postings from the different chambers. So I've got the Hampshire Area Chamber, also the Elgin Area Chamber. So stay tuned for that. Also want to give you a little bit of a sneak peek here too. I've been working with Carol Gieske, and we are going to be getting some ads running for some great local businesses who are members of the Elgin Area Chamber. So we're very excited about that too. Going to get those up and running. So definitely stay tuned for that. You'll be able to hear those coming through, which means we'll definitely have them on the air here too. Going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it. So yes, of course, you can enjoy some fun things here. The EAC Weekly Resource, I always do like to take a look at this. I always like to, my goodness, why am I stuttering all of a sudden? It's because I just took a sip of coffee, that's why. The EAC Weekly Resource does provide you with things that did happen. They did have a Let's Do Lunch at Rookies not too long ago with 20 of the EAC members. They connected with fellow businesses and the chamber staff while supporting local restaurants. They also are wishing happy anniversaries to many different businesses. IHC Construction Companies LLC, Taylor Family Branch YMCA, and the Reishauser Corporation celebrated 50 to 75 years. So very, very cool. You can also check out other things as well too, different multi-chamber events that will be coming up. You can also check out different services that will be coming up there too. So please feel free to check that out. If you do want to subscribe to them, I definitely recommend doing so. Lots of other fun events that will be coming up here as well. Check it out at the EAC's website. Santa's Village is having a Polar Dome ice rink skate with the Easter Bunny. How fun does that sound, right? That'll be coming up. It's going to be an Easter egg hunt and skating with the Easter Bunny himself. That will be coming up on the 13th, this Sunday. Doors open at 1 p.m. That's the Easter egg hunt promptly at 1:30. So feel free to check that out. Thank you to Ambassador Linda for sending that information over to me. Some other things that are also going to be coming up here too. We do like to talk a little bit here on some spotlights. The Downtown Neighborhood Association does have a spotlight here, and I am subscribed also to their newsletter as well. So you can find, of course, different things that are also going on too. Check out Gail Borden Public Library, has some fun things. You don't want to miss out on that. You can also check out other things that are coming up here. 8 to 11 o'clock tonight, Martini Room is having a fun, electrifying sound show with Misbehavin'. So you don't want to miss out on that great opportunity. The After Set does have a party all weekend long. No cover. That's today and tomorrow, 11 p.m. until 4 a.m. on both of those days. Sugar and Rhyme, a great coffee house there too. Kelly's a wonderful lady who always gives great information and also makes the great food there too. They make everything. Come sip, snack, and learn about shared harvests. That's coming up on Saturday tomorrow at 9 a.m. So some good stuff here that you can find under the Downtown Neighborhood Association's website. Some other things here as well. I know recently during the community hour, we did have the Fox Valley Sports Cards and Collectibles Convention. We did have the, it was the Toka Soccer Center on with us not too long ago during the community hour. So if you want to check that out, there is a Sunday, April 13th convention that's coming up here, hosted by Ridge Cards. So find that information posted. You can also enjoy the autographed guest who will be there, Chicago Bulls 3 times NBA champion Bill Cartwright. That's 11 a.m. until 12:30 p.m. That video is also posted under our community hour on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/WRMN Radio. So pretty cool. We got some good things that are coming up here you don't want to miss out on. If you do enjoy Easter, maybe you're thinking of doing some great Easter baskets. Don't forget, of course, that we've got the merch shop for the For-Profit movie. If you want to check that out, there is the merch shop. They do have 20% off everything currently right now. If you go to forprofitfilm.com, you can still enjoy, of course, the movie as well. Now free to stream on Roku. And they make great Easter basket gift ideas. So if you want to check that out too, feel free to do so. You can rate and review the movie on Amazon, IMDb, Rotten Tomatoes, and Letterboxd. Also, there is the Facebook group for profitfilm.com. Share the Roku, Amazon links directly as well, too. Spread the word. And always have a good God morning there, too. That is the For-Profit, available now on demand. And thank you to Mark Stewart Iverson for always keeping us up to date. And we love to share that with you out there, too. Lots of other great things that are also coming up that you can enjoy in the local area of the Fox River Valley. So, of course, lots of great things you can find there, too. I know that the Paramount Theater is having their open night for Cats. Now, that's going to be coming up May 9th, so about a month away from now. But if you do want to enjoy that, that is located on East Galena Boulevard in Aurora. That's Paramount Theater. Working on getting them on the air to talk with them a little bit about the opening night for Cats, which is definitely a good musical to listen to and to also watch. We also have here, of course, exploreelginaria.com, enjoyaurora.org, lots of other great websites and different Facebook groups that you can utilize and enjoy when it comes to learning information about what is happening locally within the Fox River Valley area. If you want to check out the latest of Steals of Deals, you can check out foxvalleyvalues.com. They also do have that there too. Any other upcoming events, too, you can tune in and check out or view it at foxvalleymagazine.com. We like to keep you up to date here on things happening in the area on Out to Lunch, as, of course, also to Dino's Night Out. That's coming up today. That is from 2 until 4. We'll also be talking about some cool events that you can go to coming up this weekend, so definitely stay tuned for that. Let's see here. So with the time remaining, we are getting close to closing out here for this hour and heading on into the life experiences with William Pellerino. So stay tuned for that. We'll be making sure to stream on the YouTube side of things, of course, youtube.com at WRMN Radio. Coming up after that, we are going to be streaming the live feed of the, oh my goodness me. I'll have to take a look and see what this is. So it's the live feed for the press conference that is by the Kane County State's Attorney's Office. So stay tuned for that. That'll be coming up at 1 o'clock. Again, thank you everyone for tuning in today here on Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. As we do broadcast here, of course, we appreciate everyone's support, love, and appreciation, and we appreciate you, of course, too. So stay tuned for more, and we'll be heading on into the 12 o'clock hour. We'll be back on at 12:06. Of course, with the time being in between that, we're going to be taking our top of the hour news and messages from our sponsors. When we come back, we'll be talking with Bill here on, of course, life experiences. You can always tune into that here on WRMN AM 1410. You can find us on the AM 1410 dial, on our website, on the app, or also on YouTube. You can also find us on Facebook. So we do, of course, have those different ways that you can always keep in tune with what's happening here. Thanks for tuning in today, folks, and we're going to be back with more in just a bit. Have a wonderful rest of your morning and afternoon.
Get ready for Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN AM 1410. If you're a homeowner or contractor looking to tackle those projects that feel a bit too big, this is the show for you. Join Eric along with his knowledgeable guests as they dive deep into everything from DIY renovations to creating a healthy home environment. We'll provide you with the tools and tips you need to complete your projects with confidence and ease. But it's not all work and no play. We believe in having fun. Our passion for home improvement shines through as we help you save time, money, and reduce the stress of DIY. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, don't miss Around the House. Tune in every Saturday night and let's tackle those home projects together.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Investigators are trying to figure out what caused the sightseeing helicopter to seemingly break apart in midair, crashing into the Hudson River in New York City on Thursday. News Nation's Rich McHugh has more.
The NTSB has taken over. They're on scene this morning trying to get to the bottom of what happened, but an aviation lawyer and former Marine Corps helicopter pilot tells News Nation that looking at the video of the crash seems to show a catastrophic mechanical failures to blame, that the pilot did not have a chance to save the helicopter with 6 people aboard.
The AP reports there were 6 people aboard the Bell 206 helicopter.
Agustin Escobar, an executive with the tech company Siemens from Spain, his wife, their 3 young children, and the pilot were all killed in the crash. The U.S. government is being ordered to facilitate a return of a man that was mistakenly deported. News Nation's Elizabeth Vargas has the details.
The U.S. Supreme Court has ordered the Trump administration to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia back to the United States. This is all after the Department of Justice admitted in court filings that it accidentally sent him, along with hundreds of gang members, to a notorious mega prison in his home country of El Salvador. Now, Garcia is a Salvadoran citizen, but he is not a member of a gang. He fled El Salvador to get away from the gangs.
He had never been charged with a crime here in the United States. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Make sure to catch the WRMN Morning Show every Monday through Friday starting at 6 a.m. and continue our live local coverage until 6 p.m.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. Big win for the Bulls last night, 119-111 the final. At home against the Miami Heat, triple-double for Josh Giddey, 28 points, 16 rebounds, and 11 assists. Chicago's 9th in the Eastern Conference. Last night's result moved them a game ahead of Miami in the East. They also pulled within a half game of Atlanta for the 8th seed. The regular season wraps up Sunday with the play-in round starting next Tuesday. The Guardians nipped the White Sox 3-2. Chicago's 2-9. 0-5 away from home. The White Sox had the bases loaded with 2 outs in the 9th when Miguel Vargas singled, bringing Jacob Amaya across the plate. Then Mike Tauchman looked like he was going to tie it, but appeared to injure himself while rounding third. The Rangers beat the Cubs 6-2 on Wednesday. Shota Imanaga suffered the loss. He allowed 5 runs on 7 hits over 5 innings. Save big when you bundle auto and home, renters, or condo with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hey, fellow Gen Xers, it's Elizabeth Banks. Big news. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the charge. After all, we gave the world the internet. We're trailblazers. Let's lead the way again because we are at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Head to VaxAssist.com and schedule today. That's VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, scattered rain showers with mostly cloudy skies and a high near 47. Temperatures falling to around 45 in the afternoon. Tonight, a slight chance of rain showers before 7 p.m., mostly cloudy with a low around 33. Looking ahead to tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 53. Currently, it is 40 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in most.
Are you looking for a way to be creative right now? Have you ever wanted to learn to watercolor paint? You can now do that from the comfort of your own home with Zoom watercolor classes. Get professional instruction from nationally showing artist Victoria Elizabeth. These classes are step-by-step, broken down with easy-to-understand instructions. They are affordable, too, at $15 for a 2-hour class. Visit her website at victoriaelizabethart.com to find out more. That's victoriaelizabethart.com.
Every year in Illinois, over 30,000 drivers are arrested for DUI. Due to improper testing procedures, many people end up being wrongfully charged. The book, DUIs Decoded, cuts right to the chase and tells you how proper DUIs arrests are supposed to be made. From the initial traffic stop to the reasoning behind the field sobriety test, all the myths and facts about taking a breathalyzer, and more. DUIs Decoded is written by nationally recognized DUI expert witness William Polarinos. Available now at Amazon and BarnesandNoble.com.
Welcome to Life Experience with William Polarinos. Here we are back on the air after a technical snafu about 30 minutes ago.
Snafu?
Snafu.
I've never heard of that word before.
I don't want to explain it on the air. Military term, sir.
All right.
So I was driving on the way in today, and I always listen on my AM dial the old-fashioned way, and there was no signal. So I was confused. So as I'm flipping between channels, I'm getting other stations. Oh, I said, there's something wrong with the signal. I didn't know what was going on. Did the feds shut us down because of Free Speech Friday to have No Speech Friday? Was that what was going on, Matthew?
I don't know. No.
I didn't know if the ICE was waiting for me to deport me to Brazil, because that's where I'm going to tell them I'm from in case I get deported. I always wanted to see Rio de Janeiro.
Oh, wow. You should dye your hair, change your name.
Anyways, yeah, these technical snafus happen sometimes. Technical difficulties, as Matthew calls them. About 6 years ago, when I was transmitting out of WCGO in Evanston, the amplifiers blew during the broadcast. I couldn't believe it. I mean, it was a whining sound that was dead. I couldn't transmit. The only way I could transmit, the producer was in the back room behind glass. I had to go in the back room and transmit through his mic and stuff like that. It was very difficult. And I had a guest at the same time, and he couldn't talk. So we're doing like hand signals.
I bet that was fun.
You know what? Whenever you're going live radio, live TV, these things are going to happen. You happened to mention a couple of weeks ago about Dark Shadows, the TV show, the TV series. Oh, yes. I'm sorry, soap opera?
Yes, soap opera.
In the 70s. If you watch the reruns now, you'll see that during the broadcast, some of the crew can be seen with the mics, the cameras.
Really?
Yeah, they just went through it. Now, I don't know if they were filming it live or they just didn't want to redo it on the soundstage. But that's what happens when you have live TV. And it don't bother me. You know, I know we're not watching a real vampire attacking people.
Right.
You know, it's a show. It's a show. William Friedkin, do you know who that is?
But of course.
The director of The Exorcist. When he was making The French Connection before that, there was a reflection on the car glass of the cameraman. And they asked William, the producer said, I think we got to redo that shot. He goes, we're not redoing anything. He goes, well, the reflection of the cameraman can be seen in the window on that shot. He goes, don't you think the audience knows it's a movie?
Now I got to see this. Well, this is The French Connection.
The French Connection. If you like The Exorcist, you will really love The French Connection. Now, it's straight police film. It's from the 70s, police procedure. It's actually based on a true story. 90% of it is true. It's just the time is condensed. That actual investigation took like 10 months, and they have to put in a 2-hour film.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's an excellent film. You will love it. It's almost documentary style.
Okay.
5 Academy Awards: Best Picture, Best Director for William Friedkin, Best Actor for Gene Hackman, and we did a retrospective of Gene Hackman a few weeks ago. One of the finest actors I've ever. I enjoy all his films, even the mediocre ones. He does a good performance, So we talked about that today. Phone lines are open. Are the phone lines going after his technical?
Oh, yes, they sure are. 847-931-1410 is that number to dial if you want to reach us.
Okay.
Or the text line.
And I notice we are transmitting on YouTube.
YouTube.com, WRMN Radio. You
Gotta love it. Gotta love it.
Yes.
This year, 2025, I have to bring it up, is the 50th anniversary of the United States withdrawing from Vietnam, ending a very terrible chapter in American history, as far as I'm concerned, war history. I happened to go to the library, brand new book, just released. I didn't write it. I got to give this Gregory Warrow credit. I started reading the first couple of chapters. It's just magnificent. It's called, very simply, The Vietnam War. It's a thick book. If you're following us on YouTube, it's about 600 pages long, but it reads so smoothly. I mean, there's no fat in it. It goes right to the point, right to the chapter. It starts how our involvement was very covert with the CIA in the late 50s. And then after Kennedy was assassinated, Lyndon Johnson escalated the war in 1965, and we pulled out in April 30th of 1975. There you go. I'm glad you're posting that on what is this? Is this Facebook or YouTube you're posting?
This is YouTube.
Okay, so those of you who are following us on YouTube, we put a picture of the cover. If you're just listening on the radio, on the app, or on AM radio, I will post it on my Facebook site, Pellerino's Police Project. Pellerino's Police Project, P-E-L-A-R-E-N-O-S. It's just a great book. And, the Vietnam War really devastated this country, both at home with the protests and abroad. We lost 58,000 soldiers, servicemen, that includes sailors, Marines, not just Army, Air Force, 58,000. And do you know there's still 1,200 missing?
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
A friend of mine said he was going to take last year, I'm going to take a trip to Southeast Asia. I'm going to go China. Where was he saying? China, something else in Vietnam. Oh, it's China, Thailand, Vietnam. I go, why would you go to Vietnam? I go, when they can return the remains of 1,200 servicemen, then maybe we go to Vietnam. You know what I mean? I will never step foot on Vietnam soil. Never. Cost us 58,000 lives. And that's just my opinion. So, that irritated me because he's an ex-Army guy too, but he didn't fight in Vietnam. He got out before that. So those that fought in Vietnam, I know many Vietnam veterans. A few months ago, I was at the Vietnam-era VFW veterans, Vietnam-era veterans VFW in Niles. Great bunch of guys. Really good men. It was a nice meeting. I go to these American Legion, these VFWs. I go to these type things. I'm very pro-veteran, pro-military. So with that being said, this is the 50th anniversary. And at the last meeting, it was brought up. Now, I didn't know. There's a town in Illinois about 3 hours away from Chicago called Georgetown, Illinois. You can Google it as you want. Georgetown. And on April 26th, they are actually having a Vietnam Veterans Parade.
Oh, wow.
It's 50 years in the making.
Mm-hmm.
And they couldn't do one in Chicago or Arlington Heights or Schaumburg, but I'm contemplating going to this Georgetown, which will take me about a 3-hour ride each way to see this Vietnam era Vietnam Veterans Parade. It should be touching. I've seen the Vietnam Wall. Have you seen the Traveling Vietnam Wall?
Mm-mm.
I went in the 80s, around 89, I saw that. They had it in Skokie, and it's all the names of the soldiers and the sailors and Marines and Air Force killed in Vietnam. It's very sad. So, but I highly recommend this book. It really touches base, and it really gives a lot of facts without being boring. You know what I mean? Without being too. It's not like you're sitting in a classroom, but it's really given facts and dates. And really, that war to go on for 20 years is just amazing. And before that, the French were involved before the United States got involved. But there's also a nice documentary. I saw little bits and parts of it. It's called Vietnam, the War That Changed America, and that is on Apple TV. I don't have Apple TV, but I understand it's $10 a month. So I was thinking of getting like a 6-month subscription just so I could watch that and some other events they got. Vietnam, the War That Changed America. And in this documentary, the little clips I saw is actual Vietnam veterans talking about their experiences while video footage. There's a lot of footage of Vietnam. I mean, I have to give credit to the newsmen and broadcasters that went out to Vietnam, that took their chances going into the field out there to videotape and transmit those images back to the people. I mean, every night people were watching broadcasts from there. The average age of the soldier in Vietnam was 19. Did you know that?
Oh, wow. That's
19. They were being drafted. And there's a lot of issues with the Vietnam War. There was people that were drafted and then scooted to Canada. Just disappeared, just evaded the draft. Are you familiar with that?
Where they leave.
They left the country.
Yeah.
They went to Canada, and Canada took them in for some reason. But Jimmy Carter, when he was president, sometime before 1980, when he lost the election to Ronald Reagan, he pardoned all those draft dodgers that went to Vietnam, that went to Canada to avoid Vietnam, and then came back. There's a lot of history there. And I don't want to get too deep into it in this episode. We'll do an episode on Vietnam, but I just wanted to bring it in focus with this April 26th. It's a Saturday, April 26th, the Vietnam Veterans Parade in Georgetown, Illinois. So Georgetown is about 3 hours from Chicago. I'm thinking of maybe driving out there from here when I end my broadcast. We finish at 1. It takes me 3 hours. It should be there on Friday at 4. I get a hotel room, and I can relax until next morning, and then just get up early and do the parade. So this way, everything isn't rushed. I don't like being rushed.
Right.
I come early. I always prepare 20 minutes early for the show, cutting it close. I'm not one of those guys. I like to be proper planning prevents poor performance.
Yep.
The 5P principle.
Yep.
So anyways, our phone lines are open. They're wide open today. You can talk about anything you want. Next week being Good Friday, for this show, I've been announced that we're going to talk about fun movies that really can uplift your spirits, make you laugh, especially when you're bummed out. I got my new tax bill the other day. I was really bummed out. Really bummed out. So what I do, I listen to Beach Boys music.
Yeah.
Really brings me up. If you're experiencing sadness or the blues, it's always good to watch a funny movie. And I got a list of them. I got 20. Did you make your list, Matthew?
Not yet.
That's your homework assignment between now and next Friday, because I want you to add your 2 cents worth in.
How many movies?
I got 20 already.
You've got 20.
20.
Got to be upbeat, happy movies, right?
These are funny movies that'll make you laugh.
Funny movies.
See, movies and escapism. You go to a movie to forget your nonsense.
Can I include TV shows?
I'm sorry?
Can I include TV shows, or they have to be movies?
Movies. We're going movies.
Okay.
We'll do another episode of TV shows. Okay. But we're strictly going to go movies.
Okay.
So if you got some 2 or 3, you got to have some fun movies you go and watch just to get a good laugh. Movies that you've seen over and over. I'm sure there's a few on your list. Correct?
Yeah, I have to think through it though, because I've been on that horror streak lately. So
yeah, don't recommend The Exorcist.
Exactly.
You know, I know that's your favorite movie, but that's not a fun movie, if you ask me. We'll get into that next week, next Friday, for a little lighter episode during Good Friday, during the Easter holiday weekend there, and it's still ongoing Passover for our Jewish friends, April 12th to the 20th. So happy Passover to them. And we are going to talk about a couple of things today. I got some texts yesterday. I didn't watch the news till later, but there was a helicopter crash in New York. I actually found some video on Twitter, and I reposted it on my Twitter. If you want to go to @policeproject1.com, and that's the number one, not O-N-E. That's my Twitter page, now known as X. But I reposted that video of the helicopter crash, and it looks like the rotor separated from the helicopter, and the helicopter lost control. I have to really sit down and analyze that, but that's what it looks like. So obviously it was a mechanical failure, but we won't know till the official NTSB report. But unfortunately, the pilot and the passengers died, and the passengers in that helicopter were actually a family of tourists visiting from Spain.
Wow.
Yes, it's a shame. But these things happen. I mean, you get small planes that go down. That's very common. Single-engine planes flying around. The engine sputters, engine problems. It goes down. Recently, a couple of weeks ago, a small plane actually went down, almost nosedived into a house, and I think that was in New York too. I don't remember the location, but I think that was New York. But you know, flying is dangerous, but what's more dangerous is driving a car. More people die in traffic accidents than helicopter accidents or plane accidents or ship accidents, shipping. But these accidents happen, and more people are killed. 30,000 Americans are killed on American highways every year in the United States.
Wow.
Yes. So all over the place, not just Chicago. I've seen accidents out in far out in the suburbia here. You know what I'm saying? So it can happen anywhere. It can happen in Geneva. It can happen in Arlington Heights, which has had a lot of accidents because it's more heavily populated. You know, but you know what? Also, I wanted to mention before we go on break, I started seeing commercials. Now summer's coming along, or spring, for Top Golf. Are you familiar with Top Golf?
Yes.
The golf courses?
That's in Naperville, right?
That's one of them in Naperville. The reason you know that, I did a broadcast last summer where they've arrested over 20 people. I can't believe 20 people for leaving their guns or drugs in the car.
Really?
In plain view. They go golfing. So I'm going to suggest something, all you golfers out there. I know you don't want to carry that piece on you when you're slicing that 9-iron, but leaving it on the car seat in plain view, maybe next to your medical marijuana or recreational cannabis, is not a good idea. Especially in Naperville, they have a unit that just goes around the parking lot.
Okay.
And as soon as they spot something, they wait for the golfer to come back. Also, what happens a lot with golf courses, and I know this, people leave their wallets in the car, and sometimes even their keys. And with their key fobs that unlock their cars, you don't need to put the key with these fobs. You don't need to put the key to start the car. You just hit start as long as the fob's in there.
Right.
So I'm aware last summer and the summer before, not just Top Golf, but other golf courses where cars were stolen. And these people just go, they try the door handles. As soon as the door is unlocked, they hop in, they hit start, they leave. They take the whole car and the property that's in it. I know golfers don't want to lug keys and their wallets on there when they're trying to swing and cut that slice. They need every advantage they can, so they don't want anything interfering with their shot. But, I mean, put it in your golf bag. I'm sure some of these places have lockers. You could keep your wallet and your keys in. That's much better than just leave it in your car, because they will start the car and drive away. I mean, thieves are like fishermen. They go where the fishing is, where the fishing's good.
Yep.
And they know they go to these golf courses. It used to be movie theaters because the times were scattered. They used to drive through movie theater parking lots and steal cars, and people wouldn't know for a couple hours till they got out of the movie. But the big thing is now golf courses, theft of vehicles from golf courses, theft from vehicles, burglarizing the cars, taking out the packages. That happens at Christmas time, too, where people put packages in their car and then keep shopping and keep coming back to the car and loading it, and then they come back and somebody's broken the window and taking the packages. You know, so now is the season with golf, and let's be careful out there. Let's not leave valuables in the car. Take it inside. Put your wallet and your keys either in your golf bag or in a locker if they're available at the golf course that you're golfing at. Another thing is, like I said, don't bring your firearms and your drugs and leave it in the car seat where the police can see, because you'll end up in a court date with that. And you really don't want to be, I mean, there's better places to be than court during the summer. Am I not right?
Right. You'd rather be at the beach or walking around downtown, going to the park.
Or swinging at 9-iron at Top Golf.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, without arriving in the parking lot and getting swung with handcuffs.
Yeah, right.
So anyways, yes, let's be smart out there. You know, there's a saying on Facebook, and I can't take credit for it, but it's very appropriate for a lot of things. When you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
Yep, I know that one.
And leaving your guns and drugs visible and plain view place in your car is not a good idea. And even if the police don't find it, there's always somebody breaking your car and taking. You know,
always got to be aware.
Huh?
Always got to be aware.
Yes, always got to be alert. Proper planning prevents poor performance. So with that being said, I want everybody just to be careful out there, especially at golf courses. Give yourself extra time while driving. A lot of car accidents out there. Today I had to drop somebody off on the west side, and coming back through I-55, it was backed up. Truck trailer had derailed. What happens, or jackknifed rather, and what happens is trucks cannot stop on a dime. So you see these little cars just cut in front of them. The truck driver goes out of his way to avoid that, and sometimes the truck jackknives, you know. But it can cause more trouble, more damage avoiding an accident than actually getting in a collision with a single vehicle. And recently, I think it was last week, a truck out in the west suburbs was avoiding a deer and went into the wrong lane and had a head-on collision, killed the driver of the other car.
That's sad.
So sometimes trying to avoid a collision causes more damage than just colliding with it. But deers have caused, from my experience of policemen, deers have caused an enormous amount of damage to vehicles. I'm familiar with one incident, and we had audio tape on it, where the deer had crashed through the guy's windshield, landed in the back seat, still alive, and kicking at the back seat, and the guy screaming to 911. It was very sad, but it was kind of funny the way this guy said, "This thing's alive still. It's kicking my seat." You know, but
Wow.
He survived it. But you never know. You know, with animals, that's an animal problem. So when I go through dark forest preserve areas, I always slow down and I turn on my brights. So not only I see what's going on, but the deer see me.
Yep.
So with that being said, we're going to go to commercial break. Before you bring us to break, give them their phone lines.
847-931-1410, youtube.com at WRMN Radio through the text, also at 505-926-1410.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Prevnar. In Naperville, a decision regarding the city's energy future is causing significant debate. The Public Utilities Advisory Board has narrowly voted 4-3 to recommend renewing their contract with the Illinois Municipal Energy Agency. The 20-year extension keeps Naperville tied to the coal-heavy electricity provider despite environmental concerns. However, the decision is not final. Naperville City Council will make the ultimate call. The Indian Prairie School District 204 School Board has greenlit a 3.9% salary increase for administrative and non-bargaining employees for the next school year. This comes as part of the board's most recent school board decision. Employees benefiting from the raise include registered nurses, occupational therapists, administrative assistants, and various tech and HR support staff. The latest Naperville Police Department arrest report has been released, including incidents involving a 45-year-old man from Mendota charged with improper turn and driving on a suspended license, and a 23-year-old woman from Shorewood arrested on an unspecified warrant. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Real estate, be it residential or commercial, is often a person's most significant and priciest asset. Entering into a contract to buy or sell a real estate property is much more than just filling in the missing blanks on the printed contract. It's wise to hire a lawyer to prepare or review the offer to purchase real estate and take full advantage of his legal expertise. With Mark Schieblo, you will gain an attorney with over 26 years of legal practice and one who has helped thousands of clients to buy or sell their homes or investment property. We will safeguard your interests and might be able to even negotiate a better bargain than a client without proper legal counsel ever could. Oftentimes, a prospective buyer will submit an offer without first consulting an attorney, not realizing that once the offer is accepted by the seller, it becomes a binding contract. And the terms of that contract are not easy to be changed afterwards. Likewise, as a seller, you too will benefit from first consulting an attorney before signing. Feel free to call us for consultation at the law offices of Mark Schieblo at 773-775-5050. Our website is SchiebloLawOffice.com. Mark Schieblo can be reached 6 days a week at 773-775-5050.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly sunny with a high near 54. Tonight, mostly clear with a low around 33. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 60. Tomorrow night, mostly cloudy with a low around 45. Sunday, a slight chance of rain showers, mostly cloudy with a high near 67. Currently, it is 48 and partly cloudy. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Welcome back to the bottom half of our broadcast. We get about 28 minutes left. Our phone lines are open. Call in with any question you want. We're here to help. We got a couple more announcements to make. This is Life Experience with William Pellerinos, and Matt McNeil is my producer here today. Matt, what's the phone lines?
847-931-1410.
Or you can text us if it's easier at
505-926-1410.
One more time.
505-926-1410 for texting or for calling in 847-931-1410. See how we work good together.
There you go.
We do have a comment here, too. Afternoon, everybody. That's Jeff's Train World. Thanks for joining in, Jeff. Always greatly appreciated.
Jeff, thank you for listening today. Summer's coming up upon us very shortly. Warm weather. There's we've talked about internet scams in the last few episodes, romance scams, online scams. But what happens, there's a lot of in-person scams, and these are like driveway scams. People come in, they see you gardening or out walking around, and they really target senior citizens. So you really have to be careful if you're a baby boomer like some of us. They tell you, hey, we're going to give you a free driveway as a promotion or half price, and we'll do it. Well, they're talking to you. Another person is going into your house, and they're ransacking your house, specifically the bedroom, looking for anything of value, which would be money, jewelry, firearms. They're very quick. They can be in and out in 2 minutes. And, you know, some of these guys are such professional thieves because I dealt with them when I was a policeman. I remember one time I went to the scene of a burglary. This older woman was, her attention span was short, and while this guy's talking to her, she knows somebody coming out of her house, and it was a scam. He left some jewelry on the counter, and I'm looking. He didn't take all the jewelry, ma'am. Oh, those are the fake ones. These burglars are so good; they know the real jewelry from the fake jewelry.
Okay.
Like gemologists. It's that's their occupation, man, to be thieves.
Can they tell from a distance?
I wasn't in the room when he went through it, but obviously he knew the difference between what do they call fake jewelry, fake diamonds? Cubic zirconia.
Okay.
Does that sound right? Cubic zirconia. I'm doing it from memory.
Maybe.
Yeah. So a lot of these scam operations, and on just going through the local neighborhood paper in the far northwest side of Chicago, I got this quick little article I'm going to read to you because this can happen to anybody. A woman reported being burglarized on the 6200 block of West Henderson between 2:30 in the afternoon and 3 o'clock. The woman reported that a man rang her doorbell and told her he was with the utility company and would need to check her gas and electric lines to avoid an explosion. Then he pushed his way into her home. Can you believe this? And I bet you he was wearing one of those safety vests, those yellow safety vests, but they mean nothing. You could get those at the flea market for $10, you know? So the woman reported that she could not understand most of what the man said as he went from room to room talking to someone on a walkie-talkie. So she called a family member to come over and help her out. That's when she realized the man had left. When she looked around, she later discovered that her wedding ring was missing, as well as several bracelets valued at $1,000 each. And she could only give a description that he was a male white, age 30 to 40, about 5'8 to 5'10". He was wearing black pants and a black jacket. So obviously he wasn't wearing one of those utility vests, but a lot of these scammers are. You know, I buy those vests at the flea market for $10 a piece. And the reason I buy them is because I ride a bicycle, and I don't want these cars to not see a man of my huge figure and run me down, which has happened. I want to make it as visible as possible when I'm riding that bicycle. I have flashing lights. I have all the, reflectors. Every tire plus the back and the front, I got reflectors. I've done everything to be visually seen. If they hit me on my bike, Stevie Wonder could see me, riding their bicycle. It's unbelievable. But it's summertime. Be careful for bicyclists and motorcyclists. As a policeman, I handled quite a few car versus bicycle, car versus motorcycle accidents. and the injuries are just phenomenal. I mean, broken bones, and on a motorcycle accident one time, it was a double fatal, 2 young kids on it, and they hit a brick wall. It was just a sad situation all the way around. So you really have to watch out for motorcycles and bicyclists. And now these skateboards, they move very quickly. Are they electric?
Yeah, those electric scooters.
Electric scooters. I couldn't think of the term. I seen one come across an alley. Now, when I was going to, in the 70s, when I was taking my license to become a licensed driver in high school, our teacher told us when you're coming down an alley, you're required to beep. I don't know if that's a city rule or it's still a rule in the city or in the suburbs, but I always beep when I'm coming out of an alley because you never know who's going across, pedestrians, bicyclists. You need to beep, and that's the best, even if it's not a law, that's a good habit to get into. Then you're warning because your vision is blocked by those buildings or garages at the end of the alley. You're coming right across where the sidewalk is. So you don't know, and if those scooters, those e-scooters or electric bicycles or even just a bicycle is coming your way, you got to warn them that you're coming out of this alley. You know, I've seen cars just fly through alleys, next alley, next alley. Alleys are not supposed to be used as drive-throughs. Alleys are supposed to give you access to your garage or your parking space in the back. So it's always a good idea to beep your horn when you're coming out of the alley, no matter where you're driving. If it's the city or the suburbs, that's the best. That's the best thing I can say for driving. I don't want to see no more fatal accidents. Hopefully, I'll never run into them again, being retired. But you never forget the damage that people suffer. So with that being said, and there's a lot of scams out there. I was almost scammed. Well, I wasn't almost. I was approached. I come out of a restaurant 2 weeks ago, and there's next to the restaurant is a closed Red Wing Shoes, and next to it is a liquor store, and guys standing outside the liquor store, and that's not an uncommon sight because people go outside to smoke. And he starts looking at my van. I bought a used van, and I got side damage on it. So he starts telling me, I can repair that. I said, oh, you got a body shop? And he says, yeah, I do body work. So he's talking to me, and I go, I give you credit for going out there and trying to solicit business. So he goes, I'll do it for you for $200. Oh, red flags came up. Because you know what? I know something about cars, and I can estimate. I handle a lot of accidents as a policeman. I can guesstimate how much damage is. I'm looking at my side panel about $1,500. So this guy's going to do it for $200. And I said, give me your card for the body shop. And he goes, oh, I work out of, I do side jobs out of this gas service station on North Avenue. It was just too flimsy. And I said, hey, man, you're a scammer. You want to do something else with my car. If the deal sounds too good to be true, it's not for real.
Yeah.
The deal is not for real. So who knows what he was going to do? If you give them access to your car, they can make copies of your keys, come get your car later. It's easy to find out where you live. They look in the glove compartment for the registration. They could take the VIN number, reuse that VIN number on a stolen vehicle. If somebody is a thief, especially if they're in the car repair or body shop industry, they know how to take these VIN numbers off. It's not hard for them. And what I mean by VIN number is a vehicle identification number. Every vehicle has one, but they can be, torn off or reused or copied and put on other vehicles. The vehicles are stolen every day of the week, someplace. Cars are being stolen here. Cars are being stolen in Chicago. Cars are being stolen in New York. It's a nonstop thing with theft of vehicles. And if they can resell them, they can redesign them as a different vehicle, redesignate them. It's even more money for them. These are professional thieves we're talking about. These people make a living at being a criminal. This is a criminal element. So you have to be really careful. Red flags have to go up. If you got body damage on your car, it's good to go to a reputable body shop. someplace in your neighborhood, I always like to get 3 estimates. So I'm going to go to a body shop that's been there for 10 years or so. You know what I mean? Not a fly-by-night, they just opened up. So you got to be careful because it can come back to haunt you. Many, many, many years ago, one of my cousins sold a car for my mother. He thought he was doing her a favor. But he never went with the guy to transfer the title. He just signs it, has my mother sign it over, he gives it to him. Well, what this guy does, this moron, he crashes the car into a street light. My mother gets a bill for like $2,500 damage to the street light for a car she no longer owns. But the VIN number, the vehicle identification number, comes back to her because he never transferred the information. He just smashed up the car a week after he bought it and left the car there and took off. So a lot of backtracking had to be done with the city on that. In the end, it worked out. But why have that aggravation? Yeah. When I sell a car, I go to the currency exchange. I make sure that the new owner transfers the title. And one time he was a couple $100 shy in the transfer. I took it out of the payment. Better for me to get less money than to end up with a headache later on. So the money that he had paid me, I paid $200 additional towards his fee because I don't want no problems. You know, a word to the wise, proper planning prevents poor performance. You know, you got to be prepared. You got to cover yourself. You got to make sure that's why people live, you know, on steel frame doors. Do you have a steel frame door in your house?
No.
Oh, I put one on last year.
Oh, steel?
Steel frame door. You open it up. It's got glass. You could take the glass out, put a screen.
Oh, yes, the front door.
Front door, steel frame door.
Yes. I wasn't quite sure what you meant. I was thinking steel is like heavy steel, like a heavy.
No, it's a steel frame door. All these places sell them and install them. You could go to Lowe's or Home Depots and have them installed in your front door. The reason I did after all this was not because of a burglary, though people's front doors have been kicked in by burglars. But what happened is wintertime, the salt from the streets being blown on my door was eating away at the wooden door that I had on there for 10 years. It was just destroying the wood, all that salt damage. It eats away at the wood. So now, the last 2 winters, though they haven't been too bad, but with the steel frame door and the glass blocking all that salty snow from blowing on my door, there's no damage to my wooden interior door. So, I mean, it's worth it to pay the $500 or $1,000, whatever it is, to install a steel frame door. Not only for security purposes, but to preserve your wooden front door. Just tips and clues on Fridays, my friend.
There you go. Tips and clues with Bill Pellerinos.
We should go, if we go into the 2-hour mode. Yeah. Hey, I meant to tell everybody, Michael Tuman is here tomorrow with his show, Chief Guard of the Republic, right?
Yes.
Well, his American Legion post in Schiller Park is having a movie night with a movie that's in public domain. It's called Africa Screams with Abbott and Costello. Very funny movie. And it's the second time they're doing this type of event. It's like a night with the veterans. You hang out with the veterans. Now they're ordering pizzas for an extra $5. It's $5 entry and $5 for the pizza. So you watch the movie. It was a really good event. I went to the last one, and they had Laura Hardy Festival. So they had Laura and Hardy films. But it's not that I haven't seen Laura and Hardy or Abbott and Costello. I own these on DVD. It's just hanging out with the veterans. I mean, for a Saturday night, to go out from 5 till 9 for 4 hours, you hang out for $10. I mean, how can you complain?
Right.
So it's in Schiller Park. Let me flip the address, and I'll get it right for you. It's on 25th Avenue in Schiller Park at the Schiller Park Post American Legion. And here it is. I got it right here. 12th April, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. The movie starts at 6. It's movie night with the veterans in Schiller Park American Legion, Post 104. And the address is 4501 25th Avenue in Schiller Park. It's for everyone of all ages. You don't have to be a veteran to come. Anybody can open. can jump in. It's entries $5, and I believe it's $5 more if you want pizza, drinks, snacks available. It's really a good time. I had a good time last time. They're going to try to do it once a month of these type of presentations. And Matt, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you a copy of the photo, and you put it on Facebook here, and it should be coming your way of the promotion. So it should be coming your way. You can put it on our YouTube page as well as Facebook page. So you could send a text to us if you're interested for more events like this. It's 505-926-1410. I'm reading it right off the YouTube page.
There you go.
Tips and clues on Fridays.
With Bill Pellerinos. And
with Bill Pellerinos, William Pellerinos. And if you missed the first half hour of the hour, I highly recommended this book called The Vietnam War. Just out, I got it from my public library. The author is Jeffrey Wawrow, W-A-W-R-O. It's a magnificent presentation of all the elements that took place in the Vietnam War. And there he goes. There's the flyer for it's 4501 25th Avenue in Schiller Park, the Schiller Park American Legion Hall, and it starts tomorrow at 5 p.m. Nice. So I'll be there. Michael Toolman will be there. We'll have a few more veterans there. You can come hang out with us. If you feel like making any suggestions for the shows, we're ready. I have an open mind. I talk about everything except religion and politics. And if you want to talk politics, 4 to 6 p.m., with Sonar on.
A political talk show, and it's Free Speech Friday.
Free Speech Friday got us off the air for a half hour today.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, Free Speech Friday, which was almost No Speech Friday, but we're back on the air live. I love being here. I make the scoot in from Chicago every Friday here. I listen to your show prior to my show. Mm-hmm. You know what I like? I like the fact you start off right with the weather.
Yeah, I always like to do that.
Yeah, because you never know. I was on the expressway one time coming back from Aurora. I start getting this beep, beep, beep on my phone, and I'm listening to the radio. I don't hear anything unusual. And it gave me a warning of a flash flood. And did it come down about 2 minutes later? I mean, the highway was drenched. I can't remember what highway I was on, but I come back from Aurora, and I got off, and I wiggled my way, and I figured I'll get to Irving Park Road, huge, 3 lanes each way. Mm-hmm. But the problem is, once you get through Schiller Park, you got viaducts that flood. And I couldn't make it from Schiller Park to Chicago. I had to divert. I had to go back to Mannheim Road and work my way around. I didn't hear nothing on talk radio about flash floods coming our way. You think you could have, just like they do with those interruptions on General Hospital. How much time we got left?
Yeah, we got about 5 minutes.
Okay.
6.
This is the other thing I want to talk about. I want to talk real briefly about General Hospital. During the summer, I got one of these text messages that asked me about some courtroom procedure that somebody saw in General Hospital. So I haven't watched General Hospital in 40 years. I just don't follow soap opera. So what I started doing is DVR recording the General Hospital. And I skip through all that lovey-dovey stuff. And I just go straight whenever they're in a courtroom or there's a lawyer's office. I sit and I observe what's going on, And I've seen 2 courtroom episodes on General Hospital. One was a cross-examination of a witness during a involuntary manslaughter case. And it was pretty good. I think an actual lawyer could get away with questioning like that. Mm-hmm. It was pretty much right on the money. Then I watched another courtroom case on General Hospital where somebody's charged with criminal trespass. And the grandmother stands up, and she's in the audience, and she starts telling the court how there was the court order was invalid because there was this other order rescinding it or whatever. And the judge is listening. Never happened, not in Illinois. Mm-hmm. You cannot, an average person cannot address the judge, the court. has to be the defendant can talk, witnesses when they're on the stand, or lawyers. Somebody just can't say, hey, I got this evidence here, and then present it, and then just says, prosecutor, look at it, and they throw the case out. Just it wouldn't happen in Illinois. I don't think it'll happen in New York where this thing takes place. So the writers do take some liberties with courtroom procedures. Mm-hmm. So the answer to that viewer's question is don't always believe what you see on TV.
Right.
If you got a legal problem, check with an attorney, a licensed attorney that practices in that area. So that's the best warnings I can give you. Don't just try to go in a courtroom and say, I got evidence. The judge is going to probably, I've seen judges where people have spoken out. And yes, out of turn, and he's warned them to keep quiet, take a seat back. You cannot address this court. And they keep on blabbering at the mouth, and the judge has the deputy take them in custody for contempt of court. And this one Friday afternoon, this happened. And the deputies took him in custody, and they told him to bring him back Monday. He spent the weekend at Cook County Jail just because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. Wow. And the judge warned him 2 or 3 times. You cannot address this court. You need to stay silent back there. And he just kept at it, but it wasn't like he had some, evidence. He was upset his girlfriend was getting fined, $250. Mm-hmm. He was just making rude comments, and he got what he deserved. You cannot disrespect the court. And when you're in a courtroom, the judge in that courtroom is the highest authority. That's it. They can charge you contempt of court. There's no bond for it. You're going straight to jail, baby.
Yep.
I've seen it. So, yes. But what's interesting about the soap opera, and I started following it the last couple of months, is the acting. The actors are phenomenal. Oh. Really good acting.
Oh, yes.
I mean, I've flipped channels, and some of the worst acting I ever saw was in the Chuck Norris Walker, Texas Ranger series. You ever see this?
No.
You expect Chuck Norris not to be a good actor. He's martial arts, right? But you expect him to be surrounded with professional actors. Mm-hmm. They were horrible. But these actors on General Hospital on this soap opera is top-notch. Mm-hmm. Top-notch acting. And sometimes they don't even have to say something. Some of these actors can act with their facial expression. Mm-hmm. They don't want to give something away, but what the secret that they're holding if you're following the storyline.
Right.
Really good actors. So follow me on Twitter at Police Project One. We'll have more information about that helicopter crash in New York. On Facebook at Pellerino's Police Project. I'm going to put on some more of these scams. You got to be careful. Driveway scams and all types of scams come in with the summer. Roofing scams. They tuck pointers that come and solicit, but it's all a distraction just so they can get in your home and steal your stuff.
Right.
So you got to be careful. Man, how much time we got left?
We got 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay, Matt. Everybody have a safe week out there. When you're driving, be careful. Keep your distance around trucks. Don't just cut in front of them. We'll be here next week with our fun movies. If you have a fun movie that you like to go to lift up your spirits, call us next week, and we'll add it to our list. See you next Friday. Good Friday.
Twin Zeros at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights, Illinois. Check out the full menu at twinzeros.com. Twin Zeros Restaurant in Harwood Heights not only serves traditional gyros, but also has chicken gyro sandwiches. Twin Zeros also serves a variety of sandwiches ranging from cheeseburgers and Vienna beef hot dogs that have recently been inducted into the Vienna Beef Hot Dog Hall of Fame. Italian beef, Italian sausage, and combo sandwiches. To ethnic favorites such as Slovaki and Grecian chicken. Slovaki is shish kebabs, specifically chicken or pork shish kebabs, grilled to perfection, served on a warm pita with tomatoes, onions, and our homemade tzatziki sauce. You can also enjoy barbecue ribs served every day. Twins is open 7 days a week and also delivers locally. Located at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights. Check out the full menu at twinzeros.com. That's twinzeros.com.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410 Elgin time. 1 o'clock.
We now go to Kane County State's Attorney's Office press conference here on WRMN AM 1410.
The Z700 yeah. He's got the 400 series, which is what we're talking about. They're half the price. Most of the body. That's not good enough.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming this afternoon. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming this afternoon. I'm Kane County Sheriff Ron Hain on behalf of the entire Sheriff's Office. I would like to thank you for dedicating your time today for the results of Assistant State's Attorney Jamie Mosser's findings in our May 24th, 2023 officer involved guide. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Mosser for her review.
Good afternoon. My name is Jamie Mosser, and I am the Kane County State's Attorney. Today, I'm going to detail my decision regarding the officer-involved death of James Moriarty on May 24th of 2023. By way of background, first I want to explain that according to the Police and Community Relations Improvement Act, all officer-involved deaths shall be investigated by independent police officers who will then have that matter reviewed by the State's Attorney of that county. And all but one of our police departments here in Kane County, those investigations are done by the Major Crimes Task Force. The Major Crimes Task Force is made up of police officers throughout the entirety of Kane County who all have specialized training. The individuals who ultimately review the investigations are not officers that are involved in the same department of that individual who shot the individual. The State's Attorney then has the duty to determine whether or not any charges should be filed as a result of the officer-involved death. Now, secondly, I told you before that this was on May 24th of 2023, and I want to explain why it took almost 2 years for this investigation and this decision to come to fruition. When the call for the investigation came out, the lead investigator for the Major Crimes Task Force was an Aurora police officer investigator. That investigator did a great job in the beginning of the investigation, on the date of the incident, and during the follow-up. However, as a result of some tensions that were escalating between the Aurora Police Department and the Kane County Sheriff's Office, there was a request made that that Aurora investigator withdraw from the investigation. That was granted, and a second investigator from a different department was appointed. Because of the ongoing issues, that investigator was also asked to be withdrawn from the investigation until finally we had an investigator from the Camden Hills Police Department who is now actually an investigator for my office, who is the person that was assigned to finalize this investigation. Due to this, there was some delay in getting everyone caught up, being able to obtain all the information, and for the months after that, these investigators dutifully worked to make sure that we had all of the relevant evidence so that the investigation could be tendered to me late in 2024. In addition to that, and upon review of the file when I had it, I felt that it was necessary to engage an expert witness prior to making any final determination by me. I engaged an organization called Force Science that reviews officer-involved shootings and deaths to provide an understanding of the psychological, physiological, and environmental influences that can impact perception, attention, and performance during police and civilian-involved critical incidents. That final report was tendered to me just last month in March. It's always my hope to be able to resolve these as quickly as possible, not only for the family of the person who died, but also for the law enforcement that was involved, and so that the community can truly know what happened. While this took longer than anticipated, I am confident to state that this investigation was thoroughly done with no stone left behind, that the review was also done by myself as well as other individuals in my office, utilizing that expert opinion from Force Science. The following will be a summary of that investigation and my decision, and we will be playing a video that will have clips of some of the body camera and squad camera from that day. Prior to this incident occurring, Mr. Moriarty had several different incidents with law enforcement that included domestic violence, theft, criminal damage to state-supported property, and several incidents of aggravated fleeing and looting. Mr. Moriarty had several warrants for his arrest. On May 23rd of 2023, officers from the Aurora Police Department and deputies from the Kane County Sheriff's Office were actively pursuing Mr. Moriarty and attempting to find him. At some point in the late evening hours, members of the Aurora Police Department did locate the vehicle that Mr. Moriarty was known to drive at a residence that he was known to reside at. The members of the Special Operations Group of the Aurora Police Department set up a surveillance on that vehicle, including setting up a manner in which the car could not drive away should Mr. Moriarty make it to his vehicle. This plan, according to the Aurora Police Department, was transmitted and told to the Kane County Sheriff's Office. The Kane County Sheriff's Office said that they were available to assist in case that was needed. At approximately midnight on May 24th of 2023, deputies arrived in the area to advise the Aurora Police Department that they had been told that they were to tow the vehicle. Those officers came in marked squad cars and did in fact tow the vehicle at that time. The Aurora Police Department left the area, as by that time their presence would have been known to Mr. Moriarty. Now, this is ultimately the disagreement that would eventually spark the controversy between the Kane County Sheriff's Office and the Aurora Police Department. The tactical decisions by both departments did not cause the incident that would happen later that day when Mr. Moriarty decided to commit the crimes that he did. It was Mr. Moriarty's choice and his choice alone that ultimately led to his death. There is no need for this community to continue to be a part of a disagreement between law enforcement. I'm specifically finding that the Aurora Police Department did not engage in any behavior that resulted in this incident, as has been alleged. Their officers attempted to safely take Moriarty in custody, and they did so with the deputies of the Kane County Sheriff's Office. The sheriff chose to take the vehicle as he believed that that would be the safest way to prevent Mr. Moriarty from continuing his dangerous behavior at high-speed chases. Both of these decisions were made by law enforcement, and there's no need for this to continue to be a discussion or something that is a controversy for our community. Going to the incident, on May 24th of 2023 at approximately 1:50 p.m., Aurora police officers responded to a Jiffy Lube in Aurora. At that time, they spoke with a vehicle who said that a person, who later would be identified as Mr. Moriarty, approached her and her vehicle. That individual got inside the driver's side of the vehicle. She got into the passenger side to see what he was doing. At that time, Mr. Moriarty lifted up his shirt and showed what looked to be a black handgun on his right hip. He stated to her, "I'm sorry, I have to take this car." He then partially pulled the handgun out of his waistband and said, "I don't want to hurt you, but I will." The victim got out of the car drove away with Mr. Moriarty driving it at that point, and she called 911. This information was dispatched via KaneCom, including the description of the Honda Accord that was taken from her with a listed license plate. At approximately 2:25 p.m., KaneCom dispatched that a license plate reader had showed that the Honda Accord was near Randall and Silver Glen Roads in South Elgin. At approximately 3:06 p.m., Kane County Sheriff's Deputy Eric Gustafson located the vehicle in South Elgin near the AutoZone and BP gas station. He did note that the license plate was different, but the car was the same and the driver looked to match Moriarty's description. Deputy Gustafson activated his lights and sirens in an attempt to pull the vehicle over, but Moriarty within that vehicle refused to pull over. This chase lasted approximately 12 minutes and 30 seconds, and it went from South Elgin to St. Charles, where it ended up in Geneva. Speeds reached up to over 100 miles per hour during this. As Deputy Gustafson continued to follow Moriarty, he notified other deputies of his location so that they could assist. Other deputies traveled to join him, including Kane County Sheriff Sergeant Michael Widlars, Deputy Alan Garcia, and Deputy Luke Weston, along with his K-9 Hudson. On the date of the incident, Sergeant Widlars had a working squad video and audio camera and a body camera that also had working video and audio. It should be noted that the squad and body cameras had been working the entirety of that time. As Sergeant Whittlars responded to the chase at approximately 3:07 p.m., he reached up and muted his squad cam audio. Then he reached down and muted his body camera audio. This is something that you will see on the video that we will play for you today. Sergeant Whittlars also had his body camera on his left shoulder and not affixed to his chest, causing an upward view instead of a straight ahead view. This is important to note as the view that Sergeant Whittlars would have had through the shooting was not captured. The chase ended at 3:19 p.m. Sergeant Whittlars was engaged in the pursuit for 11 minutes and 14 seconds and never turned the audio back on his body camera or squad camera until after the shooting incident was over. Sergeant Whittlars' speeds also reached well over 100 miles per hour through this pursuit. During the majority of the pursuit, Deputy Gustafson was in the lead, followed by Deputy Weston, Garcia, and then Sergeant Whittlars. Kane County Lieutenant Paul Warren was the supervisor monitoring the chase. At some point, Lieutenant Warren did indicate to the deputies involved that they either needed to stop the chase or if they needed to stop the car itself. In response to this, Deputy Gustafson indicated they were trying to do so. At Randall Road and Kesslinger Road, Sergeant Whittlars passed Deputy Gustafson, Weston, and Garcia and became the lead car in the chase. While southbound on Randall Road from Kesslinger, Sergeant Whittlars attempted a precision immobilization technique, also known as a pit maneuver. This was occurred on the Honda Accord at approximately 3:18 p.m. While this original pit was unsuccessful, this is where we consider the first use of force. As they considered southbound on Randall Road at Fargo Boulevard, it appears that Sergeant Whittlars almost struck the car or may have been attempting a second pit maneuver that was still unsuccessful. While still southbound on Randall Road, just north of Fabian Parkway, Sergeant Whittlars attempted a successful pit maneuver at approximately 3:19 p.m. The Honda Accord, driven by Moriarty, spun 108 degrees with Sergeant Whittlars' squad, then pushing the car through that intersection. The Honda Accord came to a stop by a raised median, with Sergeant Whittlars' squad pinning the driver's side of the vehicle, and more specifically, the driver's side door. Once the Honda Accord came to a stop, Mr. Moriarty moved from the front seat to the back seat by climbing into the back seat. He was the only individual noted in the car. Seconds later, the other deputies arrived, including Deputy Weston and K-9 Hudson, who were on the scene. Deputy Weston got out of his car. He got K-9 Hudson. He restrained him and was ready for deployment when necessary. Sergeant Whittlars also got out of his squad car. He brought out his gun and was pointing it towards the direction of the stolen vehicle. Both Deputies Garcia and Gustafson were also near their cars, or the car specifically that was driven by Sergeant Whittlars. They also had their weapons pointed. The shooting of Mr. Moriarty was captured on the squad dash camera of Deputy Gustafson and Sergeant Whittlars, and a Tesla that is parked near where Moriarty's car came to a stop. Moriarty got out of his driver's side back seat door at approximately 3:19 p.m. While his left hand was in front of him, his right hand was to his side as if he was holding something. Multiple deputies gave commands to Mr. Moriarty that included, show us your hands, put your hands up, get on the ground, and drop the weapon. Moriarty refused to comply with every single one of these. As Moriarty went to the back of the Honda Accord, a gun can be seen in his right hand pointing down on the video. Moriarty cleared the back of the Honda Accord and was facing civilians who were all stopped in their cars at that intersection waiting to turn left. As Mr. Moriarty continued to disobey commands and go towards civilians, while armed with what appeared to be a deadly weapon, Deputy Gustafson fired 3 shots using his department-issued rifle. Shortly around that same time, Deputy Weston decided to release K-9 Hudson, who went to attempt to subdue Moriarty. It appears that during the struggle that the K-9 Hudson caused Mr. Moriarty to drop his gun. Deputy Gustafson can be seen lowering his rifle as he's assessing the situation. He lifts it up one more time and fires one more round. Moriarty is still upright and struggling with K-9 Hudson. Sergeant Willars went around the civilian's vehicle that was parked in the intersection, and he begins to shoot immediately into the back of Moriarty. Sergeant Willars fires 8 shots into Moriarty. At the approximate same time as that 8 shot, Deputy Garcia fires 1 shot. Sergeant Willars fires 5 more shots towards Moriarty. The first 9 shots, which would be 4 by Gustafson and 5 by Sergeant Willars, are while Moriarty is upright. The remaining 9 shots, 1 shot by Garcia and 8 by Willars, were fired while Moriarty was on the ground. Deputy Weston did not fire his weapon at all. In total, Deputy Gustafson fired 4 shots, Deputy Garcia 1 shot, and Sergeant Willars 13 shots, for a total of 18 shots that were fired that day. From the time of the first shot by Deputy Gustafson until the last shot by Sergeant Willars, 7 seconds elapsed. All of the deputies went towards Moriarty, and once they were able to secure his weapon and him, they immediately began life-sustaining measures. Those life-sustaining measures were taken over by EMS until he was transferred by ambulance to the hospital where he was pronounced deceased. We are now going to play the video that has certain portions of the body camera and the squad camera. I'm warning everybody here and anyone who may be watching this online that this is very graphic in nature.
Or 113.
113.
I might have this suspect vehicle at the auto zone at Randall and Geyer, just north of the BP. Alright, I think it's got different license plates on it, but I believe this is it.
Time for
130 in a row.
130, 10-4, we're also advising APD.
.113 East Fleeing, northbound Randall Road from Geyer.
10-4, he's going northbound on Randall from Geyer.
Charles David 19450. Charles David 19450.
10-4, Charles David 19450.
County 77, we either need to stop this, terminate this pursuit, or end this pursuit. Whoever's the lead vehicle needs to stop it.
113, copy 776 traffic.
36 random.
636?
Yeah, 10-4. Yeah, 10-4. We're working on ending it. We're just looking for an opportunity. Right, southbound through Fargo.
Southbound through Fargo.
$10.50 Fabian, $10.50 Fabian.
1050, are you involved?
One of our units is.
Unit involved with a 1050.
Clear, hold here.
Here's held.
Hey! Stop! Hands up! Put your hands up! Put your hands up! Put your hands up! Drop it! Good!
press conference is re-showing the scene with the audio off. Thank you for standing by. This is the press conference for State's Attorney Mosser. Thank you for listening to WRMN.
$10.50 Fabian, $10.50 Fabian. 10.50, are you involved? One of our units is. Unit involved with a 10.50. Clear, hold the air. Air is held.
This is the Kane County State's Attorney Office press conference.
Shots fired! Shots fired. $10.50 Fabian, $10.50 Fabian. 10.50, are you involved?
They're showing different
One of our
views.
units is. Unit involved with a 10.50.
This next view is of the body cam.
Clear, hold the air. Air is held.
Stop! Hands up!
You can find this Kane County State's Attorney press conference on YouTube,
Hands up!
live streaming, and will also be available as a link on WRMN.
Drop it! Good! Go!
Shots fired! Shots fired.
They're showing another body cam footage. This is of another police officer that arrived on the scene. Thank you for listening to WRMN 1410. King County State's Attorney Press Conference is streaming live. You can find that on YouTube and also streaming here on WRMN. We're going to return audio here soon with it and have more from the State's Attorney's Office.
10.50 Fabian, 10.50 Fabian. 10.50, are you involved?
This is body cam footage from Officer Garcia.
One of our units is. Unit involved with a 10.50.
Hold the air, hold the air.
Clear, hold the air. Air is held.
Show us your hands! Show us your hands! Put your hands up! Put your hands up! Hands up! On the fucking ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Done! Done! Shots fired!
Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired.
The next shot is from a citizen's Tesla camera footage.
May 26th of 2023, an autopsy was performed on the body of Mr. Moriarty at the Kane County Coroner's Office. There were a total of 17 different gunshot wounds that were found. The forensic pathologist made the diagnosis that there were multiple gunshot wounds to the body, along with multiple abrasions and puncture wounds. The toxicology report showed that presence of cocaine in the system of Mr. Moriarty at the time of his death. The cause of death was ascribed to multiple gunshot wounds. So now this will go towards the analysis of my decision involving this case. But first, I would like to discuss whether or not there are any violations of the Body-Worn Camera Act, which would then indicate whether or not there was any criminal conduct under the law enforcement misconduct statute. The relevant portions of the body-worn camera requirements are that cameras must be turned on at all times when an officer is in uniform and is responding to calls for service or engaged in any law enforcement related encounter. Law enforcement related encounters or activities include arrests, investigations, and pursuits. Law enforcement related encounters or activity does not include when the officer is participating in training in a classroom setting or is in the presence of only one other law enforcement officer. Body-worn cameras by statute have to have both audio and visual capabilities for recording. If exigent circumstances exist which prevent the camera from being turned on, the camera must be turned on as soon as practical. Officer-worn body cameras may be turned off when the officer is inside of a patrol car that is equipped with functioning in-car camera, which would include both the audio and the video. The officer must turn on the camera upon exiting the vehicle pursuant to statute. Deputy Weston and Sergeant Widlars were the only two deputies who did not have their body-worn cameras fully activated at the time of the incident. The requirements that are in the body-worn camera statute are also encapsulated in the Kane County Sheriff's Office policies. Deputy Luke Weston was attending a training on the date of this incident. He heard the call for service and noticed that the pursuit was actually coming in his direction. As he was attending the training, he was not in uniform. And in fact, he didn't have his body-worn camera attached as a result of all of that. Due to the ever-evolving nature of this incident and the fact that Deputy Weston had a K-9, he decided that he would assist with the pursuit. Deputy Weston's priority on this time was getting into his vehicle and getting to the scene as soon as possible. Thus, there was no expectation that Deputy Weston would have had his body-worn camera on him or during the training itself. When Deputy Weston responded to the pursuit, the matter became a law enforcement encounter in which a body camera was required. On the date of the incident, Deputy Weston, as he was in training and not on uniform, left as quickly as he possibly could and would not have had the time to get his body camera affixed in the way that we would want if he was in fact in uniform and patrolling. Based on exigent circumstances, Deputy Weston would not have been able to comply with the body-worn camera statute. Therefore, he did not violate the Body-Worn Camera Act, and therefore there's no reason to look to see if he committed any law enforcement misconduct. I would like it to note that once this incident was over, Deputy Weston did in fact get his body camera and immediately activated it, which is required by statute. As the policies of the Kane County Sheriff's Office match that of the body-worn camera statute, I am further finding that Deputy Weston did not violate any Kane County Sheriff's Office policies. Sergeant Michael Widlars' situation on the same date is different than that of Deputy Weston. Sergeant Widlars was in his squad car actively patrolling in the south end of Kane County when the call for the pursuit came out by Deputy Gustafson. Sergeant Widlars indicated that he was joining the pursuit. His lights and sirens were activated, which also then activates the audio and video for his squad and his body camera. At the time of this and pursuant to statute, Sergeant Widlars was in fact engaged in law enforcement conduct, which would have mandated him having his audio and video of his body camera working. Sergeant Widlars violated the body-worn camera statute in two ways. The first is that he turned off the audio of the body camera when he engaged in this pursuit. While he was in a squad car that had working audio, he could have done so, but for whatever inexplicable reason, he decided to turn off the audio to his squad camera and then the audio to his body camera. Thus, he violated the Body-Worn Camera Act by knowingly turning off the audio to his body camera when the audio to his squad was not working. This is also a violation of the Kane County Sheriff's Office policy. Secondly, Whitlarz did not turn his audio back on when he was exiting his squad vehicle when the pursuit was over. It is important to note that from the time that he engaged in the pursuit to the time that it ended, Sergeant Whitlarz was engaged in that for 11 minutes and 14 seconds, at which any time he could have turned the audio back on his body camera. Thus, Sergeant Whitlarz cannot argue that there were exigent circumstances that existed that would have prevented him from turning his audio back on after he deliberately turned it off. This would also be a violation of the Kane County Sheriff's Office policy. While this is not a violation of the Body-Worn Camera Act, Sergeant Whitlarz further violated the Kane County Sheriff's Office policy by wearing his body-worn camera on his shoulder. Pursuant to policy, deputies shall normally wear the body-worn recorder in the upper chest area with the camera lens facing forward on the member's outermost layer of clothing. If the member's assignment dictates that the camera cannot be worn in the upper chest area, the camera may be worn in an alternative position so long as the view of the public is seen on the camera. At the time of the incident, Sergeant Whitlarz was a patrol sergeant for the Kane County Sheriff's Office. His duties would include supervision of deputies, responding to emergencies, arrests, and other law enforcement activities. His assignment would require him to place his camera on his chest and not in any other area. Further, when viewing Sergeant Whitlarz's body-worn camera, it is clear that it is not recording the public, but rather the sky. Most importantly, the shooting of Moriarty, from the point of view that Sergeant Whitlarz may have seen, was not captured as a result of this decision. For these three reasons, I find that Sergeant Whitlarz violated the state statute in 2 ways, as well as the Kane County Sheriff's policy in 3 different ways. This failure during the entirety of this law enforcement encounter erodes public trust in his performance as a deputy here at the Kane County Sheriff's Office. Since I made the finding that Sergeant Whitlarz has violated the Body-Worn Camera Act in 2 different ways, I must now see whether or not he could be charged with law enforcement misconduct, which is a criminal offense for violating the Body-Worn Camera statute. As I found above, I believe that Sergeant Whitlarz knowingly and intentionally turned off the audio to his body-worn camera in violation of the statute. I further find that there were no exceptions to allow him to do so. I also found that there were no exigent circumstances that prevented him from turning his body-worn camera on. In order to prove that a person has committed the crime of law enforcement misconduct, I must prove that the law enforcement officer was engaged in the performance of his official duties, that he knowingly intentionally failed to comply with certain paragraphs of the body-worn camera statutes, and that he did so with the intent to prevent the apprehension of or obstruct the prosecution or defense of any person. As I've already stated, elements 1 and 2 have been met. There is no question that Sergeant Whitlarz was engaged in his law enforcement duties, and there's no question that he violated the body-worn camera statute. With that being said, there is no evidence that element 3 is present in that Sergeant Whitlarz did this with the purpose of preventing the apprehension of or obstruct the prosecution or defense of any person. At all times, Sergeant Whitlarz did have his video working on in both his squad as well as body camera. There was radio traffic communication between the deputies involved, and Sergeant Whitlarz would have known that other deputies would have been at the scene who had working body cameras and squad cameras. While the intentional act of Sergeant Whitlarz violating the Body-Worn Camera Act is abhorrent, especially in the light of facts of this case, there's not enough evidence to charge Sergeant Whitlarz with this crime. As a prosecutor, ethically, I can only charge when I believe the evidence can support a conviction. In this case, without having the elements that he intended to do so to obstruct the prosecution, defense, or apprehension, I am making a finding that he cannot be charged with law enforcement misconduct. So now I must turn to whether or not any of these officers should be charged for the use of deadly force in the killing of Mr. Moriarty. Outside of the crimes previously described, Mr. Moriarty on that date committed the crime of aggravated vehicular hijacking, which is a Class X felony, and aggravated fleeing and eluding, which is a Class 4 felony. The initial 4 shots fired all came from Deputy Gustafson. Deputy Gustafson at the time knew that this person had committed an aggravated vehicle hijacking with a weapon. Mr. Moriarty exited his car with a weapon that was visible to Deputy Gustafson. Deputy Gustafson gave commands that were ignored by Moriarty. Deputy Gustafson saw Moriarty go towards civilians and other police officers. All 4 shots by Deputy Gustafson were justified in that he would have had a reasonable belief that Moriarty would have caused death or great bodily harm. Thus, the decision to shoot Mr. Moriarty was justified under the law. It's also commendable to see that Deputy Gustafson fired 3 shots, lowered his rifle to continue to assess, and fired 1 more shot. At this time, I'm finding that Deputy Gustafson is cleared of any wrongdoing in the death of Moriarty. Deputy Garcia fired 1 shot, and it was after Deputy Garcia's shots and after the beginning of Sergeant Woodlar's shots. Moriarty was on the ground at the time. Deputy Garcia was aware that Moriarty was armed with a gun, that he was disobeying commands, and he was walking towards civilians and other deputies. Deputy Garcia would have heard the shots by Deputy Gustafson and saw that Moriarty was still a threat. Thus, Deputy Garcia would have had the reasonable belief that deadly force was necessary to prevent death or great bodily harm to himself or others. Therefore, Deputy Garcia is cleared of any wrongdoing in the death of Moriarty. Now, presumably, Sergeant Woodlars heard the shots fired by Deputy Gustafson. It is known that Sergeant Woodlars knew that Moriarty had a gun based on the body cameras of this incident. Sergeant Woodlars fired 13 shots in total, which is more than Deputy Gustafson and Garcia put together. Sergeant Woodlars also came from behind a civilian's vehicle and would have been blind to what was occurring with Moriarty, except for what he may be hearing. While we do not know what he heard because of his inexcusable misconduct in turning off his audio on his body camera, we can still presume that he heard the shots fired and responded accordingly. Woodlars' first 5 shots, where he could see, presumably, that Moriarty was still upright. The remaining shots were when Moriarty was on the ground. First, I find that the first 5 shots by Sergeant Woodlars were justified. While Sergeant Woodlars did not have a view of Moriarty before he started firing, he did know that 1, Moriarty was armed with what he believed was a dangerous weapon. 2, Moriarty was armed around civilians and other officers, and that shots had already been fired by a fellow officer. Sergeant Woodlars had changed from an assessment of the situation, where he had been ordering Moriarty into compliance and getting civilians out of the way, to an immediate threat response. At that time, Sergeant Woodlars discharged his duty weapon. He would have had the reasonable belief that Moriarty possessed or posed a threat of death or serious bodily injury. So for the first 5 shots, I am finding that he is cleared of any wrongdoing. Second, the review of the 8 remaining shots was not easy to determine whether they were justifiable use of force or not. As such, I engaged the services of Force Science, who has a division of consulting that provides expert support to attorneys, judges, jurors, and board members, investigators, and others in the determination of appropriateness of officers' response during a force encounter, with the objective of providing individuals a better understanding of scientific realities surrounding the event. Force Science reviewed all of the reports and video from the incident. Specifically, I asked Force Science to review whether Sergeant Woodlars would have known that Moriarty dropped the weapon and whether Sergeant Woodlars should have stopped firing sooner than he did. In the case at hand, if charges were filed against Sergeant Woodlars, it would be for the 8 remaining shots. I must review to see if Sergeant Woodlars committed the crime of first-degree murder. A person commits the crime of first-degree murder when he kills an individual without lawful justification. If in performing the acts which cause the death, he intends to kill or do great bodily harm to that individual, or he knows that such acts will cause the death of that individual. The lawful justification for committing first-degree murder is when a person is justified in the use of force against another when and to the extent he reasonably believes such conduct is necessary to defend themselves or others. He is justified in the use of force which is intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm only if he reasonably believes that such force is necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself or others. There are 2 facts of note here to be explained. First is that the weapon thrown on Moriarty was an airsoft gun. While it was an airsoft gun, it appeared to be a gun for all intents and purposes. The deputies would not have known that this was an airsoft gun and not a deadly weapon at the time of this incident. Secondly, as I have ruled the shooting of Moriarty was justified by Deputy Gustafson, at the time Sergeant Woodlars began his shooting, Sergeant Woodlars would have had the reasonable belief that deadly force was necessary at that time. Thus the exoneration of the first 5 shots. Force Science explained the evaluation of the officer's decision and performance by the use of identified police practices, use of force principles, and relevant human performance consideration that are generally recognized in law enforcement practice. For science also assumed that at the time Sergeant Widlars began to discharge his weapon, he would have reasonably believed that Moriarty posed a threat of death or serious bodily injury, which is consistent with my findings to date. So issue 1, should Sergeant Widlars have known that Mr. Moriarty dropped the gun and therefore was no longer a threat? For science, there are dozens of reasons why people routinely fail to see or otherwise perceive objects or actions that are later independently verified. The potential influence of these factors prevents us from concluding or even assuming that Sergeant Widlars was aware of information captured on video and available to us after the fact. These factors include external obstructions, attention generally, tunnel vision, intentional blindness, stress hypervigilance, mental workload, and heuristic decision-making. Given the well-documented human performance limitations under stress, it is unreasonable to expect that Sergeant Widlars would have known or should have seen that Mr. Moriarty had discarded the gun during this time. His field of view was obstructed by a van when the gun was dropped, and his attentional resources were focused on the dynamic and immediate threat that Mr. Moriarty was posing. This was a rapidly evolving event in which there were many different things that were going on, and the ability to have the attention to the gun is not something that would have been obvious or seen. In their opinion, it would not be reasonable to assume he was or should have been aware that the firearm was dropped, and I agree with that conclusion. Issue 2, should Sergeant Widlars have stopped firing sooner? Under extreme time constraints and deadly force encounters, it is generally expected that officers will engage in intuitive, heuristic-based decision-making. That's considered System 1 thinking, rather than deliberate, analytical decision-making, which is System 2 thinking. As mentioned earlier, once an officer perceives an imminent threat, it is expected that they shift from evaluation to performance. The motor response, like pulling the trigger, will continue until they perceive a change in the circumstances that convinces them to stop and reevaluate. Officers are trained to fire until the threat is neutralized. However, even when a suspect collapses, officers may continue firing because changes in the suspect's movement or positioning are not always immediately recognized or understood as signs of surrender or incapacitation. This is especially true under high-stress situations where people have high-focus performance. When an officer is intently focused on the suspect's center mass, as training emphasizes, for accuracy and survival, peripheral information, including the suspect's relationship to that environment, may go unnoticed. Further, there's still the known of the speed of assault from a prone position that can allow danger to continue. Even if the officer did recognize that the suspect had fallen into a prone position, research demonstrates that a suspect can fire a weapon tucked under them in as little as 0.27 seconds after making a first movement, which is faster than an officer can recognize the motion, decide to react, and respond. Imminent does not mean instantaneous or immediate. If the gun is in their hand, not tucked under their prone body, suspects have been observed firing as fast as 0.1 seconds. If Sergeant Widlars believed Mr. Moriarty was still armed, and I am making the finding that I do believe that Sergeant Widlars believed Mr. Moriarty was armed, then he would have been justified in the continued belief that he remained a threat. Officers are trained to fire until they perceive an unequivocal evidence that the threat has ceased. Based on the information provided by Force Science, my review of all the videos, my review of all the reports, I find that the 8 remaining gunshots by Sergeant Widlars were justifiable in that he had the reasonable belief that he had to employ force enough to cause death or great bodily harm because he believed that Moriarty could cause death or great bodily harm. It should be noted again that the time frame from the first shot by Deputy Gustafson to the last shot by Sergeant Widlars was 7 seconds in total. So based upon the review of the investigation and all evidence obtained, Sergeant Widlars, Deputy Gustafson, and Deputy Garcia had a reasonable belief that the deadly force was necessary to prevent death or great bodily harm to others. Deputy Weston, while present, didn't exercise any deadly force during the incident. My review pursuant to statute will be considered closed at this time. I would like to thank the investigators from the Major Crimes Task Force for their thorough investigation in this matter. I would like to thank the attorneys in my office who assisted in the review of this. I would like to express my sincere condolences to the family of Mr. Moriarty for the loss of their loved one. Lastly, I would like to thank the deputies for what they had to do that day, for the fact that they put their lives on the line and the fact that they work hard for the people in our community, continuously working to keep this community safe. So at this time, before questions, I'm going to turn this over to Sheriff Hain for some remaining remarks.
Thank you, State's Attorney Mosser. Again, Sheriff Ron Hain. Again, I must first and foremost commend our deputies and K-9 Hudson for the outstanding and brave work that day to bring an end to an almost month-long crime spree across several counties. The relentless pursuit of this individual is a prime example of the excellent job done each and every day by our professional, well-trained, and well-equipped personnel. It is a testament to their capabilities that this encounter occurred at 3 p.m. on Wednesday, and no innocent civilians were injured. We have to remember that all of our sworn personnel are human beings too. We get up each day, take care of their families, get their kids off to school or off to bed, and strap on this prideful uniform and protect our communities with unwavering dedication. Now, you all have heard quite a bit about Sergeant Mike Woodlars in this conversation. Some of my command staff who reviews these policies on a regular basis are not in complete agreement with the attorney's assessment, but we are very thankful for the conclusion that she came to, exonerating Sergeant Woodlars from all wrongdoing. I will say that Sergeant Mike Woodlars has been a long time, still is the one sergeant, and hopefully for a long time, a dedicated employee that is well respected in the King County Sheriff's Office. And I stand completely behind him. I must thank the King County Major Crimes Task Force for their thorough diligence in the investigation of the officer-involved death, our Office of Professional Standards for their administrative review of all of our deputies' actions to ensure that all appropriate measures and policies were followed, and State's Attorney Jamie Mosser for final examination and findings in such a critical incident. Thank you.
We're willing to take some questions at this time.
Terry Cashner, WRMN Radio. So Sergeant Woodlars is still on with the department. Was there any disciplinary action taken against him?
So because that's employment related, that's information that cannot be released.
How long does he work for the Sheriff's Department?
He's been with us approximately 22 years.
Is there an explanation as to why he turned off the audio?
So as a part of the investigation, he declined to write a report or to give any statements to major crimes, which is his right to do so. Now, the sheriff, as a part of policing, can compel him to do so as a part of an internal investigation. That information cannot be released to me for purposes of this investigation. So I do not know why he made the intentional choice to turn off his audio.
Is it common for them that we deploy their cameras straight up there?
So we have to understand Mike's stature as well as it comes to this. Mike comes up to about here on me. So the way he has to affix his body camera, this is the way he's put it to me. The manner in which he has to affix his body camera is a little bit different than someone who's a much taller stature. So typically it points a little bit. That's the best way to stay at the our original equipment. We are upgrading our body camera system to new equipment shortly, and hopefully we find new equipment.
Do other deputies do that, such as, I don't know, shorter female deputies?
Everybody chooses their own location, but again, we encourage them to have it pointed, obviously. Thanks.
Did any law enforcement, were they aware of this suspect? Did they know them personally or just ask any type of run-ins with this person before?
So the question is, did any law enforcement across the region know about him?
Involved in this incident?
Yes. Involved in this incident, Sergeant Woodlars was aware, Deputy Gustafson was aware, based on the incident that occurred the day before. He had been involved in a pursuit in Grundy County, which we already had, and he passed into Kane County on Orchard Road, past one of our license plate readers, and that's when Kane County deputies and one of the police department began searching for him.
But he never had an encounter with him until that.
Not until that.
Is this what we read about here about a suicide by cop? Is that I know that's an official classification. Those are things we hear.
There was a statement in several reports that he was threatening suicide by cop.
18 shots fired, 17 hit? Is that?
Well, no, so we don't know if all 17 hit because something could have gone through an arm and through a torso, so we don't know how many of the shots actually hit. We can tell you that there were 17 different reported injuries ascribed to gunshot.
And 18 shots fired.
18 shots fired total, yes.
And then can you confirm one of those shots are what killed K9 Hudson?
Yes, I can.
From law enforcement, not from the suspect.
Correct. The suspect never fired the airsoft gun that he had. It was an unintentional fire, shooting of Hudson.
Whose gun fired the bullets that killed Hudson?
Deputy Garcia.
You spoke about the autopsy showing the presence of cocaine.
Yes.
Was there a determination as to, when did he consume the cocaine? How long does cocaine last, I guess?
No, they just gave us a level that was in there. We would not have been able to see if he was completely inebriated when he took it or if it was still having an effect.
And just for clarity, who's K9 does Hudson, who does he belong to?
Deputy Luke Weston for the sheriff's office.
So it was a paintball gun that looked very much like a real gun. Is there anything about the regulations about what paintball guns are supposed to look like or not look like so they don't look like an actual gun?
We should have that in our society because this is not the first time that we've seen an airsoft gun, a paintball gun, and pellet gun look exactly like a gun. And when these are pointed at law enforcement, all law enforcement sees it's a deadly weapon. We should have regulations to prevent this from occurring.
And is that something that your office is working on, you talked about?
I've talked about this with the legislature in the past. These are laws that have been put up, but we have some organizations that have opposed that. I will continue to fight for this because I don't think there's any reason why a paintball, airsoft, pellet gun should ever look like a real gun.
And of course, since they're manufactured across the world, that would have to be a federal law that would prevent their entry or manufacturing across this country. Not just a state law.
My final question would be, what do you say to some possible concerns that the deputy did not cooperate with giving a report?
That was direction from his attorney.
Thank you all very much.
That was Kane County's State's Attorney's Office with their press conference. You can find the full press conference, Kane County State's Attorney Press Conference is the title. Kane Government is the YouTube channel. KANEGOVMNT is where you can find it there. We're going to return to regularly scheduled programming here on WRMN. Stay tuned for Dino's Night Out. As you can hear in the background, we've got them already tuning up. Stick around. Find us on YouTube as well here on WRMN.
Something you can do to protect yourself, a portable detector. So they studied the preventive medicine reports, an article, and most poisoning they discovered were caused by natural gas-fueled appliances that could have been prevented by an in-room carbon monoxide alarm. You know, you put those in your house, and they're saying now that maybe you should take a portable detector with you when you travel just in case, because sometimes, depending on where you are in the world, some hotels just don't put them in the room. So Travel and Leisure says take safety into your own hands and get yourself one of those detectors. Well, there you go. Now, how much sleep do you really need? This is a study out. If you're, depending on your age, could be different, different amounts of sleep. The American Academy of Pediatrics and American Psychological Society updated their guidelines on how much sleep we need depending on our age. Now, you newborns that are listening, 0 to 3 months, and we're big, I understand. A lot of newborns listen to the show. They just look and gurgle. 14 to 17 hours. Previously, it was 12 to 18 hours. That's a lot of sleep. Infants, 4 to 11 months, 12 to 15 hours. Toddlers, 1 to 2 years, 11 to 14 hours. Preschool, 3 to 5 years, 10 to 13 hours. School age, 6 to 13 years, 9 to 11 hours. Teens, 14 to 17, 8 to 10 hours. A young adult, 18 to 25, 7 to 9 hours. Adults, 26 to 64, 7 to 9 hours. And older adults over 65, 7 to 8 hours. Mr. Horn, 3.5 to 4 hours. Okay. You need to get sleep. Apparently. It's the new study out. I don't believe it. All right.
I need as much sleep as a school-age child, apparently.
That's fair.
I need 10 hours.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. Now, if you're a dill pickle lover, you like your dill pickles, Madison?
Yeah, I love dill pickles.
I do. And they got Wonderful Pistachios, the company, has introduced a new dill pickle flavor to its no-shells lineup. I like no-shell pistachios. Otherwise, your fingernails fall apart and they're stained red, green, whatever. It caters to all you adventurous snackers and the growing pickle trend, apparently, that's out there. It's available nationwide in a 2.25-ounce bag online. You can get them, they say, even at Amazon. And it's launched this year. It's dill pickle flavors. They're popular, so they've flavored the pistachios with dill. Other brands, including Cheetos, Goldfish, Pringles, and these people have embraced the trend and put pickle flavors out there. Why don't you just get a pickle? You know, there's nothing and you don't have the crisp of a dill pickle. What do you got to flavor everything? You want to flavor something, put something in those bags of trash on the moon up there to make them smell better. Not that you're going to take off your space helmet and smell, but how about fruits? Despite government guidelines recommending you 1.5 cups to 2 cups of fruit daily, only 12% of us adults meet this goal. And they're good for fiber, antioxidants, support overall health, help you with filling those bags of trash. Blueberries top the list for the healthiest fruit because of their high antioxidant content and other great benefits. Other top fruits, listen to see if your favorites are here. Strawberries, raspberries, avocados, watermelon, dates, prunes, you know who you are, kiwis, cherries, bananas, apples, grapefruit, pomegranate, papaya, pears, blackberries, and mangoes. What about oranges? Get the oranges in there. They're unique, they're great. Eat more fruit. That's our show. If you miss anything, log on to our website, what'scookintoday.com. Portions of our show today sponsored by Domino C&H Sugar. And don't forget to get our cell phone app, Madison.
Dial pound 250. It's a phone call. Say CRN, and the app is automatically downloaded to your device.
Get our podcast, dial pound 250. Say, find my podcast. Say, what's cooking? For Madison, for Sydney, I'm Mike. See you Monday. Eat well. Are you tired of your favorite talk show sounding like this? What if you can hear your favorite talk shows in crystal clear, high-definition sound? Well, with CRN Digital Talk Radio, 7 channels of high-definition radio, you can now hear all your favorite hosts like you've never heard them before in true CRN high-definition audio. The difference is amazing. Catch your favorite political hosts like Dennis Prager, Michael Medved, Tom Hartman, Stephanie Miller, Sebastian Gorka, Charlie Kirk, and more. Fred Dreyer on sports, entertainment and lifestyle programming like The Lounge, The What's Cooking Show, The What's Cooking on Wine Show, all in true CRN high-definition audio. Sports, business, entertainment, travel, food, wine, politics, there's something for everyone on CRN. And it's all available in CRN high-definition sound. Log in to crntalk.com for listings and information. crntalk.com.
The radio channels. The radio channels. CRN.
AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. Stocks have strongly rebounded in late-day trading on Wall Street after China retaliated with more tariffs against the U.S. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says there is a lot of optimism in President Trump's economy.
As he said, this is going to be a period of transition. He wants consumers to trust in him, and they should trust in him. Look at what he did in his first term.
Meantime, the University of Michigan's Index of Consumer Sentiment plunged for April at the second lowest level in the survey's history. Canada's subsidiary of General Motors, says it is temporarily halting production and cutting staff at an assembly plant in Ontario. Lawyers for the Trump administration say in court they're unable to update the status of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a Maryland man mistakenly deported and sent to a prison in El Salvador.
U.S. District Court Judge Paula Zinnes said she wasn't asking for state secrets and that it was extremely troubling. Deputy Assistant Attorney General Drew Ensign couldn't explain where Abrego Garcia was or if anything had been done to comply with Thursday's Supreme Court ruling that he be brought back.
The government refused to provide any of those pieces of information.
Attorney Simon Sandoval-Moschenberg spoke to reporters outside the court.
They've had plenty of time between the Supreme Court's order early yesterday evening and now. He should be here in the United States. It's a 5-hour flight.
The Salvadoran citizen had an immigration court order preventing his deportation over fears he would face persecution from local gangs. The administration claims Abrego Garcia is a member of the MS-13 gang. His attorneys say there is no evidence. I'm Jennifer King.
Many of the world's largest shipping companies have decided to impose a minimum fee of $100 for every ton of greenhouse gas emitted by ships above a certain threshold in what is effectively the first global tax on greenhouse gas emissions. A convicted killer, Kathan Guzman, who was mistakenly released from a Georgia jail, has been caught 2 weeks later in Florida. This is AP News.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
President Trump is not a fan of daylight saving time,
saying it's unpopular.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly sunny with a high near 54. Tonight, mostly clear with a low around 33. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 60. Tomorrow night, mostly cloudy with a low around 45. Looking ahead to Sunday, a slight chance of rain showers with a high near 67. Currently, it is 50 and partly cloudy. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
I always had to be so good, no one could ignore me. Carve my path with data and drive. But some people only see who I am on paper. The paper ceiling, the limitations from degree screens to stereotypes that are holding back over 70 million stars. Workers skilled through alternative routes, rather than a bachelor's degree. It's time for skills to speak for themselves. Find resources for breaking through barriers at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
For a little lighthearted lawlessness on Sunday afternoons, listen to Handle on the Law from 4 to 7 p.m. Handle on the Law is a unique combination of useful legal advice and outrageous Handle remarks. Whether you're talking about Big Brother, big business, big legal problems, or Big Macs, you'll rarely find Bill without an opinion. His rapid-fire commentary gives listeners the information they crave in the way they crave it. It's Handle on the Law, Sunday afternoons from 4 to 7 p.m. right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Dino's Night Out on WRMN. It's the talk of the town, so come on and listen now. It's Dino's Night Out on WRMN 1410. On WRMN, it's the talk of the town, so come on and listen now. It's Dino's Night Out on WRMN 1410.
Hey, I timed that just perfect, didn't I? Hey, welcome to another afternoon of Dino's Night Out. Every single Friday right here, 2 to 4. WRMN 1410, live in Studio 14 on 14 Douglas, downtown Elgin. Boy, like I told you earlier, if you were watching the Facebook feed, we have a treat for you out of this world. Another in-studio performance. I mean, one is better than the other, but you're going to love these people. I'm going to get my housekeeping done. A few things over here. As we all know, this show brought to you by our good friend Ron Onesti at the Arcada Theater, which is oshows.com. 105 East Main Street, right in St. Charles. Everybody knows where he's at. So he's got a couple things going on. Tonight, he's got, how do you say that, Geoff Tate's Operation Mind Cream, the final chapter. So, you know what? He's best known for his 30-plus years as the creative and driving force behind the progressive metal band Queensryche. That's how you say it. Queensryche. Since its inception at the helm, Queensryche has sold over 20 million albums worldwide and has performed in upwards of 50 countries. Thomas McCarthy also entertaining the audience in Europe and the U.S. With Fire and Water for years, but 2025 will see some career highlights as the release of Colors. So that's what's going on at the Arcada Theater, 105 East Main Street tonight. Tomorrow, they got the tribute to Toby Keith. Each and every one of those shows, they always dedicated to America, veterans, and first responders. Made in America is most authentic tribute to the big dog daddy himself, Mr. Toby Keith. Their 11-piece band recreates the energy, look, and feel of a Toby Keith concert. So that's pretty much what's going to be going on. I do want to give one quick shout out to our friends. It's the Latin American Motorcycle Association, the Llamas. This Easter extravaganza is this weekend from 11 to 3, April the 12th. And it's an Easter egg hunt, if you could imagine that, on Saturday over at the American Legion. And it's going to be a extravaganza, to say the least. With the cost of eggs, these folks are still putting on this great show. So I'm not going to push it any further. What we're going to do, we are now going to introduce our people to you who is inside this studio. We have live in the studio, Leaving Scarlet. And here we are. You can see the band members right here. Say hello, band members. Hello. I like that. And one more time. I have the mics on now.
Hello.
Hey, there we go. So directly to my left, if you're looking at the screen, it would be your left as well. That's Cindy. Obviously, she plays the guitar. That's the thing in front of her. She also has some nice vocals behind her. They all sing, each and every one of them. Jackie in the middle, she's the cool one. She plays the bass. And then we got Rick on the end, and Rick plays the old guitar, and each one of them are going to sing. So what we wanted to do was we wanted to do all the why they're here and all that type of stuff in a little while. But I will tell you, they're going to be performing at Newman's Corner Pub tomorrow. I think it starts at 6 p.m., and that's a show that's really going to be something. It's got a good cause. It's got a good reason. But we got a lot of time to talk. We got 2 hours today with these folks. You got to hang around with us, aren't you guys?
Yeah. All right.
Beautiful. So you know what? You sure don't want to hear me. Let's hear this great band, Leaving Scarlet.
Ready? One, two, ready.
Baby, that they never gotta keep. 1, 2, 3, they're gonna run back to me. They always wanna come, but they never wanna leave. Access, they want me. They want me to make them and they won't let go. Access, they never want to leave. Access, and they want me. Like the girls, they want me to make them and they won't let go. My access, and they want me. Like the girls, they want me to make them and they won't let go. Access, and love. Come, they never want to leave my access. Like the girls, they want me to make them they won't let go. Access, they want me like the girls, they want me to make them they won't let go. Access.
Hey. So what was the name of that song? 1, 2, 3?
X's and O's. That was your second choice.
Yeah, well, it's okay. I was close. I tried.
Good guess.
That sounded absolutely wonderful. Where did that song come from? I mean, what's the basis of that one?
Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think from Louisiana, New Orleans.
Yeah.
These are all cover tunes, so we're covering different artists today.
No, that's great.
That was Ellie King, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Great sound. I hope our listeners that are watching on YouTube are getting the full effect. It is a little difficult sometimes to, we've got, God knows, 6, 7, 8, 12 different chords going into just regular audio soundboard, and Dennis has this going on. Everybody's mic'd up. I think what we may have to do, Rick, you may have to talk in a little closer And Mike, if you can, when you do your singing,
Sure.
I got you, peeked up a little bit higher so everyone will hear you. I think we're hearing you, but I just want to make sure we don't leave anybody out here. We'll get you guys got enough to drink. Take a few moments. Yeah,
I've got a tickle in my throat.
That's okay. No, this is absolutely wonderful. You guys are doing great. And I know you have quite a few different songs set up for us. So
We do.
What's the next song? The name of this, so I don't have to guess, of course.
It's the breakup song.
It is a breakup song.
And typically when we play this one live, I kind of dedicate it to all the lovely couples out there.
Oh, there you go. Well, you know what? Hey, hit it. Let's give it to all everybody out there.
Right.
Everybody's been through a breakup here and there, huh? About it.
Yeah.
But and it's who's originated the song?
Greg Ken.
Okay, great.
The Ken Band.
Yeah. All right. So what do you say? You want to just hit it? Let's do it.
Sure.
All right, folks. Let's go.
1, 2, 3.
Excellent. Great job on
Thank you.
Thank you.
That sounds just like him, too. I gotta tell you.
He does sound a lot like him.
Yeah, he's got the right timbre.
Yeah, no, excellent job. It's, everybody puts a lot of, well, they're a cover band and, they don't make their own songs and this and that. I've always said it, to me, the cover bands, and especially now with, especially rock and roll, as old as they're all getting, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, your cover bands are actually sounding more like they used to sound at their peaks because you were trying to replicate and duplicate what you have from either a recording or memory, if you remember that far
very
back.
interesting,
I
yeah.
do. You folks are a little younger, so younger than me, but it's a lot to perform. You know, and I'm looking on this song. You guys weren't reading off of any sheets of paper or looking for the lyrics or anything like that. You guys just have these in your head. That's pretty good. I mean,
Mostly.
We need help
Once in a while.
occasionally.
there's a lot of times how many different songs do you
We have
folks
over
play?
100 songs that
So
we.
how do you remember them?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, and we do have iPads that help us, keep on track. But
Cheat sheets.
most
That's
of
not
the
cheating.
time,
That's getting to know. You ought to see all the stuff I got here to ask you the right questions and push
Yeah.
the right buttons. It's not easy.
I'm sure.
Yeah, especially when you're running the board and trying to tune in. And like I said, thank God we had Dennis and Matt connecting you all up with all the sound.
they were awesome.
Aren't they something
They
over
were
here?
really,
Yeah, we're
excellent.
We're really proud of our station here because we do stuff like this, and this means, so much to us. Not only to our morning show host, Susie C. Sue Castle.
We love her.
Oh, isn't she
Yes,
something?
in fact, we're playing at Newman's tomorrow night,
That's
and
right.
we're
That's
going to
what
be
this is all
celebrating
about.
Susie C's birthday.
Right.
So come out and celebrate with us. She's awesome.
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of people there. There's
Yeah.
gonna be a lot of
It's gonna be a
celebrity
fun-
bartenders.
It's a party, yes.
Surrounding mayors. We have Mary Kay from Burlington. Michael Reed's going to be there from Hampshire. Guy Zamboni from Gilbert's. I always get the town mixed up where he's from. And then our guy, the guy that was helping you get set up, Matt McNeil, who has the Out to Lunch show here. His birthday was just the other week, so he's going to do the same thing. So we're all going to show up in full force. You'll have the whole WRMN crew there around
That's
watching,
right.
rooting you guys
We're all
on.
going to order martinis.
Let's do it. I'm a doers of, they don't have no scotch in that bar.
After we play.
Can you believe it? The last time I was there for the chili, I said, I'll have a doers and soda. Oh, we don't have scotch, so I guess I have to bring some.
Bring your own.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
it's one of those.
Uh-oh.
Well, I'm sure.
Just kidding.
Yeah, Jeff will take care of that. He'll have it ahead of time. But anyhow, listen, what's our next song we're going to hear?
We're going to do a Cranberries tune called Zombie.
Oh, good, Zombie. Okay. I think we should get right to it.
Okay.
With, at the bottom of the hour, if your song isn't done, just for those watching, we'll let it still play out on the YouTube side. But as far as the antenna, because we do both. Right now, anybody that's listening to us on WRMN 1410, they're listening to it on the blowtorch, as they call it, or on the stick, the antenna. So you're hearing all of this live. But we also have it archived by playing it on YouTube. So you'll be able to tune in and check this show out later, which I'm sure everybody's going to want to. And, another thing we have, we also take phone calls over here at 847-931-1410. 847-931-1410. If you want to ask the band a little something, please call in. You're welcome to do so. The first hour, I think we're going to play most music, and then we'll sit down and get to know each and every one of these folks. And then we have even a video, if I'm able to pull that off the right way. Their drummer wasn't able to make it because you're looking at 3 of 4. And if I go back to the screen here real quick, this is their band right here. And each band member is important.
That's right.
And when they don't have it, and it's Randy is the drummer, and he's on a flight. Where's he coming from? Canada?
Newfoundland.
Newfoundland. I thought it was Canada or something. But he had some kind of bag of something he was toting around. So, but we'll play that in just a little bit. So let's get on over to our next song. And what's our next song going to be? You already told me one.
Zombie.
Zombie. All right, here we go, folks.
1, 2, ready, and.
violence caused such silence? Who are we mistaken? You see, it's not me, it's not my family. In your head, they are crying with their tanks and their bombs and their bombs and their guns. In their head, they are crying. In your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. What's in your head? In your head, zombie, zombie, Another mother's breaking heart is taking over. When violence causes silence, we must be mistaken. It's the same old thing since 1960. In your head, they are fighting with their tanks and their bombs and their bombs and their guns. In your head, they are crying. It's in your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. What's in your head? In your head, zombie, zombie, zombie.
Hey, how was that? Right on time, too, because we got our play-out music over here.
Oh, yeah.
This is WRMN 1410 Live right here in Studio 14. And we have Leaving Scarlet over here. So tune in, wait for these couple of messages, and we'll be back in just a few short. Dino of Dino's Night Out.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Investigators are trying to figure out what caused the sightseeing helicopter to seemingly break apart in midair, crashing into the Hudson River in New York City on Thursday. News Nation's Rich McHugh has more.
The NTSB has taken over. They're on scene this morning trying to get to the bottom of what happened, but an aviation lawyer and former Marine Corps helicopter pilot tells News Nation that looking at the video of the crash seems to show a catastrophic mechanical failures to blame that the pilot did not have a chance to save the helicopter with 6 people aboard.
The AP reports there were 6 people aboard the Bell 206 helicopter. Agustin Escobar, an executive with the tech company Siemens from Spain, his wife, their 3 young children, and the pilot were all killed in the crash. The U.S. government is being ordered to facilitate a return of a man that was mistakenly deported. News Nation's Elizabeth Vargas has the details.
The U.S. Supreme Court has ordered the Trump administration to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia back to the United States. This is all after the Department of Justice admitted in court filings that it accidentally sent him, along with hundreds of gang members, to a notorious mega prison in his home country of El Salvador. Now, Garcia is a Salvadoran citizen, but he is not a member of a gang. He fled El Salvador to flee, get away from the gangs.
He had never been charged with a crime here in the United States. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Make sure to catch the WRMN Morning Show every Monday through Friday starting at 6 a.m. and continue our live local coverage until 6 p.m.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly sunny with a high near 54. Tonight, mostly clear with a low around 33. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 60. Tomorrow night, mostly cloudy with a low around 45. Sunday, mostly cloudy with a high near 67. Currently, it is 52 with mainly clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Dino's Night Out on WRMN. It's the talk of the town, so come on and listen now. It's Dino's Night Out on WRMN 1410.
Hey, and we're back to Dino's Night Out. You're listening right here, WRMN 1410. Ordinarily, you know, I just love this song, everybody, so I play it. But I'm not going to play it so long today, especially when we have some great guests inside the studio over here. I couldn't do that to them. Leaving Scarlett is still in here. We've got a couple of phone calls over here. We're going to get those knocked out as well. And then they've agreed to play some more songs. I've been getting some text messages that everybody loves what they're hearing. So, you know what we're going to do? You folks ready for a phone call? All right, let's do that. We're going to move over to a phone call now. And let me push that right over here. Hey, you're on WRMN. Who do we got on the phone?
My name is Dave from Hoffman Estates.
Hey, Dave.
I just want to say it's sounding great on the radio. Just love Leaving Scarlett. But I do have a question for him. What song do they like to play the most?
I think we all have a different answer for that one.
I thought that might be puzzling.
Yeah, take a stab at it. What do you like? What type of music do you like playing?
Okay, well, I'm going to say I'm a Heart fan. So either Magic Man, Barracuda.
Okay.
I know I gave 2 answers.
That's okay. You're entitled to 2. What about you, Jackie?
Well, I really like doing the hard things. I like promoting the girl rock, but I also really like it when people get up and dance and we can incorporate people in from the audience and stuff. So I really kind of like Rick sings Sympathy for the Devil, and we get people up doing tambourine and stuff, and we love it when people play cowbell, and so it's that's probably my
little
favorite.
interaction, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, Rick? What's your?
Mine kind of changes as we pick up new songs. As we learn, I'm more excited to play the new ones and see what the energy we get coming back is.
Yeah. Does that answer your question, caller?
Good answer. Thanks, Dave.
All right. Well, listen. Thank you very much for calling. We got 2 more, folks. Hold on. Here we go. Hey, caller. You're on WRMN. Who do we got here?
Hi, Dino. How are you, brother?
Hey.
This is Nando. I'm actually used to co-work with Rick there at Kester and Illinois Tool Works back in my day. I don't know if you remember me, Rick.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then back in the day, I kid you not, when you said about the tambourines, I remember Rick pointed us out, and my little daughter and myself went up to the stage over there at Danny's Pizza, and we played with you guys at the tambourine, so that was a great moment. So, yeah, there's a lot of interaction with the band, so great gig. You know, I love the way it sounds, and I think I do like one when you guys play the Barracuda song, and then when Rick goes solo with his guitar play, when he freestyles a little bit here and there.
Excellent.
All right.
Well, listen, we thank you very much for calling in. We got one more caller.
Rick, you take care, brother. It was good to hear your voice, and you keep doing the good work, you guys. Living Scarlet, okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Hey, you guys are going to know this voice as soon as you hear her. Go ahead, caller. You're on the line.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to WRMN.
Is that Susie C?
It is definitely Susie C on the line.
Awesome.
Oh, it's so good to watch you guys on the TV in the studio. I can't wait for tomorrow night. I'm so happy that you guys are going to come and play.
It's going to be a rocking party.
We are excited, and we start at 8 o'clock.
Start at 8 o'clock, and we're going to make lots and lots of money for Megan.
Awesome.
Isn't that great? Hey, Sue, say a little bit about, what the funds are being raised for those who haven't been listening or probably paying attention.
For everybody who hasn't listened before, every year on my birthday, I do a birthday tip donation extravaganza. And I can call it an extravaganza because it's my birthday.
That's it.
Yeah. So what we do is we have all the different guest bartenders with me all night long. We ask everybody to tip us heavily, and we donate every dime that comes in. I typically can raise about $2,000, $2,500. I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow night. I'm hoping at least that much. And the young lady who needs the service animal, he's a seizure dog. And her seizure dog that she has now has to retire. He's getting older. And so it's like $25,000 for a seizure dog.
Excellent.
So, and her dog she has now has saved her life multiple times.
Now, that's not a basset, is it, Sue?
It's not a basset.
Okay.
They're typically, wouldn't that be good
Wouldn't
to
that
have
be
a
something?
service basset?
Sure. Yeah, they're out there.
Yeah, that would be awesome. And Dino, I hear you're coming out tomorrow.
Going to be out there. Jeannie told me I had to come out, so we're going to come out.
Absolutely. We're going to tip Matt McNeil. I think he is bartending at 7.
Oh, is that what time he's coming on? Okay.
I think it's 7. I have my list at home, but yep.
We got the
So we're
3
gonna have
mayors that are
so
going to
many
be there.
guests.
Mary Kay
Actually,
from Burlington.
4.
Oh, 4. Who else?
Guy Zambetti is bringing a surprise. It might be Amber from Pingree.
Oh, okay.
Because Tim from Huntley is not available tomorrow night. So
I didn't know about Amber. Oh, I'm glad you told me that.
yeah, so it might be Amber. We don't know. It's a surprise, but yeah, we're going to have so much fun and make so much money, and it's just such a celebration. And I do this every year because I'm so blessed. Every year.
It is always fun at Newman's, even when it's not a special celebration. We love
Oh,
playing
you guys
Newman's.
rock, and you guys rock the house. Like, if you think they sound good in studio, wait till they can, because that's such a small space, they can't really let loose. Dean will be blown out the window.
Yeah, we'll
But
love
when they're
I love it.
when they're here and they can let loose, they're even better than what you're hearing now.
Sounds great. We got couple more callers here, Sue. So
All right,
thanks
you go
for
let
calling
everybody
in.
else talk, and I will talk to you all tomorrow.
Yes,
all
thank
right,
you for the
looking
explanation.
forward to it. Bye, guys.
Bye, Sue. Okay, we got two more callers, and we're going to get back to some music.
All right.
All right, who do we have on the line now? You're at WRMN.
It's George Rollins. How are
Hey,
you?
George.
Great band, great sound, great energy, great enthusiasm. I've been trying to see Leaving Scarlet for probably 5 years. Every time they post something on Facebook, I always put interested. Something always comes up. I promise you, tomorrow night, nothing will come up. I will be at Newman's. It's a great cause, and I get to hear this great band live and in person. And Jackie and Cindy know their quasi biggest fan promoter, Linda Bettino, has been a friend of mine since we were 15 years old.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's a
We went to
double
school with
blessing.
Linda.
Yes, and I was a couple of years ahead of you, but so did I.
So we figure you can come tomorrow to Newman's, and then since you're in the area, you can also come to Danny's the week after, because we're playing Danny's
I did.
on Saturday,
Yeah, right down
the
the block.
26th. So
Yeah, I know.
hopefully
And
we'll
I've
see
seen
you
videos of
twice.
you from Danny's, yeah, absolutely. Well, you'll absolutely see me tomorrow night. Absolutely. I will introduce myself. Dean, what time are you getting there?
I'm sure I'll be there by 6. So I look forward to seeing you then, George.
Maybe you could be my date.
Yeah, hey, that sounds good with me. Come on in my area.
Thank you, George.
Okay, good. Thank
Talk to you later, George.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah, we got two more, and here we go. Go ahead. This is Diane. Hello.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
Hey, Dad. This is Heather Olson. This is Rick's daughter. Just wanted to call and say hi, Cindy. Hi, Jackie. You guys look amazing.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, of course. I'll fly up and come to the show at Newman's tomorrow. You guys look like rock stars. You sound good. You look good, and I always love watching you guys.
And how about this
thank
time
you.
for what a great cause, huh?
Yeah, incredible, incredible.
All right, we'll look forward to seeing you
I'm
tomorrow.
gonna hop off so they can go play.
All right, we're going to hear another song. So one more caller, then we're going to get back to the music. Thanks for calling in. Hey, you're on WRMN.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. This is Nick Sanzeri calling in.
Hi, Nick Sanzeri.
Hi, Nick.
Hi, Nick.
Hey, guys. How are you? I just wanted to call a longtime friend of the band. I've seen them play many times and seen them evolve greatly over the years and even take over my gig at Newman. So that's great, you know. Couldn't happen with a nicer bunch of people.
Oh, thanks.
Isn't that nice?
So,
They don't have their headphones on, so I have to put the in-studio
Yeah.
speaker on. So sorry about the feedback.
yeah. Well, Nick, you're an awesome musician too, and you're playing the circuit everywhere. So we really appreciate you calling in and giving
Who's
us
Nick
a
with?
shout out. He's a solo artist. Amazing guy, amazing bassist.
You should have him on. He's
Well,
great.
let's go. Hey, Nick, I'm going to get the information from the gang over here. Maybe you'd like to come on our show.
Yeah, I would love to. I would love to. And, yeah, every time I have a night off, which isn't often, I check to see where, you know, Leaving Scarlet is. And I always enjoy hearing them. They're always adding new songs and even adding new drummers from time to time. But I don't think I've seen Randy yet, but I think you guys have settled on a really good lineup here. And a lot of energy and enthusiasm, and yeah, you know I'm a big fan.
Well, come on out tomorrow. I got a drink. First drink's on me, okay?
Well, that's really nice. Yeah, I won't be able to make it tomorrow because, yeah, I'm playing myself. But on that rare occasion, you know, when the planets align, when I'm off and they're playing, yeah, you definitely might see me.
Sounds great. Thank you very much for calling in.
Thanks.
Thanks, All right,
I know they
you guys.
appreciate the support.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, what do you guys think? It's 45. Yeah, we got at least one or two songs we could sneak in here before the top of the hour.
Sure.
So let's get right to the music again. Listen, callers, thank you very much for calling in. You know, when you get a band like this, Leaving Scarlet, and you get other musicians that are calling in, giving their praise and their accolades, that's got to tell you something about this group. I knew they were kind of special when they said, you know what, we're going to help out this young lady. We want to make sure that Megan gets what she needs, you know, to get that service animal. So let's get right back to the music. Here we are, Leaving Scarlet.
1, 2, ready. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. I only wanna see you, baby, in the purple rain. I never wanted to be your weekend lover. Only wanna be some kind of friend. Hey, hey, hey. Baby, never can steal from another. Such a shame our friendship had to end. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. I only wanna see you walking in the purple rain. And you know, I know, times I'm changing. It's time to try for something different. That means you too. Say you wanna leave out. Can't say the next night. You better hold it. Let me guide you to the purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. I wanna see you in the purple rain.
Hey, how about that? That was that one I know. That was Purple Rain from Johnny Cash, right? I'm only playing. Yeah, Prince. That was a great rendition, to be honest with you.
Thank you.
Again, when you say different people cover, you cover your own certain way. You had your own little flair, your ups, your down. I kind of like that. That was really, really nice. Really good.
A lot of times when you have a girl, singing a guy's song, you're allowed to kind of have your own take on it, and you make it your own, and that's
Sounds
part of
good.
the fun of covering
Well,
other songs.
Cindy, you did a good job.
Thank you very
All right,
much.
we got another quick phone call, then we're going to do another song, then we're going to be at the top of the hour. So here we are, caller, here on WRMN. Go ahead. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good.
I'm just calling to say that I'm crazy about this band.
Aren't they great?
I have seen them,
Thank you.
yes, many, many times. And I love the songs they sing. I love rock and roll. And I especially love the one guitar player. But I would recommend them coming out to see anyone. My name's Maureen. I'm calling from Chicago.
Hey, how you like that?
Thank you.
Well, listen,
Thank you.
it's a bit of a trip to get out to Newman's, but it's well worth the
It
drive.
is.
So why don't you come on out if you can, huh?
I will. Thank you so much.
We'd love to see you there.
Maureen.
All right, thanks for the
Thank you.
call.
All right.
Man, love to hear that. How about that, guys? Wasn't that a nice call?
Everybody's being so nice. Very
Yeah,
sweet.
A lot of great callers, a lot of great comments. We'll get to those in just a
Yeah.
little bit. So thank you very much for calling.
They're so good. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's squeeze that one song in before we hit our top of the hour. I'm not rushing you, but I want to make sure that we, people get their ears full over
Yeah,
here.
which one do you want to
So
do?
I don't know, what do you got?
We got mine. Oh, okay.
Everybody's getting a chance over here.
It's your turn to sing. My life is still trying to get up that great big hill for a destination. I realized quickly when I knew I should, the world was made up of this brotherhood of man, or whatever that means. And so it hurts sometimes when I'm lying in bed just to get it all out. What's in my head now? Feeling a little peculiar. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high and I scream to the top of my lungs, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. I say, hey, what's going on? And I said, hey, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? Ooh, I try, oh my God, I try all the time. This is it goes wrong. I pray, oh my God, I pray every single day for revolution. So I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed just to get it all out. What's in my head now? Feeling a little peculiar. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high and I scream at the top of my lungs, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? And I said, destination. Thank you. Casey Jackie.
Absolutely awesome, guys. Wonderful.
Thank you.
You gonna play that tomorrow night?
Yes, we will.
Oh, I hope you do.
We'll be
Yeah,
playing all these.
That's a
for
great
sure.
one.
And more. And get your dancing shoes on because we're going to boogie.
You know how to get them out to dance, too.
All
huh?
right.
That's what I want to hear. Listen, we're going to take one more call, and then I think it'll be time for the top of the hour break. So let's see if I can time this right. So here we go. Go ahead, caller. You're on WRMN.
Thank you. I'm enjoying your music very, very much. It's very upbeat. But I do have a question for you. How did you come up with the name of your band?
She can't answer you yet. Everybody's
That's a
asking.
good question, and we're going to cover that, and stay tuned.
Yeah, at the next hour, you're going to hear just how they came up with that name and what it's all about. So you're just going to have to stay tuned, okay?
Okay.
Anything
Thank
else?
you.
Rita always does that. She'll call in, ask a quick question. Okay, that's all. I'm done. Thank you. All right. Thanks for calling, Rita. And listen, all the callers, thank you. Look at that. Did I time this out perfect? Or did I time this
You're
out?
a pro.
I don't know. We're getting there. When you're around people, it makes you look better. When you're around professional people, you got to be professional. So that's what's bringing it out of me. Listen, you are listening to Dino's Night Out. And a lot of people want to know, hey, how the heck did you get that name, Leaving Scarlet? Well, you're just going to have to wait to the top of the hour, catch the news, and tune on right back. WRMN 1410 or the YouTube. And you can still ask questions. 847-931-1410. Dino's Night Out. Catch you on the other side.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 3 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Investigators are trying to figure out what caused the sightseeing helicopter to seemingly break apart in midair, crashing into the Hudson River in New York City on Thursday. News Nation's Rich McHugh has more.
The NTSB has taken over. They're on scene this morning trying to get to the bottom of what happened, but an aviation lawyer and former Marine Corps helicopter pilot tells News Nation that looking at the video of the crash seems to show a catastrophic mechanical failures to blame, that the pilot did not have a chance to save the helicopter with 6 people aboard.
The AP reports there were 6 people aboard the Bell 206 helicopter. Agustin Escobar, an executive with the tech company Siemens from Spain, his wife, their 3 young children, and the pilot were all killed in the crash. The U.S. government is being ordered to facilitate a return of a man that was mistakenly deported. News Nation's Elizabeth Vargas has the details.
The U.S. Supreme Court has ordered the Trump administration to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia back to the United States. This is all after the Department of Justice admitted in court filings that it accidentally sent him, along with hundreds of gang members, to a notorious mega prison in his home country of El Salvador. Now, Garcia is a Salvadoran citizen, but he is not a member of a gang. He fled El Salvador to flee, get away from the gangs.
He had never been charged with a crime here in the United States. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Make sure to catch the WRMN Morning Show every Monday through Friday starting at 6 a.m. and continue our live local coverage until 6 p.m.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Prevnar. 3 Chicago women have been charged following a daring theft at the Nike Well Collective in downtown Naperville. It happened on Wednesday afternoon. 2 suspects entered the store, grabbed 20 clothing items, and fled to a car driven by a third accomplice. Despite Naperville police officers' attempt to stop them, the suspects did evade capture for a time until a Chicago Police Department helicopter identified them, and they were arrested. Amaya Shannon and Shawanda Outlaw face felony burglary and retail theft charges alongside their driver, Martasia Barney. Elgin's initiative to house homeless individuals at Lexington Inn and Suites will continue through September, courtesy of a $418,000 state grant. The funding backs the Elgin Unsheltered Pilot Program, as reported by City Manager Rick Kozol. The Illinois State Supreme Court has rejected a Republican challenge to the 2021 legislative redistricting. The court's Democratic majority concluded the Republicans delayed too long in bringing their legal challenge, citing a lack of prompt attention. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Listen up, fellow Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. Let's do it again and get vaccinated, because we're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit VaxAssist.com and schedule a vaccine today. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. Call 800-894-3737. That's 800-894-3737.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly sunny with a high near 54. Tonight, mostly clear with a low around 33. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 60. Tomorrow night, mostly cloudy with a low around 45. Sunday, mostly cloudy with a high near 67. Currently, it is 52 with mainly clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Dino's Night Out on WRMN. It's the talk of the town, so come on and listen now. It's Dino's Night Out on WRMN 1410. on WRMN. It's the talk of the town, so come on and listen now. It's Dino's Night Out on WRMN 14.
Hey, we are back to WRMN 1410 Live right here. Another session of Dino's Night Out in our second hour. Everybody knows I love playing that song, but this time we were stalling a little bit because we had to get all the seats and everybody where they belong, because now everyone's sitting down, had to roll up chords. You know, they're their own roadies today. Don't have nobody playing roadie out there other than Dennis, and I picked up a chord or two too, and Matt was out there. But hey, here's our guest. We are back. And it's everybody stayed in the same spot. Oh, thank you very much. So we got Cindy, we got Jackie, we got Rick, and also right on the end, there's my partner over there. His name is Matt McNeil. How's everybody doing over here? We doing okay, everybody?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Yeah. What a performance. All I could say is just that. What a performance. You guys, gals, guys, does it bother you when I say it like that? Okay, no. A lot of people, what do you mean, Cara? Well, I got to tell you, it was a performance and a half. You know,
thank you. Well, thank you.
It really was. I am so looking forward to tomorrow. I think it's, and everybody that called in, oh my gosh, all these different people. In fact, look what it is. We got 2 callers right now. Awesome. Should we take some phone calls?
Yeah. Sure.
And then pretty soon we're going to tell everybody how we got to the name of Leaving Scarlet. Okay.
It's a mystery.
Boy, I know the suspense is killing everyone. So, hey, hang tight. We're going to take a phone call over here. And who do we have? Go ahead, caller. You're on WRMN.
Hi, my name's Erin. I am one of the most common groupies to follow this lovely band. I can't explain enough how much fun I have when I'm with these people. But I do want to mention my favorite part about this band is their ability to make everybody in the room feel included when they're singing, and the way that they touch the souls of the room, the people in the room, is just it's remarkable. And I've felt that several times in the many performances that I witnessed, and I know too that many other people have also felt the exact same way. So I just I'm actually at work right now, but right down the street. I'm right down the street, actually, from the radio station.
Well, come on in and say hi. We'll get you on the microphone. You can say hi to everybody. You're welcome. Come on.
Well, Erin. Actually, it's a secret that I'm doing this right now.
Well, Erin, we consider it a real honor to play music and entertain people. And so, as part of that honor is to make sure we include everybody so that they're all partying with us. That's my goal as a performer. And I think we all have that same drive as to, it's one big party and we want you all to have fun. You've got so many choices, on a Saturday night. You could go.
Oh my God, how many different
There's
bands
so many things that you could be doing, and we're so just happy that everyone comes out and hears us. And
so that's Erin on the phone?
That's Erin.
So Erin, I guess what you're witnessing is their passion for what they do, right? I mean,
100%.
Okay, those are true performers. These are people that aren't just, dressing up, trying to make a dollar, a couple gigs here and there. They're doing this because it's love of the art, I would say. And I could tell by watching them. We have a lot of people lately have been coming into our studio. And, a lot of the questions are always the same questions, but you could see the people with the humility. We've had some great acts in here, and usually when you get into our studio, that's kind of like the criteria, because I do the checking out who's coming in, who's not. This come in with great credibility. Sue Castle said, hey, these people are awesome. That was already, 4 notches up. And then I got to talk to Jackie a little bit, and she was telling me what was going to happen. Gave me all a host of photos and that. You could tell that these are people that are doing this just out of this is what they like. So that's a great testament. I'm glad that you said that about them. Anybody want to say anything else to Erin?
Well, we just really appreciate Erin coming all the time, and we do have a blast when we're together.
Beautiful. Got another phone call, guys.
Looking forward to tomorrow.
Yep. Erin, the offer is still good. You want to come on down? You can sneak on the mic. Everyone's welcome here at WRMN, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thanks,
We'll talk to you
guys.
later.
Bye,
Thank you.
Aaron. Thanks.
Thanks,
Aaron.
Bye.
Okay. And I'm not going to, I could see the name on this one. The other one I couldn't. So go ahead, caller. You're on WRMN along with Leaving Scarlet.
Hi, everybody. This is Cheryl, and I am a very long-time fan of Leaving Scarlet for many reasons. These are wonderful people, good people, and they're great musicians. And just like Aaron said, they make everybody feel a part of the party when they're performing, not only getting people up on stage, but just encouraging everybody to get out and dance. So, you know, it's always fun, and I'm always really sore when after I get out there, right?
And you are a runner.
Right. Oh, those were the old days. But I'm calling with a kudos and a question.
Okay.
So kudos to the St. Patrick's Day performance at Keith's Reef.
Oh,
I haven't, unfortunately, been to see you guys as regularly as I wanted to, but we stopped in. The place was packed. Everybody was having so much fun. I mean, just you guys, you know, it's not a big stage. The place was packed. Everybody was having so much fun. It was the most fun I've had on St. Patrick's Day, and it was due to the music and just the energy from these guys. They're awesome. So that was my kudos. And then my question is, when is your first performance outside this year? Do you guys have anything booked where you're going to be performing outside?
Labor
Day
Day.
weekend. We're playing
Johnsburg.
Backyard Bar
and Marina.
It's gonna be
is that Memorial Day weekend?
Yes.
Yes.
It's Monday, May 26th.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah,
Can't
it's
wait.
going
You
to
guys
be
are great out there.
beautiful there. And they have nice food, good food. So come out and have a great weekend on the water.
First outdoor event, right?
Yeah.
Outdoor events are a lot of fun, aren't they?
So
They
much.
are.
Yeah. A little bit more louder music, a lot more people there.
Yeah.
Kind of get you going.
Yeah, and it's sun. It's nice to have the breeze, you know, going through the stage.
Oh,
and-
yeah. It's got to be, right? All right, Cheryl.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you very
so
much for calling.
One more kudos is they do a lot of the, you know, their performances. They really support like just charitable foundations, you know, whether it be for, you know, I don't know. I mean, I just trying to think back. Either it's Toys for Tots or whatever. There's so much
Shelter
of that.
in Elgin. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And such goodness. So keep rocking, you guys.
Oh, thank you,
Cheryl.
Thank you, Cheryl.
All right. I got to get back to work. Take care, everyone.
Bye.
And we have a couple other people. You know Veronica Page?
Yes.
Okay. She called in on the text line. Heather Olson, what does it say? Let's go Leaving Scarlet and look at those rock stars. That was Heather. And Veronica Page again had a few more comments. George, he's really dying to know what the heck is going on. What's it say? Reading that. Okay. So we have a couple of people there. Then Mark Ellis says, Dino's Night Out. LOL. I say we rename this to Matt's Money Hour. Hey, we could do that. No problem at all.
That's money. All right.
We'll take it. But
we all need money now.
Oh my God! Who doesn't need a dollar?
Always.
So you know what? Let's get to some of these questions that we do want to ask. But the one that everybody's asking, how did you get the name
Leaving
Leaving
Scarlet.
Scarlet?
Well, yeah. Cindy and I have been in bands for a very long time, and you know, back in the 90s, it wasn't always so friendly to have female musicians in some of these clubs. So, you know, we had some rough patches where we had to, you know, fight for our right to party, whatever. And so with this band, Rick joined the band about, 15 years ago, and everything just clicked. We were best friends. We travel together. He treats us as equals, and we all respect each other and work so well together. And just really, truly, we love each other. And now Randy, our new drummer, also, well, not new drummer. He's been with us now years. But so Randy is part of that, too. We all just communicate well, and we have fun together. And so when we were naming the band, it was kind of inspired by the book, The Scarlet Letter, where the girl had to wear the A, and
Right.
and we've left that. This band has left that. There's no
all about
animosity.
equality.
We are all one in the band,
Excellent.
and it's leaving Scarlet. We love
And that's why they call you a group. A group is one, right?
That's right.
That's
you guys
right.
may be three. You may have individual talents, individual things that each one could do a little better than the other, or not even better than the other, just a little different expertise or spin onto it. But the fact of what you're saying is leave that behind. Let's go forward. Let's be one. Let's be great. Let's be together. Right? That's wonderful.
Yes.
I'm all for that.
And the minute we met him, we knew. It was
You knew
all-
this was-
it
this
was,
was the
it
guy?
was meant to be. That's right.
Yeah. And so, well, that's pretty awesome. How long have you folks been together now?
15 years.
Wow. It's been that long,
It
huh?
has. It has.
Wow. The same four?
The three of us.
The
Three of you. Okay.
And then, but Randy's been with us for quite a while now too.
Okay.
He's just rounded out the span so perfectly. It's a driving force.
He brings so much.
Oh yeah.
You know what I do have? Is it a good time to play that video from him?
Oh yeah. We wish he were here right now.
Yes, we do.
Right. Let me get this over. He had made this video earlier today, and Jackie, you sent it to me, right?
I
Yes.
Okay. So if I did this right, and Matt taught me right, when we give the new naming rights to Matt over here, let's see if this worked out pretty good. What did I do wrong, Matt?
I hope you are enjoying the time with.
We're going to do that over. Here we go.
Hey, everybody. This is Randy, the drummer from Leaving Scarlet. And I hope you are enjoying the time with Cindy, Jackie, and Rick. I'm sorry I'm not able to be there. I'm actually flying home from Canada. I have my Tim Hortons donuts to prove it. And but I'm super excited to be able to be at Newman's Pub tomorrow night in Hampshire. I hope you all can come out and see us. We can't wait to rock.
Hey.
Yeah.
And there you have it. How about it, huh?
Randy.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, so I thought I heard that he was coming from Canada, but where was he originally?
Before that,
Newfoundland.
Newfoundland, right? So that's where he was.
With the Newfies.
Yeah, the Newfies. That's a different area, isn't it?
It is.
A little
Pretty
bit.
rugged area.
Yeah, that manly stuff. Yeah. Is that where Randy is from? Is he from Newfoundland?
No, he was
No,
there for work.
Algonquin, actually.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, we're giving him too much credit, then. We'll take it. If you're listening, Randy, we just took it away from you, pal.
Randy's from Algonquin. He's also a part of Fleet 17, who also supports us. So we want to give a shout out to Fleet 17 for always coming to our shows, and especially Keith's Reef and some of the wonderful places we play on the water.
Well, that's nice,
Yeah.
huh? One of the things that I've been discovering by doing a lot of different interviews with a lot of different bands, which I've been privileged to do, once you're a musician and you are what you are, and like you're leaving Scarlet behind, you're just now another musician, which is good. You'd like to be that, just another musician. You don't want to be, oh, yeah, that's that girl singer.
Right.
She does okay. But now you're a musician, and you're talking about this Fleet 17 and Randy coming along, and you were telling me too, Rick, that you played with Rick Lindy in the Wild Ones
Well,
a while ago, but
no. Rick is a good personal friend.
I take it back then.
My mother taught him organ and piano.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
So I've known him since we were children.
Oh, I got you. But the fact that I was trying to get to is, if they needed a fill-in, or if they needed a seat to a drummer or a bass player, whatever, because of your talent, you're all able to fit in.
Exactly.
And it seems like everybody kind of gets along pretty good in this industry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right. So it's a small, and I would think too, it's a a lot of the bad mouthing going on and this and that. It's a smaller industry and a smaller group. I think everybody kind of holds together pretty good from what I've seen. I've never seen one band talk bad about another one. And look at you, you're talking about Fleet 17. How neat is that? That should be very flattering to everybody.
We really try to support each other. In fact, at Rock House the other day, what was the show, Jackie? Do you remember the name of it?
80s.
Big 80s.
Yeah.
Big 80s.
Metal Jam. But everybody, or different people from different bands, would get up and play together. And it was a really, really wonderful feeling to support each other, people from different bands. And
Bob
It was
Koza.
really neat. Bob
Koza
Koza.
puts that together, and it's once a month now at Rock House, and it's just so much fun. You sign up and you just go play with other musicians.
Oh, that's
and
neat.
Bring your instruments and.
Well,
yeah.
like, remember, and again, maybe not member, but years ago, at least when I was listening to different bands, they were more intimate, smaller settings. And what you're speaking of is like jam sessions. You know, a couple guys will get something playing. And, these were the big stars that were doing this type of stuff in small little clubs, wherever they were. Maybe they were touring a certain area, and then they pop into some, I don't know, little 2-4-piece band being played.
Yeah.
And they say, "Hey, aren't you so-and-so?" Yeah, I am. And so they'd sit down with these guys, and now, you're jamming with some pretty heavy-duty stars.
Right.
And it's just kind of a cool feeling, right? And then like yourselves, all from the same group and the same industry, that's got to be a good feeling, right?
Yes.
You like doing that, Cindy?
So
Yeah.
Is that one of your favorites or what?
Sure.
Yeah? I'll take that.
I'll take it.
Yeah, go ahead. What about you? Is this something, at least for you, Rick, is that something you're comfortable with? hopping in?
Absolutely. I've been doing it my whole life.
Yeah, so this is your rock and roll. This is it, huh?
Well, Rick played in the Marine Corps band.
Oh, no
I was a
kidding.
Marine for
So-
6.5 years.
Yeah, he's
God bless you. Thank you
performed
for
in
the
what
service.
Brazil and Japan, and so he's Philippines. He's played all over.
I have.
So you have. So
That's pretty neat stuff, right? So, Matt, listen, tomorrow you're going to be out there, and you're going to be one of the bartenders while this little crew over here is going to be playing all types of different music. What do you think of that?
So I'm really excited about it. So what it is Newman's Corner Pub for birthdays. They allow, if you want to sign up, you can do an hour of bartending. I've never done bartending at all in my life, so this is going to be quite an interesting experience. But I'm going to be there tomorrow at 6 o'clock, and it should be fun. I think it's going to be a really great time.
it'll be awesome, and we'll order something easy for you.
Okay.
Can of beer.
A can of beer. That
Right.
sounds good. Yeah. I
Well-
think it's going to be fun to do all that mixing, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I know Matt knows how to do a rum and coke pretty good.
All right.
On his birthday, we had introduced Matt to. In fact, it was on his birthday we did that chili cook-off. We were
Oh.
over at Newman's, and remember I was telling you they
Mm-hmm.
didn't have scotch. I didn't know that, so I was drinking a rum and coke with Matt, and that was a pretty good time, wouldn't you say, Matt?
Oh, it was great.
Yeah.
All the different chilies that you could try. There were like, I don't even know. There was like maybe a total of like 9 or 10 different chilies.
Yeah.
And they were all good. I liked every single one of them. There wasn't a single one that I didn't like.
Was it a contest, a cook-off?
Yeah. Yeah, we all put a little something in there.
Competition.
Yeah, it's fun. You got to do that. Nothing compared to the competition of you folks, but yeah, no, this is really what you've put together. For this, it's really it's a benefit, and they're going to be benefiting Megan, and we've talked about it several times now. Do any of you know Megan? At least,
I don't think so.
no. Okay, I'm just curious.
We trust Susan.
Oh, absolutely. A lot of times you get put into different charities, or hey, we got this cause or that cause. But I tell you what, you can't ask for a better cause to get a service animal for somebody who needs it. And my understanding is she has the seizures. And I mean, a lot has to go into teaching that dog, what.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How would
It's amazing.
I mean, they have that sixth sense, because my golden doodle, my little honey, she could always tell when I'm not feeling good. She'll stay right by my side or help me when I got to get up if I can't get up right. But they seem to know something a little different than we do. So I imagine that's extensive training, especially when you're talking seizures. So there must be something that tips just before they go into that, and they're able to get them the help that they need. So whether you folks realize it or not, I mean, such gratitude to what you're doing by helping out this lovely lady, Megan, to get that service animal. I mean, that's really something. I mean, you should all feel very, very proud of that, I can't say enough about it. Sue brought up this thing. She says, oh, I always do this thing at the bar, and, all the tips go to some type of a charity. I says, okay, that sounds good. And then she's expanded it. And they got some great people coming up over there. They've got, now I'm understanding, Amber from Pingery Grove, if I got the town right. I know Mike Reed will be there, mayor of Hampshire. Mary Kay, great lady, wonderful lady. In fact, she made me some Irish soda bread. She's from Burlington. Oh, it was really good, too. And then Guy Zambetti, I was calling him Zamboni. What a bony I am. You know, like the Zamboni that cleans the ice. But I know it's Zambetti. But Mike Reed always calls him that sometimes. So I said, okay. And he's the mayor over there in Gilbert's. And then, of course, Matt, our guy right around in the next to you folks, he'll be one of the guest bartenders as well. So it's going to be a fun night. Like I said, we're going to have all of us are going to be coming by there. I know you're going to have a packed house because it's gotten a lot of publicity, and I think it's just going to be a great evening. So what's going to be the opening song? What are we going to expect for an opening? Is it a secret, or can you tell us your playlist a little bit here?
Well, we're going to do Rock You Like a Hurricane by Scorpions.
All right. Scorpions. Yeah. I saw them at the Rockford Speedway. You remember them years ago?
Oh, yeah. For sure.
Well, I don't know how old you are, but I'll tell you what, I saw them. Who else did I see? The Scorpions and who else there at the same time?
I'm sure Cheap Trick.
Exactly who it was. Mm-hmm. Cheap Trick was there, too. Man, what a concert that was. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I drove, so I wasn't drinking or nothing. But all my buddy, we were firemen at the time.
Oh, nice.
So we did nothing but had a good time every day of our life. When we were off shift, boom, we always found a concert to go to. But that was a lot of fun. So that's going to be the opening song, huh?
Yes. Yep.
And then what after that? What do you think? Give us a little preview. People want to know what's going to be coming here.
Okay, then we do Kryptonite.
By
Three Doors Down. Okay. And then, are you going to go my way?
If you want me to, sure. I'm easy to go.
Of course we do.
Yeah.
By Lenny Kravitz.
Okay.
And then Pat Benatar, and then a Heart song.
Oh, I like Heart. You guys enjoy doing that, you were saying,
yes.
right?
Yes. And then
Amy Winehouse.
Oh, my God. She just got inducted into that...
Hall of Fame?
Yeah, some type of Hall of Fame. What a shame. She passed so soon.
Oh, yes. Terrible.
A lot of pressure on her. That's what this industry does to a lot of people. You know, the fame and the demand from so many different people. Go here. So, you know, you got to stick around for a little bit longer. We got to hit, this is the bottom of the hour break. So this is where the people hear the weather and everything else. Everybody, we are here. We are blessed to be with Living Scarlet. We already know what that means and why that it's named the way it is. And we have Cindy, Jackie, and Rick. Randy, you saw him pipe in. And we got our very own WRMN guy, Matt McNeil, who's going to be one of the guest bartenders. So, we want you to go over to Newman's. And that's coming up in the very near future. That's tomorrow. 6 o'clock, the doors open. So please, make a point of coming there. It's for a good cause. It's for Megan's. You're going to get another service animal. And we'll see you in just a little bit. So please, stay tuned. And we'll be back right after these short messages.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Cintas. The Indian Prairie School District 204 School Board has greenlit a 3.9% salary increase for administrative and non-bargaining employees for the next school year. This comes as part of the board's most recent school board decision. Employees benefiting from the raise include registered nurses, occupational therapists, administrative assistants, and various tech and HR support staff. The latest Naperville Police Department arrest report has been released, including incidents involving a 45-year-old man from Mendota charged with improper turn and driving on a suspended license, and a 23-year-old woman from Shorewood arrested on an unspecified warrant. In Naperville, a decision regarding the city's energy future is causing significant debate. The Public Utilities Advisory Board has narrowly voted 4-3 to recommend renewing their contract with the Illinois Municipal Energy Agency. The 20-year extension keeps Naperville tied to the coal-heavy electricity provider despite environmental concerns. However, the decision is not final. Naperville City Council will make the ultimate call. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly sunny with a high near 54. Tonight, mostly clear with a low around 32. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 61. A slight chance of rain showers after 1 a.m. Mostly cloudy with a low around 46. Currently, it is 53 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Dino's Night Out on WRMN. It's the talk of the town, so come on and listen now. It's Dino's Night Out on WRMN 1410.
Hey, and we are back. Dino's Night Out, right here, WRMN 1410. And we are having a great day. We are here with Leaving Scarlet. We're at Studio 14. The door's open. We've been playing rock and roll music for the first hour, and maybe a little bit toward the end, too. And we've got some real type celebrities in this place over here. All right? I mean, we got the real chatty Kathy over here, Cindy. I've been purposely picking on her, and yeah, see, she's sharp. She knows what's up. But I was really doing that on purpose because I really wasn't getting a whole lot out of her. You know, she wasn't saying a whole lot. So I said, well, we're going to fix this. We're going to make sure that we break her out of her shell, because I tell you, when you watch her perform, there ain't nobody bashful behind that microphone, because you're banging them out. I mean, you're hitting them chords. I don't know, a chord from God knows what. I mean, you know, the guitar and everything like that. But I know you're hitting the right ones, and you really did. You sounded great. So I'm going to leave you alone for a little bit, Cindy. And you said that Jackie talks too much. I thought that's what you said. Oh, isn't that what you said? So, you know, well, maybe not too much. But you know what? Someone's got to do it. Look at me. You can't shut me up. You put one of these in front of me, leg out. It was like, oh, shoot, I got people in the studio. So, well, let's hear it. Come on. Let's hear what you got to say.
Okay, so we're blessed to have an artist, fantastic artist in the band, and Jackie does all our artwork. And she's just amazing. She does all our flyers, all our drum head logos and
graphics
and on the website. She
Anything
does all
graphic,
of it.
that's Jackie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I try. Well, you could take that a different way. Maybe.
Well, that's a graphic. No,
Well,
But
we
anyway,
we
so
weren't talking about those pictures you showed me earlier. Hey, secret's good with me. Don't worry,
I'm
Cindy.
not responsible.
I know nothing.
Good answer, Rick. All right. Well, is there anything else you wanted to say about that?
Nope.
You go from yeah. She goes, I don't want to say nothing. I have to pull every word out of her, right? I mean, you had no idea how long it took me to get to that last break, right? Because that's look who I'm talking to. But that's okay. Let's go to Jackie. Jackie, you like to say a few things or two, don't you?
Oh, I'll talk.
Yeah,
of course,
well,
I'll talk.
there you go.
What the audience may or may not know about Cindy is she marched in the Guardsmen Drum and Bugle Corps, and she's an amazing percussionist as well. And if you come out tomorrow night, or if you come to Danny's a week from tomorrow night, Danny's on Douglas, she'll have her full percussion set up, and she and Randy, our drummer, do drum duets. And so it's something that makes our band pretty unique as well.
They're having a full percussion setup. Not a lot of them do that, right?
Right, and they talk back and forth using their instruments and have a whole conversation in their songs. So it's
neat.
Really fun to see. And
You're there next weekend?
we're at Danny's next weekend.
All right. I'm going to have to check schedules. Maybe we'll get out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Danny always has a lot of nice acts over there.
Yeah, great stage, awesome
Huge stage,
pizza,
isn't it?
awesome pizza. Yeah, go there for the pizza.
That's one of our favorites over here. Yeah. So, since you're the one that's been talking, the type of music that you play, I know we've asked that, but is this type of music what you like to play all the time? Is this type of rock, this era? I mean, because you said you like to get people out dancing. So dancing to this type of music or what?
Our first set is kind of designed to be rockier and more performance-based, because usually when people first come out, they're not quite ready to dance the night away. And our second set is very dancey. Rick sings funky music, and we do a disco medley and do some slow songs for people to dance. And then
a couple belly rubbers here and there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's my kind of music.
And then,
when you can't dance like you used to, your body doesn't cooperate, you go right to the belly rubbers.
That's right. And so we have a wide variety of music. We like to say we have something for everybody, so that
we cover so many different decades.
Yeah.
And types of music. Country. We got some country.
Country and Western?
Carrie Underwood
right.
and
Bruno Mars and Donna Summers.
Oh,
and,
really?
Yeah. So
to Nirvana and then
Bon Jovi,
Rolling Stones.
No kidding.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
So,
I like that. Yeah, you got to have a variety. And it's like everybody that comes here, and again, same question they always hear me ask, but I imagine you're reading your crowd. I know you have your playlist because Cindy already gave it to us, and some of the songs anyhow. Is that right? Mm-hmm. Okay. And, but you have to read that crowd. You have to see, has that crowd been there maybe 3-4 hours before you, and now you're coming on and you got to get up to their speed? Or is it like, yeah, okay, we're here, and you have to get them amped up to your music?
That's when we do Highway to Hell.
That's the one?
Yeah.
I like that song.
that's right.
Yeah.
When they still got energy. It's,
But it's always about reading the crowd, would it not be?
It is.
Yeah?
It is, and playing to them.
Yeah.
If you get that figured out, it's cake.
Yeah. And what do you think, though, as far as like your type of music, is what you're playing is what you like, plus the variety that you
I like our
incorporate?
variety because, I mean, we're so versatile.
Yeah.
With everybody being able to sing, it's such a different dynamic than you would normally see from a band who has one vocalist and then another harmony vocal.
And Randy being the drummer that he is. Drummer's a real important part. I mean, that's what isn't that your rhythm guy?
Oh, yeah.
Or is it the bass players?
Absolutely. No, Randy keeps us all together, and
He actually marched in a drum and bugle corps as well. It was the Madison Scouts, and so that's why he really fit us well, because we kind of communicate in the same way, and it just seemed to be a good fit.
Well, you communicated through the drum part.
Through the drum parts.
Because you really don't talk
Yeah.
much, Cindy. You're that quiet one. We got to keep an eye on you.
I know.
Why is that?
oh,
That's
yeah.
right.
Everybody out there is like rolling their eyes right
They
now.
are.
They know her.
Okay, so you're on good behavior.
She's
Oh,
on good
I get it.
Exactly.
So if I wasn't on the air, you'd be able to talk to me the way you
You're
want to
best
talk
friend,
to.
yeah.
Now I get it. Well, that's me. You see, right here, I bite the insides of my jaws here, my cheeks. It's difficult. But, I've never sworn on the radio yet. And I thought
Good
for
job.
sure, well, if you knew my vocabulary and the way I kind of express myself sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm right there with you.
My girl. I knew Cindy, we were connected. I knew it was something. I know that's what it was. That happens. You know what I mean? Hey, everybody gets a little, agitated here and there, right?
Animated.
Hey, I like that. I've been called that before. What about you, Cindy?
Never.
Never? No. Not with the dialogue, anyhow. Maybe when you're yourself off the air. But that's okay. This is really a treat, everybody. We still have the phone lines open, 847-931-1410. Matt, you're over there awful quiet. We just fixed your microphone up now.
I know. Thank you for fixing the microphone.
That's okay.
So what I want to ask is, when it comes to different genres of music, what as a group do you all like the best, genre-wise, and individually, what do you personally like the best when it comes to genre of different musics? Is there one that you kind of connect to a little bit more, or is it kind of we love all the genres equally, or is there something that even maybe from childhood, one of your favorite genres of music that might have kind of woven in with how you play today?
That was a lot of questions there. That was a lot all at once, wasn't it? Go ahead.
Well, I think we're all influenced by the Beatles for sure.
Oh, nice.
But I personally like rock and roll, classic rock. But I like to dance. I like to, I like disco. Did I say the word?
Oh, you know what? Nobody liked it better than me.
It's fun
That
to
was
dance
my
to.
thing.
That
Oh,
was
you're always right.
Yeah,
But go ahead.
right.
Yeah, I loved
Exactly.
it. I love that music.
But I like, drum corps music. I love horns. I really like a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what makes it fun with this band, because we'll try anything. It might not work out. We might cut it later, but we're willing to. I mean, we do 25 or 6-4 by Chicago. I have a synth pedal, and I'm able to get the horn sounds. So it's not exactly like them, but it's good, So,
We just had the Chicago Experiencer. You've heard of them before?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And boy, oh boy, nothing like them horn sections,
Yeah.
huh? And if
Well-
you're able to reproduce that, make sure you play that tomorrow, because I want to hear that one.
well, yeah,
Okay.
it'll be there. And Rick does a fantastic solo on that.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah,
Great.
so it's really I think we do it pretty well.
Yeah. Oh, we're looking forward to that.
Not a lot of cover bands pull that one off.
No, that's a difficult one.
It is.
Yeah. Matt, did you have any other questions you want to throw out here?
Oh my goodness.
Because we're going to take a quick
Well,
break. And
I
just
have to
wanna see
say,
if you
I
wanna
do
get
like.
one
I
in.
love the outfits. I like it. I like the style. I'm the same way too, where I'm like I wear a lot of dark colors. So was that something that you all decided together, or was it kind of individual?
Black is slimming.
Yes, I totally agree.
Who you telling? I'm wearing the blue because you don't see the whole me. I look like a funeral director my whole life. What's he doing wearing black? He must be a funeral director. No, but it is. Matt, that's a good observation. Black is good, but the black is rock and roll too, right or wrong? You know what I mean?
It is.
You could
Yes.
throw a purple in there, or even if you're wearing the old, again, back to my days, the jean jackets and what have you,
Yeah.
and even the jeans. But that wasn't it. This is where it's at. The way you, and this is how you dress at your performance.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
See how great that is. Comfortable, relaxed, yet all put together very nicely.
Well,
Yeah.
thank you.
I like that. Hey, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take
Thank
a
you,
quick
Matt.
break.
Of course.
Yeah, isn't that something how he picks up on that stuff? That's our guy, man.
It's the artistic side in me. I
That's
guess.
okay. Hey, let it live, man. You're with a bunch of artists right now.
I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a few short moments. We'll be back with Leaving Scarlet. I was going to say something else. Leaving Scarlet with the big talker, Cindy. We're going to have Jackie, the quiet one, and Rick, the safe guy. He doesn't say nothing out of line. He's right in the middle. Of course, you're outnumbered.
Switzerland.
I usually keep
Yeah.
the peace.
That's okay. All right. We'll be back right after this, folks.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
What's the best way to get rid of a timeshare that you don't want? Call the Timeshare Exit Hotline. We're a group of attorneys that help customers legally exit their timeshares. It's an easy process. We guarantee results or you pay nothing. Exit your timeshare today. Call now.
800-890-5957. 800-890-5957. That's 800-890-5957.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
And we are back to Dino's Night Out, right here, Studio 14. Set the stage earlier, sunshiny day. It's going to be nice and warm, I understand. And what is it out here right now? It's in its 50s, I think, is what last I had saw on the thermometer. Going to be a nice weekend. We got some great people inside the studio leaving Scarlet. And we got Cindy, we got Jackie, and we got Rick, and we got Matt McNeil. So we've been talking about a nice benefit that's going to be going on over at Newman's Corner Pub, and that's located at 1000 State Street. 1000 State Street in Hampshire, Illinois. And what this is, it's a birthday extravaganza, and I guess that's the way Susie C. calls it. Here, let me put that up on here for everybody. It's her birthday, so she can do what she wants to do. This is right on the corner of 72 and State Street, Newman's Corner Pub. And she has done this for several years. The tips that she makes for the evening, she gives them to a charity, some type of a non-for-profit group. And this particular time, she has a good friend. Her name is Megan. And Megan is in need of a service dog. Excuse me. She's in need of a service dog. So all the good people that are going to be coming up, that's a good song too from Yes. Yeah. Oh, that's a real good song. But all the good people that are going to be making donations and are going to want to help out, they're going to be helping out a good friend. Her name is Megan, and she's going to get that service pet. And some of the people that are going to be there, You're going to have Matt McNeil, our own Ryan Seacrest, we call him over here, because he's at all the different events. We're going to have Mike Reed, the mayor from Hampshire, Mary Kay from Burlington, Guy Zambetti from Gilbert's, and now I'm hearing Amber from Peanery Grove. So it's going to be a extravaganza. It's just like what Sue is calling it. So we're looking forward to all of this. And, you know, leaving Scarlet, you guys have been around for some time, 15 years, if I recall what you told me. I know the drummer's been around 5-6 years, but the three of you all together for 15 years, that's pretty cool. So I know if anybody, and I've been getting some cool things, wow, listen to them, boy, are they great, I want to hear them. Well, first place you go is Newman's tomorrow. And then they're going to be right down the block from us on this street right here, right outside the window. That's Douglas Avenue. We're 14, and Danny's on Douglas is right on the corner. I don't even know what the heck street that is over there. Yeah, it could be, right by the library. Kimball and Douglas. And what time is that show? 8 o'clock show. But you want to find out their schedule, and we're going to talk to Jackie in a minute. She could read some of the events that they have. But it's go to Leaving Scarlet, both common spelling, Leaving Scarlet, SCARLET.com. And you'll be able to see all the events that they're playing at. And I'm going to check out a few. So, Jackie, tell us just a little bit, what are the different events that you're going to be playing? And I know you're not just in Illinois. I know you're not just in the Fox River Valley, Wisconsin, Indiana. Any other states you play?
This summer it's going to be Wisconsin. We've got 2 shows
Nice.
in the Kashkonong area.
Fort Atkinson.
Fort
Common
Atkinson.
spelling.
There, thank you.
Yeah.
And actually, May 3rd, we're in Streamwood, and we're playing at the Chicago Loop. And that's
Okay.
going to be Rick's birthday bash.
Oh, nice.
So come out and help
21
us
again.
celebrate
Isn't that
Rick's
fun, huh?
birthday. Exactly.
I still wish to be the age, even if you doubled it. Don't worry. But go ahead.
And then
Where
we're
else?
playing Rookies in Elgin. And, thanks to Joy DeMarco and Bob Koza that book a lot of these events for us, because we really appreciate their help in, filling out our schedule.
Nice.
We're going to play the Backyard Bar and Marina, and that's in
Johnsburg.
Johnsburg. Thank you. Oops.
You're still in.
Oh, this fell.
Yeah, don't pay no attention to that. We bunch it up so people don't trip on it when they're getting in and out.
A mere flesh wound.
Yeah, that's all.
And then we're playing Keefe's Reef a couple times this summer, which is right on the Fox River, and it's awesome.
And that's an outdoor event?
It's so much
and
fun.
it's so
They've
much
got-
fun.
It is
You
fun.
overlook the river, and their food is awesome. Then we're playing Wisconsin, the Lily Pad, and then we're playing Diamond Jim's a couple times this summer.
Oh, that'll be fun.
So look us up, because Diamond Jim's right in Dundee. So local people, you can come out and party outside in their beautiful beer garden. It's stunning, and they've really done a lot to make it look really nice. And
They have.
Yes.
it's a great party place.
What was that other outdoor when the one woman was asking? The other outdoor event?
Well, we're playing Petite's Lakeview Campground.
Oh, okay.
And that's in Wisconsin.
The lily pad up there.
And then the
Our first outdoor gig is the Backyard Bar and
That's the one you were talking
and
about.
Marina.
yes,
And Marina.
so cool.
Yeah, so if your ship comes in, that's the place to go,
Yes.
right?
Right.
We also have a giant Halloween party,
And when is
it's
that?
going to be at Bar Down Sports Grill in Hoffman Estates, and everybody dresses up, and we have contests.
I want to say that's the
And-
26th this
Yeah.
year, right?
Yes.
25th, Saturday the 25th.
Oh.
Yes, very
Halloween
close.
out here is always, wouldn't you say, Matt? A nightmare.
Oh, the Nightmare
right,
on
right.
Chicago
Nightmare on
Street.
Chicago
Chicago
Street. I don't
Street.
know if it's
Yep.
the same weekend, but
I hope
because
not.
I hope not too. Because
We'd love to have you guys come
that's-
on out here.
Oh, we'd love to
Oh,
play here too.
that would
I
be
mean,
awesome.
We're
we'd
trying
love to play in
we're
Elgin.
trying to work on before the Halloween party. We're going to talk to the city fathers to see about getting a permit doing a little block party. over
That
here.
would be so
awesome.
much
And we would love to
fun.
have you folks,
Keep us
Rick
in mind.
Lindy out
Yes,
here.
keep us-
I mean, we have so many different people that have been on here. And with Ron Onesti's help, we can just jam-packed everybody.
Yeah.
And with the way I see everyone getting along, I think that could be a lot of fun.
Oh, it would be.
That'd
Wouldn't
be
that be
great.
good? So could we count on you if we do something like that?
Absolutely.
Oh,
We would
God.
love to work
look-
with Ron Onesti, too.
That'd be
'cause
great. We
he's
look forward to it.
incredible.
So, your drummer not being here, Randy, I just want to talk about Randy for just a few minutes. We want to leave him out over here. So that's his picture right there. I just showed up for those watching on the YouTube. And he does that percussion stuff too, right? So him and Cindy, we're going to expect to see them kind of next to each other when they're set up on Danny's on Douglas.
Absolutely.
They square off, and it's a battle.
Oh, yeah?
It's really good.
Okay.
It's exciting.
We're going to have to check that out. But I hope he gets home safely. He was in Canada, I guess, when he made a little stop off and sent you that little clip. But, before we go, because we're running out of time very, very fast. Time went quick, didn't it, Cindy?
It did.
Yeah, Cindy says, oh, what the heck are we going to do for 2 hours? I said, well, you just relax and go
I
along.
can't talk for
Yeah.
2 hours,
Yeah.
can I?
You did a good job.
I beg to differ.
Yeah, she did a good job. Well, you played for a good hour for Cry All Yous. You did a wonderful job there.
Thank you.
Thank
But anything you want to leave us with, Cindy? Make it brief. No, go ahead. She's going to anyhow. Hurry up, because
Thank you for listening, everyone, and hope to see you out there.
Shout out to Adele and Sharon, too, because they're always supporting the band and taking photos and helping post our pictures. So.
And Diane and Scott
Diane
as well.
and Scott, yeah, Dave, and I mean, there's so many people we could thank
and
right now, but we appreciate everybody who.
Rick, what about you?
Thank you, everybody, for checking us out today. Thank you, Dino.
Yes,
glad to be here.
Thank you very much.
And Matt, you got the last word over here, buddy, before I close this out.
Don't miss out on this great event. I'm going to be there at Newman's Corner Pub, your new favorite spot with your new favorite band. Tune in.
Let's party.
It's going to be great.
See you tomorrow, everyone.
I think this is going to be a great event. You don't want to miss it. And that's going to be at Newman's tomorrow. All right, you've been listening to Dino's Night Out right here on 1410. WRMN. Oh, look at that. How cool is this?
Let me tell you a story
Living
about
Scarlet.
Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 4 o'clock.
News, I'm Ben Thomas. Another manic day on Wall Street saw stocks close with substantial gains. The S&P 500 rose 1.8% on the day, while the Nasdaq rose 2.1%. And the Dow gained 619 points, or 1.6%. All as the trade war with China ratcheted up, Beijing hiking tariffs on U.S. goods to 125%. Charles Deladesma has more.
A China Commerce Ministry spokesman says the U.S. raising abnormally high tariffs on China has become a numbers game, which has no practical economic significance and will become a joke in the history of the world economy. The ministry adds it's filing another lawsuit with the World Trade Organization on the raising of U.S. tariffs. I'm Charles Deladesma.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt had this.
The president is asking for American trust in Trump, as I just said, trust in his economic agenda and formula. It's a proven formula that works.
For the week, the Dow gained 5%, the S&P 5.7%, the Nasdaq 7.3%. with all three still lower on the year. More economic data today. The Labor Department's Producer Price Index fell last month, putting inflation at the wholesale level at 2.7% year over year. But the University of Michigan's Consumer Sentiment Index has fallen sharply for the fourth straight month. At 50.8, it's the lowest since the depths of the COVID pandemic. From the courts, a Louisiana immigration judge has found the Trump administration can deport student activist Mahmoud Khalil, a ruling based on the government's argument he poses a national security risk. Khalil participated in pro-Palestinian demonstrations at Columbia University. Meanwhile, a federal judge lambasted a government lawyer who couldn't explain what, if anything, the Trump administration has done to arrange for the return of a Maryland man mistakenly deported last month to a notorious prison in El Salvador. The judge ordered the government to provide daily updates on the status of its plans to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia back. This is AP News.
From the pages of the Elgin newspaper.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help armed men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
A strange influence over their son, and that he was apparently
South Carolina is set to execute a second prisoner by firing squad this evening.
42-year-old Michael Motti is scheduled to die for the 2004 ambush killing of an off-duty police officer whom Motti shot at least 8 times before burning his body. The wife of Officer James Myers found his body in the couple's shed, where they had been married just 15 months earlier. Motti chose to die by 3 bullets to the heart instead of lethal injection or the electric chair. Friday evening, Motti will be strapped into a chair, and a white square with a red bullseye will be over his heart.
Since Tuesday, there's been no trace of the missing
statement. Then a hood will be placed
Elgin
over
100
his head.
years ago is a
Black
presentation
shade
of the
will be
Elgin
pulled
History
open where
Museum.
prisoner
Be sure to
employees
visit
who
the museum
volunteered for the
located at
firing
360
squad will
Park
be.
Street in
They'll
Elgin,
fire at Motti
open
while
Wednesday through
standing
Saturdays
15 feet
11
away,
to 4.
and all
You can also
volunteers
listen to
will have
Elgin
live
100 years
bullets
ago
in their
at
weapons.
www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly sunny with a high near 54. Tonight, mostly clear with a low around 32. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 61. A slight chance of rain showers after 1 a.m. Mostly cloudy with a low around 46. Currently, it is 53 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Fitting in shouldn't be hard, whether in life, on the court, or in the classroom. At Elgin Community College, you could find your place alongside those expanding their horizons, exploring rewarding careers, and achieving their dreams. A place for doers, thinkers, and believers. At ECC, we see you, we believe in you, and you'll fit right in. Learn more at elgin.edu/belong.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
fellow Americans, and good day to our friends around the world. This is a political talk show here on WRMN. Streaming live, simulcasted, all of the different cool things that you can say to make you think that I am a radio person. Clocks and bottom hours and tops and things like that. Welcome to the show, Free Speech Friday, here on A Political Talk Show. A Political Talk Show where we try to be right down the middle, at least as far as the forum goes. Let everybody have their own opinion. We're not going to sit here and berate you just because of the color hat or jersey or flag you fly. In the second hour, we will probably open up the phone lines and you will be able to talk with some of our panel over here today. And let's introduce our panel for today. That is, of course, Elliot Serrano and Ben Demonium Boquest. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here.
Dude, yes. Happy we're going over industry terms, too.
Yeah, right? What's your favorite industry term in media?
Pots.
Pots? Potentiometers?
Yes. Potentiometers.
What about you, Elliot? What do you like?
My favorite thing in media?
Your favorite word in media?
Oh, my favorite word in media? What is it when you sell something and you get a percentage of that?
Commission. That's
commission.
At sales, that makes
sorry.
That makes sense. Commission is right now. Commission is my favorite thing in media because commission it helps with those life tickets.
It's true. You need those, especially nowadays when there's more of them. Yesterday we talked about tariffs in general. We talked about the chicken tax again, Benjamin, when we were in the 1960s. And
chicken wars.
Yeah, the chicken wars with the cars, the chicken tax on the cars and everything else.
That's where Colonel Sanders, got his ranking and all that.
Where in the 1960s, American chicken was cheaper in France and West Germany than it was to grow in those actual places. So they ended up putting a tax or a tariff on those imports. And so we turned around and said, okay, well, now there is a 25% tariff on all imported vehicles. That is still in effect today.
Yeah.
We talk about tariffs that the Trump administration put in the 18s, and some of those are still in play today. The Biden administration, despite saying anything about the tariffs or anything that goes on, left them in place. So tariffs do have a use and do have a tool, but are we swinging a hammer in a really bad way when we're trying to, I don't know, paint something? Are we using the tariff tool correctly, Mr. Elliott?
What is this we business?
We, the United States. We all take responsibility for what we do here.
What is it with these mixed metaphors too? Yeah. No, okay. Let's be.
It's called the weave.
The weave. There we go. Let's be honest. Yes, tariffs. Tariffs do generate revenue. They do. Okay. So if anyone's saying, "Well, tariffs are terrible," because you're gonna have folks say, "Well, tariffs, tariffs are terrible because this and this and the other." Well, tariffs can actually work here and there. Fine. So we will. I will say, well, maybe not objectively, subjectively, they can. You can say they do raise revenue because they did. They do. The problem is, as most people have been saying about tariffs, is that you can't tariff everything, blanket, and then put like a ridiculous number on everything and everybody, especially when it's within a trade agreement that you already made. When you made a trade, you have partners in that trade agreement, and then suddenly you're like, you know what? I think this trade agreement is stupid, and now we're just going to change it, which is essentially what the United States has done. And outside of just the whole issue of tariffs that we can debate back and forth, the reality is we made a deal with the rest of the world, and we have gone back on that deal with the rest of the world. And guess what? The rest of the world right now doesn't care that we're all about we're first and we're the best and, we're the shining light on the hill and we have the American exceptionalism, blah, blah, blah. The rest of the world is like, you know what? The United States is an unreliable partner, and we now have to accept that we might have a deal. You know what they can say? When Trump is out of office, another person might come in, but we don't know what's going to happen after that person.
Yep.
Because it's exactly what happened. Biden went through all this time to kind of rebuild our relationships with other countries. And then what did we, the electorate, do? We went in and we reelected a guy who has never found a contractor that he didn't know how to, screw out of a deal, who has never found a contract that he didn't know how to break. And did it, and on top of that, has historically bankrupted his own businesses and had to
casino.
Four times. Anywhere between 4 to 6 times. If you listen to, he said, well, I count the 3 times as one. So fine, but you cannot say that you're an incredible businessman if you're consistently bankrupting your businesses. And then there are folks who will say, but no, he is a great businessman because he used the system to, whatever. I go, okay, yes, he did use the system, but now he's taking the system that he benefited from and he's breaking it to the point where others will no longer be able to benefit from it.
Well, and Ben, isn't that what is the measure of a good businessman? Somebody who makes money for themselves or somebody who makes a business that thrives and goes?
No, you would definitely think sustainability is top of head just for any business acumen person.
That's not capitalism, though.
Yeah, exactly. Not what we're dealing with. And to me, it just comes down to, again, like the market manipulation aspect of it, where, you had the tweet 20 minutes before.
Yeah.
Now's a good time to buy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that a cover? Was that a cover for the real tip?
Right.
It was so obvious and blatant at that point. And it's like hardly anyone, I mean, we're talking about it, but I have yet to hear it up on the upper levels of media, them saying, hey, it's funny that right before he decided to whatever.
I had heard AOC allude to it.
Yeah, but
I guess that's not being played.
No, it's not.
So then let's talk about the strategies that have been presented by the administration. Like, this is what they say is happening. They say, we want to put tariffs in to bring back manufacturing. That's strategy number one. The second strategy is it's a negotiating tactic.
Yeah. And
the third one is it will generate revenue. So some of these conflict with each other, but is it dependent on the country? Are we turning around and saying, well, some countries we want to make money off of, and some countries we want to bring manufacturing away from, and some other countries we want a better deal? Is it just a grab bag, and that's why the message is so mixed?
Yeah, I think like a lot of politics, if I may.
Go ahead.
These days, it all comes down to getting it across the selling point first and foremost. So I think number 2 on that list would supersede most in today's politics as we see it. It's all perception and get the thing able to go through, i.e. tariffs in this case. And so I don't think it's specifically trying to drag markets in specific countries, but that's what's happening now. If you look at China, is the one that's going 125% back tariffs.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit too.
If again, my point though was if the goal was to have the markets come back, or the warehouses come back, and the manufacturing come back to the U.S., then it's tough it feels like that's been thrown out the window already with how quickly it's been turned around. And then, I mean, there's just, again, it's a jolting tactic, but now that it's we're under the tariffs and the tariff trade war that's currently happening, it remains to be seen.
It definitely does.
But it's tough because the whole time, it's like you were saying on your show yesterday, there's always been switches in the plan, changes in the plan, and things like that. So it's hard to say if there's going to be consistency at all with this administration.
That may not be, because that was alluded to with bonds. The bond market absolutely was dumped. People were saying, look, we don't have faith in the United States as the way it's going to stay here. It's not stable, et cetera, et cetera. Even to the point you can even see in the stock market, when the first announcement came in, there was a jump. Then everybody realized that it wasn't removing everything. It was removing about 60% of all of the tariffs, because the tariffs on China, Mexico, and Canada all stayed. That's 40% of our imports. Those stayed. So that's where we saw that spike, and then everyone realizing that the rest of it stayed. That back and forth is a little tumultuous at best. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Tease, for coming in. What do you think about this? You have to deal with industries that have to either buy lumber or buy steel or just products that are overseas. What are the business Main Street small business thinking about all of these back and forth?
Well, one of the things with China, they have their high tariffs now again, but most of our plumbing products, and not lumber, a lot of lumber in the United States, but Canada has a share of it. But like PVC fittings, copper fittings, they're in China, Mexico, Taiwan, and so the Charlotte factory, I think, moved out to China. All the PVC fittings are from there, and you got to remember Kohler moved out, and Sterling, which was bought out by Kohler, they moved out to China too. So are they going to come back, or are they just going to see if they write it out and China bows? Or but we're going to see a little pinch and an increase in prices on plumbing products, which is not unusual. They always raise their prices every year, with or without the tariffs.
So I keep hearing reports that people are frustrated because of the fluctuation, not knowing and not being able to plan. We now have 90 days, again, just like we had before with the Canada, Mexico, and that back and forth.
Whatever happened with that too?
It's still ongoing. I guess they came to a certain agreement. Then the Senate had everything. Yes, please. The Senate had a vote on keeping Canada and the other tariffs that were on there. So everything's still ongoing right now. But as far as everything standing, there is still those tariffs. And now on China, people that have to order their shipments for their inventory for the year, or people that run, look at, I think it was CNN had a lady who runs a baby
boutiques.
Yeah.
She says her stuff is in on the decks in China, and the tariffs have made it, she cannot pay for it. She can't do it.
She has 4 months of inventory left, and she said the $30,000 shipment that was coming over is now costing her $200,000 in it.
That is,
and that's not part of the tariff that they paused. The Chinese tariffs are there, and it's her that has to have that money ready to go at customs for them to unload them from the dock.
And she says she doesn't have it. So there's no way she's going to come up with it.
Yeah, 30,000 versus 200 is a little crazy.
Yeah, I mean, just like you've seen so much, that's the trend of pushing out small business in just capitalism as it's running right now, and not to not to throw the C word out there.
Yeah, I know.
We didn't hit the bell.
I side because to the point. No, I'm not saying about.
Because I love capitalism.
I'm not disagreeing with what Ben's saying, because he is saying something that is no, he's right. The thing is, the reason I'm sighing is because, oh my God, sorry, Mr. Tease, every time we talked about taxes or whatever, like, we want to raise cafe standards. We want to have cars that have better mileage. We want to do this. We want to have this tax here. You know what that's going to do to small business? Republicans banging the gavel, banging on the desk. Oh, we have to look after small business. And let's face it, small business is the one that pays all the time. You never see you never see Amazon losing out. You never see the the corporations losing out. Hell, but what just happened now within this past correction? How many people already at the top increase their own personal wealth by how many billions of dollars? With the market dip, and you had all these folks doing the shorting the stocks, and then with the buybacks, even more of a transfer of wealth from the middle and lower class to the upper class, and then but Lord, they don't want to pay tax on that.
I saw a really good tweet from Andy Yang, where he was like, basically saying, if the market goes down 10% and then up 10%, it's not an increase; it's a decrease of 1%. So, I mean, just to put that out there, I thought that was a good point.
But one of the things about when we were just talking, sorry, Elliot, when we had COVID, ships weren't coming into our country. They were spinning around out there in the ocean or just sitting there. We had to plan for that. And people were hurting, not just small businesses, large businesses. We were hurting on toilet paper, which I guess a lot of it comes from other countries. Not here, surprisingly. But yeah, and there was a lot of goods that we were holding out on, and we had to plan for that. And I think we did pretty good, don't you? I mean,
yeah, we came up quite a bit. The Biden administration turned us around quite well. I mean,
this is why it's worked. This is why it has.
I'm glad that you admitted such things.
No, this is why I didn't admit anything. I just said they were spinning around.
Well, I'll tell you something. I still haven't gotten my PS5 because of that darn pandemic. So
this is why it's like a possible sell and good idea, though, because we do need more manufacturing infrastructure in America, and that's been a goal for years and years and years. So I mean, but it's just not. I feel like it's not genuine.
Who wants to work in a factory these days?
Well, and even then, it's a robot factory. All you're going to be doing is running around with an oil can.
Yeah, and add to that, there was one of Trump's President Trump's economic advisors saying, yeah, we're going to bring, those factories, and those Chinese factories where they have all these thousands of people doing the little screws in the iPhone. We're going to have that back here. Go, seriously? You're going to have your kids go to school in the college and work in an iPhone factory, putting the screws into the phone, or that's what you're going to want to do as a career. That's why you don't have manufacturing in the U.S.
Not to say that there's anything wrong with that industry or people who work in factories now.
Exactly, but it's like, again,
it's not a goal point.
No, it's not a goal. Why is it? Why are
If those are the jobs that they're creating, you just have to ask, the ethics and how long, and what kind of compensation. What types of regulations, and the workers. It comes down to workers' rights at the end.
We devalue folks who do those kinds of tasks. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
We devalue them. How many times do I hear people criticizing, saying, why do I have to pay the kid who flips my burgers $20 an hour when I've been going to school and I've done this? I go, well, that's a vital service. Your food is vital. I would want to know that the kid who's handling my food feels appreciated, that they're not going to spit in my burger one day because they're mad about
this job type of thing.
One cool thing about it, though, is how the jobs that people get. Man, I had something and it just lost.
Well, I want to hit on David Tease's
I'm just
point.
yelling at everybody. So.
I want to hit on Tease's point about buckling down about this. So we got 90 days. That's at least the time frame on that one. How do we buckle down in the 90 days? What should a small business do to prepare for a yes or a no, more tariffs, less tariffs? Do we just ride out the 90 days and buy up as much as we possibly can now? There's a whole bunch of businesses that are turning around and saying, we ain't even going to hire anybody. We've got more work, but we're not even going to hire anybody just in case borrowing goes up. How do we buckle down?
Well, you got to know what your main consumer values, what you do a lot. Like with me, a lot of service. So I'm going to make sure I go to Menards, 11% sale there, and buckle down and get toilet flappers, speed traps, stuff that I use commonly. I will buy up now a little and keep a stock ahead of there. Try to keep my prices down. I don't like raising my prices. It's the last thing I want to do because it's going to hurt my business in the future, and people can't afford it. We're all going to buckle down. So you're going to have to plan ahead as a business. You're going to have to strategize how you're going to, what do you guys buy the most and get it now before it goes up. But I'm going to tell you this right now. I think China is going to come to the table next week. They can't afford to do this. They're hurting as it is now.
Did you see the tweet that the president of China put out?
No, I don't.
Till the end.
Oh yeah, he's like, no, that we're not being bullied. We're not going to have that. We're not going to have. It was one thing to say we're going to deal. It's another thing to boom. The way it's been, this so-called negotiation has been set up was just too strong, too hard, too bad. And they're like, no, we're not playing that game.
Decorum.
It is a decorum. There's a big thing there. I hate to say it, but I don't blame him.
Yeah, I can see that. We're sitting at 100+%, A++, if you were grading on as a teacher on the side. But no, I think the issue that we had, and we saw it even in the stock market, like I said, was the jolt of everybody going, okay, the tariffs are paused, and then there was the clarification behind it. How is that shaking the market back and forth, where we keep getting these loud, boom, this is what's happening. Oh, well, hold on a second, this is what we really mean. Is that almost a way to say we should pump the brakes? We should slow down a little bit. Let's take 2 extra days to do this instead of just doing it in the matter of hours.
Talking directly about
making the decisions so quickly. Yeah, the administration turning around and making it so quickly.
Oh yeah, for me personally, I feel like it's just another manipulation, of the market and the levers that are at hand, and it's par for the course. And like we were talking before the show, it's politics as usual. And like when you look at just the overall shock and who's been taking advantage of that type of thing in the market, there's people in government on both sides doing this a lot, and there's stock portfolio trackers that are tracking that, and you could check that out. There's a lot of, it's basically just the way the system is now. So I think it's just simply the manipulation of that for that purpose.
I, for once, would just like an announcement about our economy or our strategy to be made like in the good old days, via the press office, via the director of said department who did whatever, not over Truth Social at 3 in the freaking morning.
Right. Yes.
Yep. There's a press conference at 5 this afternoon for an important message from the president.
I want to talk about, maybe on a different show, but just how everybody's consciousness, the whole surveillance state kind of plays into this, and oversharing and tweeting in a minute's notice, this and that, all the announcements. It's just kind of messed up everybody's psyche.
And even then, offhanded comments.
Another show, another time.
Offhanded comments, you ask a question and you might say something just offhandedly.
Things that used to just float off into the wind there
are now brought to the spotlight. When we come back, we are going to play a new game called Government Verbiage. A few executive orders were passed, 14151, 14168, and 14173, which restrict language for the federal government. Let's see if our panel can pass the test and not get flagged for words they're not allowed to say. More Apolitical Talk Show after this.
Yep.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Prevnar. The latest Naperville Police Department arrest report has been released, including incidents involving a 45-year-old man from Mendota charged with improper turn and driving on a suspended license, and a 23-year-old woman from Shorewood arrested on an unspecified warrant. In Naperville, a decision regarding the city's energy future is causing significant debate. The Public Utilities Advisory Board has narrowly voted 4-3 to recommend renewing their contract with the Illinois Municipal Energy Agency. The 20-year extension keeps Naperville tied to the coal-heavy electricity provider despite environmental concerns. However, the decision is not final. Naperville City Council will make the ultimate call. The Indian Prairie School District 204 School Board has greenlit a 3.9% salary increase for administrative and non-bargaining employees for the next school year. This comes as part of the board's most recent school board decision. Employees benefiting from the raise include registered nurses, occupational therapists, administrative assistants, and various tech and HR support staff. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Listen up, fellow Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. Let's do it again and get vaccinated because we're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com and schedule a vaccine today. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. Call 800-894-3737. That's 800-894-3737.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 54. Tonight, mostly clear with a low around 32. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 61. Looking ahead to Saturday night, a slight chance of rain showers after 1 a.m., mostly cloudy with a low around 46. Currently, it is 53 with mainly clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway. Oh no, he's got a clipboard. What do we do? Get down. Down? On the floor, you... Shoot, did he see us? Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Everybody, and welcome back to a political talk show here on WRMN. Joining us now, because we pulled him off the street, is Jimmy Vasselli. Thank you very much, Jimmy. What do you call? What would you like to be called on the air?
We'll go with Jimmy today.
Jimmy works great. Vasselli Law, JMVChicagolaw.com. That's the place to go. Thank you very much for coming in. We've also got Elliot Serrano, we've got David Tees, and we've got Ben Demonium Boquest here to play the, let's see here if I can pull up exactly what we are playing here, and that would be the government verbiage game. And here, go ahead.
Hyper-political correctness is the theme, right?
That is it. We've got a few executive orders that came in. Executive orders 14151, 14168, and 14173, signed by President Donald Trump in January, collectively aimed to dismantle diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. And these are the things that you're not allowed to talk about on the federal government side, even to the point where they have started to scrub websites of things and historical events and stuff to make things a bit more equal. The Enola Gay got flagged, not because of what it did, but because of what it was called.
It's now known as the Enola Straight.
The Enola Straight.
Enola Happy.
The Enola Happy, yeah.
So Executive Order 14151, ending radical and wasteful government DEI programs and preferencing. That's not my title, it's theirs. Signed in January, this order terminated DEI and DEIA, diversity, equity, and inclusion accessibility programs across the federal agencies. It reversed a other executive order from the Biden administration. The order directed the Office of Personnel Management to oversee the elimination of all DEI-related mandates, preferences within the federal government, and that includes talking about it. We've also got the 14168, defending women from gender ideology and extremism, restoring biological truth to the federal government. Also signed in January, the order redefined gender in the federal policy as a binary determined by a biological sex at birth. It mandated the removal of gender identity references from federal documents, websites, and ceased funding for gender-affirming care and prohibited self-identification of gender on official records. It's a lot of words, but we've still got one more executive order, ending illegal discrimination and restoring merit-based opportunity. This was issued the next day after the other two. This order revoked several prior executive orders, including the Executive Order 11246, which had required affirmative action by federal contractors. It prohibited workforce balancing preferential hiring practices based on race, sex, or other protected characteristics. The order directed agencies to eliminate DEI-related requirements in contracts and grants to ensure compliance with the federal discrimination laws. Lots of things that are there. We hear a lot about word police, guys. Is this what this is here, or is this more of an administration going, this is the tone we would like to set? Mr. Tease, I'll let you go first on that one.
I think this is the tone they want to set. There should be. Oh, there it is. We were no.
That's why I wanted to give them.
I knew it was the wrong answer. And if it's the wrong answer, this is the right answer for me. No. No, they're trying to set a tone. It's like there's some stuff that other businesses that don't talk about other than government, like in my wife's employment. There's they don't talk about politics. They try to keep it out of there. So I mean, yeah, they're just trying to tone it down and keep the conversations to what the job you're doing.
If you want to read about some of the words that have been banned or things that are not allowed to be circulated within FDA or any of the other documents that are out there, Reuters has a great piece that was written right after it. FDA staffers told that woman, disabled are among banned words by the White House. New Republic has one as well, the 199 things you can't say in the Trump administration. That came out in March, if you are looking to read up on that one. Elliot, you had a long sigh on there. I'll give you the next chance to talk about this.
Again, remember when Biden was in office and they wanted to put together that department that was going to go through social media to determine, when there was misinformation being passed around, and it was a whole, oh no, you're restricting people's speech by telling them that they can't say this and they can't say that. And there was this big outcry over how the government shouldn't be telling you what you can and cannot say. And it's astounding me right now that it's not just affecting government offices, but you have private companies that are falling to the same, they're falling into the same sort of trap, and like, okay, we're going to follow this, even though it doesn't apply to them. Like, if you're a private company, you want to keep up your DEI programs, there's no reason why you should care what the Trump administration says, unless, of course, you get government funding, you're applying for government grants, and then that's going to affect you. But if you're completely private, you're doing your thing. It shouldn't matter what the government says.
Or who you make a cake for.
Exactly.
Yeah. But Target switched to DEI and all of that stuff, and now they're backing off of it. And because it's hurting their business. Right.
But that's the market.
Yeah. They were all.
Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, just like Elliot was saying, it really goes with the trend of who's where the funding is coming from, who's getting the government funding, which is a lot of the problem that people who criticize DEI have of it, that it's, glad handing or tongue-in-cheek kind of. It's not genuine as far as the motives for it. It's just, hey, we got to do this now so that we could fall under getting the the money category.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, let's be real here. The big problem that a lot of folks, and we even had I heard about some dude who runs a car dealership. He's like, he's so happy that all this DEI stuff is gone now because now he can say words like the P word and the R word and doesn't have to worry about getting canceled anymore.
You're back to the market.
But I'm saying that is what you're trying, I would think, when you're talking about diversity, equity, inclusion, but also sensitivity. All right. It's not that you make a joke about something. It's not we're all going to rally together and cancel. You just be conscious of what you say can affect others.
I think to me it comes down to the mandatory aspect of it, where it's like whenever you mandate something it's like proven to work, like having diversity in your employees and a company within a company, a diversity of thought or perspective and all that type of stuff. It works. It's just naturally the best way to go about things and running a business. So when you mandate it, though, it's like people people don't like that. It's like I always think of my first day of high school. Actually, it was our thing was it was Mix It Up Day, where everybody sat at a random lunch table to make new friends, but it was assigned. You had they gave everybody your group of random friends to sit with, and like a couple of us were just like, no, like if it's random, then why don't we just sit at a random table? And that became how I got all my friends in freshman year from the actual random Mix It Up Day that we had. So.
Hey, Brendan, we see you there on the YouTube side. Anybody else would like to join them? YouTube.com. You can find us at WRMN Radio. Now that we had the layman's talk in, is that the government's problem, or should the government just say, okay, I don't like the way you run your business, I won't do a contract with you?
I think the market should speak, and I think that's what we're talking about here. I think the market really has a loud voice in a lot of these matters, and it is really nice to see that happening because there has to be a certain level of, let's say, self-policing in all this. Because when you impose mandatory restrictions on things, then the next administration may come in and take it away. And then where are we left at? There's no change that's being made. The more thought and the more people and the more ideas is always a good thing. If we all have the same idea, somebody's thinking wrong and it's only one person, so that means everybody's thinking wrong. We need to include people. That's important to allow these things to go. And I really do think that the market needs to control these things, and I think that they could just operate that way, and I think it's a better way to handle it.
Okay, now that we got all the seriousness out of the way, let's get into some fun things. I promised you a game. I think we've got enough time to play at least a round or two before we go. I will give out a real-life scenario in which a government helped a micro-community by helping them maybe with housing or helping them with decision making for underrepresented groups or things like that. All things that local societies do in that side. Let's see if they will pass the federal government's sniff test. Let's see here. Who can go first? Elliot, I think I'm going to give you the first crack at this. So the goal of this is you are playing as the PR representative for this particular government agency, and you have to release a short statement about what you guys did and how it helped, or something to say good job to it. This is why we're doing it, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to give you that side. I'll put your direct quote into the new GPT AI that I created that has all of the different words and things and phrases that you're not supposed to have. It read all of the executive orders, which I didn't. So it read them way better than I did. So I'm going to give you this one right here. This is a homeless population for the communities of Atlanta and Denver. Cities like Atlanta and Denver have developed micro-communities using repurposed shipping containers and small cabins to provide transitional housing for homeless individuals. These initiatives offer residents private living spaces along with access to support services and counseling and job training. In Denver, over 1,500 individuals have been housed through this program, with more than 80% remaining in the housing as of the latest reports. So if you were a PR representative for this, what would be your public statement on that?
Nice.
Thanks to the glorious work of President Trump, American patriots can now live in a box. All hail Trump.
That's probably pretty friendly.
Wow.
How's that?
Okay, let's see what the AI says. Thanks to the glorious work of President Trump, American patriots can live in a box. All hail Trump. Risk score of 8. Oh, it's really high up there. It's on a scale from 1 to 8 of if it was going to be flagged. 10 is the highest. Sorry, scale from 1 to 10.
Wow.
Yeah, that's an 8. The phrase contains strong political glorification and cult-like personality language.
Hey, that tells me AI kind of gets Poe's law a little.
Can I tell you?
Glory.
I got nothing. I have no response to that.
Yeah, like, this guy can't be serious.
Glorious work and all hail Trump, which may be viewed as partisan or propagandistic, which is another fantastic word, in federal communications. Such language is typically discouraged as it undermines the apolitical nature of the federal messaging.
Wow, this thing does not watch Fox News.
It says, this should be your flag safe. And even then, the one that it says is the flag safe gave it a higher score, but this is what it suggested. Due to recent policies, American citizens have access to new housing options. That scored higher than what you said.
Yeah, but
higher as in more flaggable, right?
Yes, a lot of it is because, and we'll just pop what they suggested into it. The reason that it did was because it talks about, as a risk score of 2. My apologies with it. Risk score of 2.
I was offended by its lack of saying homelessness at all.
Well, no, that you can't, or you cannot say, what is it? No, what is it? Not homeless. It's,
Unhoused.
Unhoused. The unhoused. You can't say that either.
Okay, now that we've got the game, of course, we've got to take it to our most recent guest, Jimmy Vasali. You can find him at jmvchicagolaw.com. So here is one that I will give for you there, Jimmy Esquire. This one is, let's see here, indigenous communities. This one's a hot topic. First Nations and Canadian municipalities have entered into service agreements to share, well, it's Canadian. We don't want the Canadian side of it. We want U.S. policies because this is federal government.
That's why you always need someone checking up on the AI, right? You gotta self-edit kind of.
It's learning. It's learning. It's listening to us right now.
Here's one for you.
Singularity.
It's a great tool.
Environmental justice, air quality monitoring in Pittsburgh. In Pittsburgh, community members collaborated with researchers to develop an air quality monitoring system that combined scientific data with residents' observations. This initiative empowered the community to advocate for regulatory changes and address industrial pollution affecting their neighborhood. You are the PR person saying how great that is. Now go ahead and see if you can pass the federal government's sniff test.
All hail glorious Trump.
Yeah, I think that's a default, if you ask me.
Nerds and people alike have talked about pollution in the Three River Stadium area. We are making changes. All hail Trump.
There we go. That you will. I'm sorry. If senators and representatives have to go up on CNN and wherever and start off with how wonderful President Trump's leadership is, and at the end, we should all thank Trump. I don't see how that's how that's
just like when Windows 11 comes out, it's the new PC, right? That's
right. Well, I definitely think that flattering is the way to get to the man's heart if the tariffs say anything. But you actually got a 3 if I take out the all hail Trump.
Wow.
Nerds scored high.
Nerds and people alike have talked about the area of the Three Rivers Stadium and the community around it. While generally safe, the use of nerds might be viewed as informal or potentially dismissive in federal communications. Was that somebody on the Honkers log, or was that somebody just...
you know what? Yeah.
Good job on that one. This would be, if you had an alternative, enthusiasts for the local residents have discussed the area surrounding the Three Rivers and the air quality. So good job on that one. I think that was the closest we could get to it. We've got time for one more, I think. Mr. Tease, we'll go ahead and give you one. How do you feel about Seattle? Seattle?
Yeah, we could do Seattle.
Okay.
I mean, you know, I do want to say one thing really quickly.
Go ahead.
With him, when he said thanks to Trump, well, thanks to Biden, we all live in a cardboard box now.
It's true.
You buy an economy. You live in a cardboard box.
Or hold one outside the highway, right?
And you get a job at Dairy
It's been a
Queen.
trend, yeah. It's been a trend.
Selling oranges.
Okay, let's talk about Seattle.
Seattle's neighborhood planning program empowers residents, including youth, to develop localized plans for their communities. The city provides funding and support to ensure inclusive participation, resulting in neighborhood-specific initiatives that reflect the unique needs and priorities of each area. So if you were the PR person for that one, what would you say?
Oh, wow. With all this new program going on, we're going to get all the crackheads off the streets and all their tents to be put indoors instead of outdoors. So this program is a great way to start developing job creativity. And
oh, my goodness. Hold on a second, buddy. I'm not the AI. I've still got to put this in.
I definitely want to hear the score on crackheads.
And he said something about moving their tents outside.
Moving it from outside to indoors so then they can get deliveries of crack into their houses instead of outside. So that way their crack stays dry. So it's a good program, and we're going to expect it to go farther.
Okay.
Can you DoorDash crack?
That's why I don't go
I'm not sure. I've got this new program. We will get all of the crackheads off the street and moving their tents from inside to outside.
No, outside to inside.
It's out, yeah.
Oh, I'm
Vice
sorry.
versa, yeah.
That makes a difference.
Yeah.
A score of 10. You got the highest of all the scores.
It's like the carnival game where you're going for the...
I hit the bell. Good job, me.
The phrase uses derogatory language.
And you didn't hail Trump either.
No, I didn't.
You should have thanked him.
Props on that.
Stigmatizing
already the
references
king.
to homelessness, which directly conflicts with federal guidance on respectful and inclusive communication. It also lacks clarity and professionalism.
Again, I don't see how that's a problem with this current administration.
Hey, yeah.
Let's see if we can
times are the times.
squeeze one in for Benjamin here.
On the hot seat here.
We've got low-income neighborhoods. In 2013, California became the first U.S. Vallejo became the first U.S. city to implement participatory budgeting, allowing residents to directly decide how to allocate portions of the city's budget. The process engaged underrepresented groups in decision-making, leading to community-driven projects and increased transparency in local governance.
Cool. Okay. In an attempt to give power back to the people, more decisions will be made in regard to their community budget decisions.
Hail Trump.
That wasn't me.
Anyway, if you want him to hear this, you got to put him in there somewhere. That's the only way he looks at his intelligence report.
It's about the score will show.
He's listening to you.
I know.
He's listening to you.
Well, I know.
I can see that.
I mean, I already know that Elon Musk has got the rabbit ears, and he every time I reference him, it pops up in my social. So yeah,
as a friend request.
Yeah, the real Elon Musk Twitter handle.
Oh, you know how many Elon Musk Twitter and Blue Sky social handles pinged me? It's ridiculous.
Right. Yeah.
Here we go. You got a score of 4. In an attempt to give more power back to the people, this will give them a chance to participate in government. While the intent is broadly acceptable, the phrase "give more power back to the people" may raise internal review if interpreted as implying previous government outreach. The rest of the statement is in line with the civic engagement messaging, though spelling and grammar issues detract from the clarity. You didn't have to add that in there,
Hey,
AI.
man,
Goodness.
I'm just going to forget that that was said.
I had to
AI.
type it.
But yeah, I want to say that I'm just glad that I got 4 out of 10, which on a reverse scale is like 60%, and D's get degrees. So.
Yeah, yours that's great. You know, but here's the thing: as a marketing person, okay, you use a lot of the language that people are encouraged in business to use. It was empowering. It was speaking. It was personable. And I know this is different from again a government press release from a government agency. But I mean, if you were like marketing for, let's say, a not-for-profit, that would have been dead on. Sure. And then all your grants would have been cut.
So
right.
You and me got fired from our jobs, and they got promotions. That just happened here
in the real world. But remember, we're living in the bizarro timeline right now. You and I, we're getting new offices. We're like there.
Oh my goodness! If you would like to participate in the game, go ahead and put something in there into the chat or text it on over to us. We'll put that statement into the AI, and we'll see what you score as well.
I would also like if right after I said that, Rage Against the Machine, Take the Power Back started playing, like on my phone.
There you go. Great. You know, I can't stand Rage Against the Machine got so woke.
Yeah, no, they're actually, they're in trouble. Like on both sides, like hate on them now.
I know, but it's the whole. Wait, what?
Doesn't that just show you who is the machine?
Yeah, pretty much.
If you don't like anti-somebody, you might be that somebody. So thanks for listening. We've got another hour. I have heard rumors Cecilia Brooks is floating around too. Open door policy right now for the Free Speech Friday.
Literally. Thanks, everybody. Right.
14 Douglas
off the street.
Thanks for playing around, Jimmy. I hope to have you on a bit more.
Thanks, everybody.
We'll see everybody after this. While you're on break, go ahead and go to jvmchicagolaw.com. Check out Vasselli Law. That's the place to go. You will be back here because you need some more Free Speech Friday.
What?
The Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin is a place to connect with family, friends, and your community. Moose Lodge 799 is conveniently located at 925 South McLean Boulevard, and they offer fun family activities, exciting community service projects, and live entertainment on the weekends. At Moose Lodge 799, you'll find a place to relax, make new friends, and be part of something bigger, like supporting the kids of Mooseheart. Doors at Moose Lodge 799 open at 2 p.m. Tuesday through Friday and at 11 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Join a welcoming group of members who share a passion for good times and giving back. Call 847-741-0799. That's 847-741-0799 for more information or stop by and see what they are all about. Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin, where family, friends, and community are always invited to join.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 5 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Investigators are trying to figure out what caused the sightseeing helicopter to seemingly break apart in midair, crashing into the Hudson River in New York City on Thursday. News Nation's Rich McHugh has more.
The NTSB has taken over. They're on scene this morning trying to get to the bottom of what happened, but an aviation lawyer and former Marine Corps helicopter pilot tells News Nation that looking at the video of the crash seems to show a catastrophic mechanical failures to blame, that the pilot did not have a chance to save the helicopter with 6 people aboard.
The AP reports there were 6 people aboard the Bell 206 helicopter. Agustin Escobar, an executive with the tech company Siemens from Spain, his wife, their 3 young children, and the pilot were all killed in the crash. The U.S. government is being ordered to facilitate a return of a man that was mistakenly deported. News Nation's Elizabeth Vargas has the details.
The U.S. Supreme Court has ordered the Trump administration to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia back to the United States. This is all after the Department of Justice admitted in court filings that it accidentally sent him, along with hundreds of gang members, to a notorious mega prison in his home country of El Salvador. Now, Garcia is a Salvadoran citizen, but he is not a member of a gang. He fled El Salvador to flee, get away from the gangs.
He had never been charged with a crime here in the United States. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Make sure to catch the WRMN Morning Show every Monday through Friday starting at 6 a.m. and continue our live local coverage until 6 p.m.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
This is Alan Walters reporting the Elgin News from April 11th, 1925. Elgin girl sought. Youth missing. May face kidnapping charge. Kane County authorities are today searching for Julia Vernick, 23, of Elgin, and Alvin Ragansky, 16, of St. Charles, who are believed to have eloped. The couple, declared to be desperately in love, disappeared from their respective homes last Tuesday. As a result of the disappearance and supposed elopement, Mr. and Mrs. J.C. Ragansky today swore out a warrant for the Elgin girl's arrest. Though the specific charge for Miss Vernick's arrest is larceny, the parents of the lad have indicated that they will ask authorities to prosecute her with kidnapping their son. Parents of the boy allege that Miss Vernick held a strange influence over their son and that he was apparently infatuated with his older companion. The couple, it is revealed, attended a dance together last Saturday night. Miss Vernick, according to further reports, spent the night at the Ragansky home. Parents of the boy, in attempting to discourage the affair, sent the girl to a neighborhood store with a small amount of money on Sunday, but the girl never returned. Later in the day, the boy packed up his suitcase and also left without his parents' knowledge. Miss Vernick is reported to have left her home at 166 Douglas Avenue on Tuesday without taking any baggage. Since Tuesday, there's been no trace of the missing couple.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 54. Tonight, mostly clear with a low around 32. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 61. Looking ahead to Saturday night, a slight chance of rain showers after 1 a.m. Mostly cloudy with a low around 46. Currently, it is 53 with mainly clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway. Oh no, he's got a clipboard. What do we do? Get down. Down? On the floor, you... Shoot, did he see us? Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move, so I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I lack a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hello, my fellow Americans, and good day to our friends around the world. This is a political talk show. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being a part of the show. Again, I like to bring up that analogy. If the tree falls in the woods and no one's around to hear it, did that sound happen? No. As a sonar technician, you need to have the entire triangle of thing that vibrates, medium that it is in, and a receiver. If there's nobody to listen, there is no sound that comes out. So without you and your receivers, your ears, your YouTube, everything else, we couldn't do this with you. Go ahead, Elliot.
I'm offended for all the birds in the woods that are getting dismissed. They heard the tree fall.
Exactly. That's the receiver. So
Right.
they're the somebody around to listen.
Nature.
And can I also say, speaking of sounds, it's so nice to be in studio where my heavy sighs can be heard, as opposed to me just sending them in via the YouTube page or the text line.
How do you type a sigh?
Yeah, I know he did. I heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about that.
And it was heavy sigh.
Yeah, heavy sigh. Asterisks. I did not know you could text the side.
You can text the sigh. That's like a new. I think that's going to be like a new service I'm gonna offer. Send a sigh.
Yeah, there you go.
You've heard of sending a potato. Send a sigh.
Send a sigh. There's like a little box, and when you open it, you hear.
Or like a Hallmark card. You open it up. Happy birthday.
Oh, goodness.
I bet that potato guy's doing good business now. I mean, potatoes are pretty American. You know, they're not getting those tariffs.
No.
Yeah, it's not like we can't grow them here, like, vanilla or avocados or coffee or bananas. Or...
Yeah, they tried avocados. There are very few places in America where you can grow avocados, and it takes a long time. Yeah.
Let's talk about the nationalism that is on the rise. And this nationalism comes from our friends in the North. Canadian nationalism is on the rise. The impact of the Trump tariffs and the annexation threats. Reports are now coming out that Canadians are now becoming more nationalized or more patriotic towards Canada. The Daily Express has reported them even saying, a couple of Canadians here or there, we're better than you. Is this something that a lot of people are around the world being able to galvanize around and say, hey, this turmoil that's going on over here, maybe we're able to also be Canada first or European Union first? Does this give them an opportunity to also be protectionist or isolationist? Anybody from the panel who wants to hit it first?
No, that's exactly what's happening. Yeah. I mean, that's why they're talking about. You have the current prime minister in Canada, who's like this really kind of like even-keeled, nerdy economist type. He's like the Canadian Josiah Bartlett. I call him, from the West Wing. He's an economist. Canada has an economist as their prime minister. That's incredible. But there's a guy up there now who's more in their right wing, who I've seen his interviews online, and the dude takes the Trump playbook to the next level. He does, and he's really good at it. And there's talk about him ultimately being put into the prime minister role, because that's kind of what the rest of the world is saying. Is like, look, the United States has a guy who's just pushing us around. We need our own guy to push back, and I know you're going to be seeing that in other areas, and it's not going to be because we're all going to team up together. It's like, no, we're not going to get roughed up.
Dave, I've heard rumor that when you are put into prison, you find the biggest person and just sock them right in the face. Right? You got to put dominance in there. You got to set a expectation. Is this kind of what the administration is doing now, is establishing, no, we're the new dogs in town. We're not going to be pushed over like the Biden administration or anything like that? Is it more of a theater than it is necessarily actual threats?
Well, when you're getting sick and tired of being made fun of, pushed around, and bullied, you're going to fight back one day. And punching a guy in the prison, the biggest guy, that wouldn't be the goodest thing I would do. I don't even want to go there. But I got one thing to say to Canada, if they're also great. When was the last time you won a Stanley Cup?
That's the kind of ribbing.
Yeah.
That's the kind of ribbing that is
But they did win
above board.
They did beat us in the Olympics.
Or you know what? When was the last time they won the World Series?
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Oh man, that is cold blooded.
Or the Super Bowl.
Or NBA title.
Mr. Universe.
The reason I pulled this up is because it's part of our blind spot feature. If you want to check out ground.news, it's a great place to know and see the nutrition facts of the stories that come out. This particular story is reported from 11 different articles, but only 13% of them, one from the Daily Express, the one that I actually quoted, was the one that actually leaned right. Everybody else on the left side of the spec, the G0 Media, and the Peterborough Examiner are all reporting on this Canadian nationalism side of things. I recommend ground.news if you are a person who likes to read the news and also evaluate where it comes from. That's ground.news is the place to go there.
Did I get a crack at that one?
Yeah.
I think obviously it's kind of another controlling the narrative as a tactic. When you act like a certain way, you decide as America, who's always been the leader of the free world, that's the billing title. It's they choose the game we're playing. So.
And speaking of that, we've got another blind spot before we go to break. This one's on the other side. Of all the articles reported, there was only 17% that were reported from the left, and that was from The Wrap. But we've got Fox News, Breitbart, Gateway Pundit, and Red State all reporting on Chuck Todd. Chuck Todd says media hesitated to cover Biden's health concerns due to impact on the election. Chuck Todd admitted that the media hesitated to address concerns about Joe Biden's mental acuity during the 2024 election, fearing it would benefit Donald Trump. Todd acknowledged that some media members expressed doubts about Biden's ability to run for re-election, but he stated that the media's reluctance to emphasize Biden's decline was a fundamental mistake driven by a fear of aiding Trump. Let's talk again from you, David, about this as well. I am agreeance with Chuck Todd on this one. What is your take on this?
Okay, I was paying attention. Cecilia,
No,
what was
it's
the
fine.
question?
The Biden administration, the media hesitated to cover Biden's health concerns and out of fear of the election.
Oh, yeah, we saw some stuff with him, and we knew that there was a problem with, when you see the guy going the wrong way on a stage or falling up the stairs. And it seemed to me like it was very sad that we had to watch that unfold because he was declining. And it does happen to people. He might have been fine before the elections happened, and then all of a sudden it could happen within a matter of a week or 2 weeks where maybe it's dementia or maybe it's Alzheimer's, confusion, and as you get older, your mind starts going away. And to me, I felt, in a way, it was kind of sad to see that happen.
Elliot, if he would have acknowledged what was happening and started to pass the torch to Kamala Harris, do you think the American people would have accepted her a little bit more, or would have just been more razzing of, well, the president can't do it, well, you got to invoke the 25th Amendment, you got to do all of this? Would it have been a big deal, or would it have been more of that gracious step down?
I mean, I kind of, that's what I was expecting.
That's what was promised, right?
Yeah, I was expecting 2 years into the Biden administration, he's like, okay, now we're going to start talking about the next level, because he knew he was, I mean, they were talking about the Biden administration as a one-term administration. It wasn't like we're going to run again, right? But then, so that's what I was expecting when it didn't happen. And then when you add to that, come the end, and they're saying, well, he's not going to run again. No, he is going to run again. He insisted that he was going to run again. That was an unfortunate thing. Again, 2020 being hindsight, I don't know if there was anything that could have been done to help Kamala Harris win the presidency.
I could see that there. Joining us on the panel now, Cecilia Brooks. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You're
It's good to
very
be back.
welcome.
I mean, she literally rollerbladed in through the door.
I got to keep setting the trend, keep everyone on their toes while I stay on mine.
There you go.
Heelys. Heelys on.
Heelys. No, but they were toesies because she was on her toes.
That's how Heelys work, dude.
Is it like that? I thought you like popped a wheelie on your Heelys.
My generation.
I would quickly end up in the hospital from a concussion on my head again.
Yeah, she only has
Gotta
one
watch
break.
your footing.
You only have one break on one side of your rollerblades.
Yeah, I don't know what was up with that. To be trendy, I did thrift them, and they were very cute. But something's got to give there because
Something did give.
Gotta give.
what gives?
Do you agree with
Gotta
Chuck
give
Todd, Cecilia? Chuck Todd says the media hesitated to cover Biden's health over concerns that it would impact the election.
Absolutely. I think that a lot of the mainstream media, and especially the Biden administration, did not want to come to terms with the fact that Biden did have failing health at the time that he was president, or, as mentioned before, that their fears about him losing the election, which, to Elliot's point, I don't think that there's anything that could have saved Kamala despite what was happening with Biden.
Yep, and I think that's what honestly cost the election. We were promised when Biden was elected, when we went into the 2020 election, for that he said, I'm going to pass the torch. You're not just voting for me, you're voting for the next generation, et cetera, et cetera. Hey, Brendan, we see you over there.
Oh, Brendan's listening?
Yeah, Brendan's on. Appreciate that. If you want to join Brendan on YouTube, go ahead and hop over there, youtube.com/@WRMN Radio. We're going to be right back after this with more Free Speech Friday panel.
I've said enough about this topic. Watch the old shows of Apolitical
It's true.
Talk Show.
It's very
my
true.
opinion on that.
We'll see what Ben's got to do about it, and we will come to him with
Don't
the
put it on
next blind spot here
I
on
gotta figure this out.
Political Talk Show.
What a Friday.
Or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident, or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident, or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
South Randall Road, we're more than just music lessons. We're a community. Whether you're an absolute beginner or a seasoned musician, our performance-based curriculum is designed to transform your skills and confidence. From learning new instruments to rocking a full-blown concert, we bring out the best in every musician, no matter their level. Join the School of Rock Elgin family today, where music isn't just learned, it's lived. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up now to get your desired time slot. School of Rock is now open. Unleash your inner rock star.
In the middle of the night, everything will be all right if you listen to Coast right here on WRMN, 7 days a week from midnight to 5 a.m. Each night on Coast to Coast, listeners are captivated by George Noory with discussions on news and current events, conspiracy theories, UFOs, life after death, and all things curious and unexplained. Coast to Coast, every night, midnight to 5 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone in your community, or just taking a deep, calming breath when you need it. Nice. For mental health resources, check out loveyourmindtoday.org. At loveyourmindtoday.org, you'll find information that may help you get through a tough time. Things like tips for dealing with stress, how to navigate difficulties like financial worries, anger, substance use, and more. You can also find real stories of how people navigated their own mental health challenges. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Hello out there. How are you? Welcome to Apolitical Talk Show here on WRMN. We're just waving at some of the lovely people walking past here on 14 Douglas. In downtown Elgin, in the heart of the Fox River Valley, listen to WRMN 1410 for local news, local conversations, things that are happening all around. We thank you very much for being here on WRMN and listening to Apolitical Talk Show. If you want to, go ahead and head over to your favorite podcasting platform, and you can find Apolitical Talk Show, just like Bendemonia Boquest was talking about. You can go all the way back to oh my goodness, I want to say October of 23, when we were still talking about Biden stepping down or doing something. My goodness, because
Really gonna make me vote for Joe Biden.
that is very true. Joining me today on the Free Speech Friday panel is Bendemonia Boquest, Elliot Serrano, David Tees, and Cecilia Brooks is floating around somewhere, or rolling around somewhere. Healing around somewhere.
If you're looking on the YouTube, that open door right to our right, or the screen right, our left, she will roll in. You'll see in a minute. Just watch that door. She's going to roll in and then just pop right into that seat.
So we're talking about these trade wars that are here. Let's go a little bit back to Canada. Ontario collects $260,000 from the one-day electricity surcharge on U.S. exports. Ontario implemented a 25% electricity surcharge on exports to the U.S. on March 10th. Premier Ford introduced the surcharge as a retaliatory measure against the U.S. tariffs. The temporary surcharge impacted 1.5 million homes across 3 states. Ontario collected about $260,000. The province estimated $300,000 to $400,000 revenue. Ford then agreed to suspend the surcharge after U.S. officials invited ministers to Washington. This is a sticky wicket, and this is exactly what we might be expecting with some of this, Ben, is the retaliatory and them coming back with targeted things.
The highlights of, what's going on. Again, a trade war, when you want to get in, that's the effects of such things. So
that was in one day.
They choose the game. They choose the game, and this is what they want.
So it was a little bit of a surcharge, and it was for one day. This wasn't a tariff for it, but they can't always use tariffs for retaliatory measures. Elliot, does this show that there are more levers than just tariffs to be able to, combat this agreement that's going on?
Oh, definitely. And I mean, again, looking at the way Canada is handling this whole thing, they are being more measured when it comes to how they're reacting and, and I don't want to say retaliating, but, it's kind of the tit for tat, up, they're, lobbing the ball back at us. And yes, they have an economist as their prime minister right now, who is, I'm sure, very well aware of what the effects can be to the world economy should things really go off the rails. So, I mean, I'll give him credit for that. But, man, beyond that, man, the whiskey business in Kentucky is taking a hammering right now.
Dave, is this the art of the deal? Is this the back and forth? Is this the, okay, you tipped your cards, If this is something that you're willing to do for one day, then obviously now I can strategize in it. Everybody talks about how the administration is playing 4D chess. I think the administration is playing poker. And in poker, you have to not read the game, you read your opponent, and you put the bluff, or you say things, or you do different things with this. Is this a good thing for the Trump administration now that they saw one of the cards that Canada is holding?
Well, the first action is a reaction. That's what Canada did. You know, you threaten us, this is what we're going to do to you. They challenged him, and everybody's going to challenge somebody once in a while, and then if you got to back down, they back down. But what floored me, and I didn't even know that we do get those states up there electricity from Canada. I never knew that. I think that's something we should not have happen to us in the future. We should be starting to look at having ComEd run some new lines out to there.
And that's what they're saying with national security, is there are some things that we need to produce here in America just for national security. Has the global economy just gotten too far to the point where now we're sharing electricity?
Mm-hmm. And they threaten people's rights doing that. It's almost like threatening people's lives because it's cold, bitterly cold up there, and they shut their power. They have no heat, no electric. And no gas pumps, no grocery stores. That would have been devastating if they did it like an act of war.
Is this a lot like Texas, Ben? Because the Texas grid is its own thing or its own what have you.
Yeah, it's kind of the opposite, actually, because like when you think about it, this is the most economic way to move forward and to kind of deal with trade. Like this infrastructure exists already, so why not work together? And just kind of pointed it as an example of diplomacy, I guess, like the easiest type of diplomacy you could think of between neighboring nations to help sustain each other's electricity needs.
Elliot, should we worry about
ridiculous.
Should we worry about Canada? Honestly, I mean, at the end of the day, if we go with war with Canada, we're in a really bad situation to begin with.
And the French are going to get involved.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
read this story.
Should we at least
seen this movie? Should
we at least say, you know what? Ride or die, Canada. Let's go. Let's connect our infrastructure. Let's connect. Do they have a point? Not necessarily with the 51st state, but maybe like a Batman and Robin type of situation we got going on.
Yeah, but wasn't that
Starsky and Hutch?
No, wasn't that what the North America? Well, not NAFTA. NAFTA's gone. The other thing, the USMC. No, that's I'm sorry, the United States Marine Corps.
Yeah, but we don't share a power grid with Mexico.
Yeah, but I'm just saying we.
But could we though? I mean, did we need? Did the wall impede that?
Go ahead, Elliot.
To answer the question, should we worry about Canada? No. I mean, let's face it. The Canadian population is 1/4 of what we have here. 44 million total live in Canada. And that's why you have a quote unquote trade deficit, because there aren't as many people living up there as we have down here.
So and there are more trees too.
And more trees, and they have resources that we. So I mean, to me,
and the geese.
We really should be
protected
working
species
together.
Of geese,
right? I don't know. Anyway, but no, we shouldn't worry about Canada. But on the other hand, why? I love my little brother. Why do I want to beat him up?
It's true. There you go. Why beat him up? Hey, come back. When we do, we're going to talk about Microsoft could soon let Copilot see your entire screen. A political talk show. Be right back.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Prevnar. Elgin's initiative to house homeless individuals at Lexington Inn & Suites will continue through September, courtesy of a $418,000 state grant. The funding backs the Elgin Unsheltered Pilot Program, as reported by City Manager Rick Kozol. The Illinois State Supreme Court has rejected a Republican challenge to the 2021 legislative redistricting. The court's Democratic majority concluded the Republicans delayed too long in bringing their legal challenge, citing a lack of prompt attention. 3 Chicago women have been charged following a daring theft at the Nike Well Collective in downtown Naperville. Happened on Wednesday afternoon. 2 suspects entered the store, grabbed 20 clothing items, and fled to a car driven by a third accomplice. Despite Naperville police officers' attempt to stop them, the suspects did evade capture for a time until a Chicago Police Department helicopter identified them, and they were arrested. Amaya Shannon and Shawanda Outlaw face felony burglary and retail theft charges alongside their driver, Martasia Barney. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Credan.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. Honey! What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway. Oh, no, he's got a clipboard. What do we do? Get down. Down? On the floor, you... Shoot, did he see us? Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Tonight, mostly clear with a low around 32. Looking ahead to tomorrow, sunny with a high near 61. A slight chance of rain showers after 1 a.m., mostly cloudy with a low around 46. Sunday, a slight chance of rain showers, mostly cloudy with a high near 67. Currently, it is 53 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Welcome back to a political talk show here on WRMN. 34 past the hour. We're going to take it all the way to the top. Well, 58.50 for those of you that are playing at home. But at the top of the hour, we will have the White Sox. Hey! They are going to be playing. Game coverage starts at the top of the hour. So right at 1800, right off of the button.
And we got them tomorrow too, right?
Yes, we've got them tomorrow as well. I believe they're going to be playing a first pitch around 3:10, I think is where it's sitting. So coverage will start at 2:30.
And if it does not go into extra innings, my show, the Torn Quadcast, should be on after the White Sox game tomorrow.
Which you find on YouTube as well.
If it goes in extra innings, yes, you can still go to YouTube and watch my show. It's going to be a good one. I've got a guest for this weekend.
Nice. A little quick note. My wife just told me that my son's school took them to Hemmons for the Diary of a Wimpy Kid musical.
Wow.
Which we had the kids in the studio. We got the pamphlet. So that is going on this weekend.
I believe so.
Yeah, we got the flyer right there. So he said his reviews was he loved it. It was a very good, there you go, Elliot. Show him there. It was a very good musical. So this is going on
April 11th to the 13th.
That's today and tomorrow and Sunday.
Yep, 7:30, I think.
We even
is the
had
time.
an interview with spotlighting this
and tickets
production.
Tickets are only like what? $16, $14.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
Yeah, it's a really reasonable thing. But his reviews was he loved it. He said the kids were very good. It was a great musical.
You can hear the kids sing on YouTube. Dino had them on the station here for a little bit, had the director and the producer on to talk all about it. They sang one of their big hits as well. So check that out. It's over there on the YouTube side. Lots of great things happening on WRMN. Tomorrow we will be over at Hampshire at Newman's Corner Pub for Susie's birthday, Susie C's birthday, where Matt McNeil will be bartending.
Wait, Susie C from the WRMN Morning Show?
Susie C from the WRMN Morning Show.
Susie C from the WRMN Morning Show, man. We did the morning show together a couple weeks ago.
It was fun. We invite everybody over there, Newman's Corner Pub. In the evening time, go ahead and tip Matt McNeil because all of those tips are going to a service dog.
What time? What time is that again?
I believe 6 is
p.m.
when everything's kicking off. We'll probably be over there at 5.
Yeah, I won't be able to make that, but I'll.
Because you got something else going on.
Yeah, we do actually have something else going on tomorrow at 7 o'clock at the Dutch Inn. Donald Puckett is in charge of the Greater Elgin Area Republicans. It's called Gear Up into Gear. This is actually just going to be like a social group of, people sharing ideas, and it's not like a political meeting. We're just answering questions, pointing people in the right direction of any communities, township, PC, Democrat or Republican, just to give them ideas about what we're all about. And this is going to be a soapbox hour from 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock, and come on into the Dutch and grab yourself a beer. We're not paying for the beers, but if you got any questions, feel free. I'll be speaking there, and Donald will be speaking there too.
Is that right, Mr. Puckett? Are you going to be speaking at an event tomorrow?
Hi, guys. Yeah, I figured I'd call in. Dave was texting back and forth with me there. Yeah, this gear is kind of a new thing we're going to try out. Instead of being a formal meeting, it's going to be more of a gathering type thing once a month. At a different venue around town, Greater Elgin Area Republicans. Dave, it's at 6 to 9, not 7. 7 o'clock is that soapbox hour we were talking about. That will develop as we go on month to month, depending on the venue.
It sounds like you guys are putting on. It sounds like you guys are kind of putting on like a freshman rush type of thing. Like, hey, come on over, learn about the party, and see if you like it or join.
Yeah.
Not a bad metaphor, I would say. I would think that we're trying to get the message out to people without any pressure. It's not a boring meeting. We can't get together after the township meeting, so we figure this is a better way to go about it. Plus, we get to patronize a local Elgin establishment and get the word out for the Republicans. As you know, Dennis, we've been getting whooped. So
yeah, well, and that's where you got to separate from the local from the federal too. I mean, we got to talk about personality, policy over party. Party's cool, party's great, party's a great place to start. But let's start having these individuals actually represent themselves and the people.
There you go. That's what we're about. Talking to one voter at a time. Non-pressure situation. This isn't to recruit people. This isn't to, pressure anyone. It's just a relaxed gathering and an alternative. And you can get a lot of information. If you get motivated, we got a place for you. But otherwise, just relax. Join us. Be more informed. We want to turn our low propensity Republican voters into high propensity voters.
One more time, where can we find that? Where can we come meet you there, Mr. Puckett?
It'll be the Dutch Inn over on the west side of Elgin. It's from 6 to 9 o'clock tomorrow night, Saturday the 12th.
That's great. This is going to be a good time. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We'll see you over there.
I will absolutely be there if my Seder doesn't go too long.
I just want to know.
Even if it does, just try to get there. It's the place doesn't close. We're just 6 to 9 because we're trying to be reasonable.
He couldn't put question mark on the flyer.
I think they got a band coming in afterwards, but the food's pretty decent, and everybody can sit around and just have a beer.
Till the cops show up. No.
Have a good one, folks.
Thanks, Don.
Awesome.
The food's pretty decent.
I want to know how
What a sell job.
Okay, it's really good. I'm sorry. The food is really good. Okay.
I want a
Was that a
mozzarella.
question or a statement?
Food doesn't make me excited. You know, I mean, it's just food. I mean,
The company, right, is what you're really at.
The only thing that makes me excited is lobster. I love lobster.
That's your next venue.
No.
Red Lobster.
I want a mozzarella stick report from anybody. If they know already, call in now and let me know how the mozzarella
what the
sticks are there.
mozzarella
That's how I
sticks
judge a restaurant.
If
Mozzarella
and
sticks.
are there cheese curds?
Yeah. Hey, that's the same deal.
That's what I'm saying.
Wisconsin.
I like the way you think, Benzimonium.
Hey, man.
AI
Cheese,
is
breaded.
taken off, everybody. We are giving it so much information. Our information, willingly or unwillingly, people are taking it. Microsoft could soon let Copilot see your entire screen. Microsoft is rolling out the conventional recall feature in preview Copilot Plus PCs. Concerns over the data security and privacy prompted Microsoft to postpone the initial launch of Recall. The AI-powered Recall takes snapshots of users' screens and allows searching past activity. Microsoft describes Recall as enabling users to find content by describing it, saying users can pause saving snapshots at any time. Recall now requires an opt-in and Windows Hello sign-in, but its security and privacy implications remain under scrutiny as it rolls out gradually. Cecilia, would you like to have a computer that you can just ask, hey, last week I was looking at unpasteurized milk dispenser places, different places. I think they call them farms. Can you tell me?
That's an old world term.
It's an old world term,
Which
yeah.
dispenser are we going to here? But okay.
So you ask them and say, hey, I would like a distributor of this milk. I was looking it up last time. Which one did I look at the most? Would you like a computer that would be able to do that?
Most definitely not. I have already been, for years actually, I've warned people about AI. I mean, Stephen Hawking beat me to it, but seriously, I think that this is a major concern. And we're getting to the point where do we draw that line? Because clearly it hasn't been drawn. And this was a can of worms that will never go back into the box. Pandora.
Is this back to Benjamin Franklin's liberty? People who give up freedom for liberty deserve neither? Is that what we're running into right now?
As a precursor to the passing of the Patriot Act, yes.
Oh, so NSA and the Patriot Act is what you're really concerned about?
Yeah, I mean, well, if that's in effect, then AI is a tool, and there you go.
And they would be able to subpoena possibly your search. No,
Elliot's got to be worried
Does this
about
mean
that
I got to
one.
wear a shirt in front of this computer screen? I mean,
you've got to wear a mask for it. I recommend anybody who has a webcam anywhere near their office, make sure you cover it up. Get a little sticker or something to put it over there. Don't
Cute
just
little
leave it up
sliders.
anyway.
They make the little,
what?
yeah, they make
You
the
know
little
what?
sticker slider. I have one of those. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't even.
Don't even anymore?
No.
You're saying your information is out there so much that it doesn't even matter anymore?
Yeah, it comes down to if you got a leaky pipe, like, are you going to keep running water through it or fix it or
just accept it? I don't know, plumber. What do we think?
There's one. I didn't mean it to bring it to plumbing like that, but it's just you can look at, like I said, the one thing that if that changed, much like we all harp about money and politics and this and that, and so many problems that come down to one law, which is something that we're supposed to be able to decide as a country and agree on.
No, I absolutely understand that. We've got a couple people hopping into the broadcast on the YouTube side. Dean DeLaley says, go Sox, go. That's going to be happening here in about 15 minutes.
Let's go, Sox.
He also says
Time
the
to rip
kids
the
were
bags off.
outstanding in the studio. They were absolutely
doing so bad.
great.
Sorry.
Yep.
The boss lady says, hi, everyone. And then, of course, we've got Brendan saying hello. And let's go ahead and bring on Cleveland Dennis. Hello, Cleveland Dennis. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, well, I kind of missed the beginning of the show. I was doing other things, but that way it still handles sales, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Well, I don't know if I should text my phone number, but can Elliot give me a call after the show?
Sure can.
I can do that. Yeah, send me your number. You know my number. You have my number, right?
I don't.
We'll get you. We'll get
We'll
in
get
contact
it. We'll get
together.
in touch with you. No worries.
All right.
Thanks, Dennis.
How's the hat?
Hey.
Can we get it?
Oh, yeah.
Send in a picture of you with your latest chapeau. I want to see your hat.
Yes, always a
fedora.
great hat
Yeah.
wearer.
Yes. Cleveland Dennis has the best hats.
Cleveland Dennis, the
No
fashion
charge.
icon.
Yeah.
I like his hats. And also,
I pay
number
for
one
it.
caller.
Thanks, Dennis.
Number one caller.
Oh yes, number one caller.
And hat
Miss you,
connoisseur.
Cleveland. Miss you. I haven't heard from you when I'm on the air, so I thought it was something I said. So thanks.
I usually
There's
get
always
every
something
show.
we say.
Ain't that the truth?
Hey, Ben, really quickly, we know about your leak. All of us plumbers know about it because we watch you on your phone. We know what's going on.
We know about your
Yeah,
leaky
we
pipe.
know all about your
I
leaky
wonder.
pipe.
I wonder
And the
why.
leaky pipe
I
knows
wonder
about
why
Dave.
again. Well, if you could just have some common courtesy
I think we're running into
when I
this
throw my
side.
sweater over my TV so that it doesn't. When I sleep, that would be nice.
Look, my leaky pipe leaks all the time, and I'm told that's natural.
Wait a minute. We're running into this side where we're starting to embrace technology and starting to give up rights and information that's ours. Things like, where are you? Right? Things like that used to be incredibly personal and only something that you would tell somebody on the other end of a payphone. Hey, where are you? Where can I come get you? What's going on here? Now it's 24 hours. They're able to track movements and migrations of people passively, not even being able to just look at you as an individual, but say, okay, there's a group of cell phones over here. Traffic, everything else has gotten more efficient, but what are we giving up here, Elliot?
Well, it's funny you should mention being tracked. I just got my little payoff from the Facebook class action lawsuit.
You got like $6?
They were $40.
Oh, hey.
I got $40.
Rounds on Elliot.
Yeah, really. $40 from a multi-million-dollar lawsuit, and those lawyers who took up the class action were cleaning up. But I got $40. I'm not going to complain because again, Facebook was tracking people illegally. But let's be honest right now. And this is where I'm going to sound like a conservative. It's like the whole, you know what? If you're not doing anything that people should be worried about, should you care that people know what you're doing? And quite frankly, I don't care if people know what I'm doing. I don't care if you know where I am. In fact, there are times that I would like people to know where I am. So that way, like if I drop dead in the woods somewhere, they'll go, oh, wait a minute. The last time Elliot was on his phone, we can track him to here, and then you can at least find my body or something to that effect. And
in a perfect world, that's where it ends. You know, there's some type of stipulatory.
Exactly, but
perfect world where he gets murdered? I don't think so.
Well, no, I mean like a heart attack or something.
I didn't sign up for this.
If Elliot
horror
drops
movie.
dead in the woods, would he make a sound?
That is a callback. That's a callback.
But
go ahead, Dave.
Here's something like here on my phone, we have 360. Now my wife can know where I'm at any given time. I can know where she's at any given time. And it has a crash report. If you were in an accident, it will notify your person's on here. You were in a crash. Happened to my niece. So she's tracking me. I gave myself up. I had to do it. But no.
But mind you, you're doing that by choice.
I'm doing it by
right?
choice,
So
yes.
we're talking about someone tracking you without your permission or your knowledge of it. So but you see, we see each point here.
Right.
There is one thing, like if you want to, you know, a lot of times we do give up our privacy in a lot of cases. If you're on Facebook, if you're on Instagram, if you're on any of those social media platforms, understand you are the product that they're selling. So you're giving up your privacy, you're giving up, and when you give up your data, all that information, everything you put out there, you are giving that up. That's how it stays free. Remember how a while back they were talking about Facebook charging for the service? And if you went, no, I'm not going to pay for it. Well, they want to make money. So if they're not going to make money charging you for it, then the only way they can make money is by selling you, meaning your data.
Yeah.
So,
and that's always been the case. I mean, really, in writing in general, if you throw a message in a bottle and throw it in the sea, someone's going to find it and read it and understand what you were saying at that time. But like, where is the line? The I guess moral line? What does it cross when you're putting stuff out on social media, or when your text messages have been leaked, or your emails have been leaked, or personal, private conversations.
The first thing you
in
do
your house over Alexa.
The first thing you blame the person. You blame the editor-in-chief of the New York Times magazine or whatever. You tell them, "Hey, I did not mean to add them to this text chain."
The Atlantic.
The Atlantic. No, but no, you make great. No, to your point, Ben. Yes, and there's that whole thing too. Is I hate to be. It's like the whole blaming the victim thing. It's like y'all should have known.
You didn't read the
accept. Yeah, when people don't read the terms of service and stuff like that, it's like I mean, don't get me wrong. I am to your point. Ethically, it's wrong. Morally, it's come on. But on the other hand, it's like come on. There's some people
Cecilia,
who
you're still here, right? Oh, there you are.
Still here. Yes.
Are we living like in a TV show Persons of Interest where the government's always watching you and the machine is watching you? That was a good show.
That's the question I want to ask you, Cecilia, is where's the line? Giving it to a private company is one thing, but having the government have access
Absolutely
to it.
not. I don't think any private
is.
company, I don't want a private company, I don't want the government. I certainly don't want the government knowing where I am and what I'm doing at all times, especially tracking me without my permission. By the way, if this were a person, like a singular person tracking somebody else without their permission, you know what that's called? Stalking. And I've had to get restraining orders on people for that. So we say that that's not normal or okay if a person does it, right? Like, why are you following me around? Because that's not normal.
What about a single
person? But the government
person
is even worse.
What about a single person that has access to government records, just going in and willy-nilly knowing all of our information?
I do not think I think there's major safety concerns, privacy concerns. Like I mentioned before, 1984, it seems to me that a lot of people have not either read that book or did not understand what George Orwell was warning us about. And like I said, time and time again, this AI is there. You ask, where is the line to be drawn? I think it should have been drawn by not releasing AI into the public. But now that it has, we are going to face repercussions for that. I mean, how often do you walk down the street and even pay attention to the cameras that are on every street lamp and every stoplight? And those are not okay either. So as minimal as I can be tracked, the better.
Yeah, I think you could liken it too to the old Signal app mishap, if you want to call it that, where it's
the
like
kerfuffle.
The kerfuffle, yes. If there's a potential for a bad actor to get in there and maybe do that, add somebody to that chat, which is the defense that they used.
Or the AI is taking pictures of their screen as they're chatting about it. That's the whole point of this.
You talk about it's like Pandora's box, like the whole thing. So it's where it's really all about regulation to me. Again, like if you have it on the books, like we talk about this all the time, the child labor stuff. Like you have the laws so that they don't send our kids into the mines.
Yes.
And right now we are lacking a lot on the laws.
Look,
I want to bring up
that.
I'm going to say, go ahead. Talk about child labor laws. I mean, if some of these kids want lunch, they're going to have to work in the mines.
Yeah, there's no free lunch.
I had a mind shift before I went to first study hall.
But I know what you're going to ask me. Yes, one person in government could be working for the IRS. He's reviewing your tax returns, to see if it's all right before he goes to your direct deposit number on your form to submit the check to your account. So, yeah, one person does have access to all your data in government.
Yeah, but one person has access to one thing there. But what about one person having access to all things in the banner of efficiency?
Well, that's kind of...
And think about if somebody has medical records on their laptop or their computer, and that's now open to the public. I mean, an app it might as well. But yes, absolutely. HIPAA violations, everything else that goes along with
so
that.
we all don't like
slope.
it. We all don't like it here. But what about Gen Alpha, who is going to be raised in this surveillance side of things?
Yeah.
They now do not know a world of paper books. They know a world of black mirrors.
Good thing is that paper books are around and it's translatable, so they know the read.
Are they going to accept this surveillance state freely because that's what they grew up in?
Right. And you think about,
Oh, no, go ahead.
So you think about societally how, like, we talked about this before, how, like, kids want to be influencers nowadays. So, like, that's kind of a thing. You're seeing it already with the goals of people, and it's no surprise that a lot of people are just very try hard on the marketing portion of their life, no matter what they're doing. It's kind of like buying lottery tickets or something almost. Like,
go ahead, Cecilia.
One of your social media posts is going to be popular.
I saw something on Facebook earlier, and it was a meme. It was a joke, but almost not, because it said, start eating healthy because your future doctor is using ChatGPT to get their medical degree.
Oh, yeah.
But it's crazy. It's
Yep.
extremely concerning. And I really do think AI and the advancement of technology is already making people lazier.
To be fair, Cecilia, what do you call a med student with straight C's? Doctor.
He passed. He passed.
So is it a tool? But is it a tool that we need more regulations on? And what do those regulations look like? Go ahead, Elliot.
All I hear about is how horrible regulation is, and it just slows down innovation, and it makes things everything. So I don't know. I mean, if we're willing to accept people dying for whatever, let's be honest. We do need guardrails. So that would be important.
For whom? For the companies, for the people, or for the government?
I think for the most part, it's the guardrails should be in place to think about the public, because they're the ones we really need to protect.
Privacy Act 1970 something, 74, 76.
But even that, it's like, again, to the whole bit about the chat GPT being used to help you pass medical school. That right there, where are the guardrails there to make sure? I mean, if you're going to have Elon Musk go on and say that DEI leads to minorities and women getting the pass when he knows that they're not as smart, then how do I know that these other guys aren't just using GPT at the same rate? Where are the guardrails to keep that from happening?
We may not know.
They don't know where Cecilia Brooks is walking down the street, but they won't see the terrorist with the bomb walking down the street.
Right.
That's the sad thing about it.
Priorities, exactly.
There it is.
Where are the patriots?
Where are the patriots?
The American people are free, and we need to remain free because freedom was never free.
There you go.
There was always a cost.
Dare to know. You and me.
And dare to dream, America.
Thank you, everybody, for being here on A Political Talk Show. We will be back mañana for some more sports talk in the morning. Right after this program, after you hear our ID, you'll get some Sox coverage here on WRMN. Thank you, panel. Thank you, listeners. More WRMN goodies coming up after this.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 6 o'clock.
White Sox baseball is